Okay, good morning. My name is Doreen Diadamo. I'm Vice Chair of the State Water Board, and today is Wednesday, March 22nd, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. With us today are my fellow colleagues, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Chair Esquivel and Anna Niemart, Cal EPA Deputy Secretary and Special Counsel for Water, are delegates at the 2023 United Nations Water Conference being held at the UN headquarters in New York this week. This conference, co-hosted by the governments of Pakistan and the Netherlands, will feature a number of high-level special events and side events organized by member states, the UN system, and other stakeholders. We expect that Chair Esquivel may be joining us, but we're really proud and excited about his participation. Also, our board executive staff, Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Chief Counsel Michael Loeffler, Chief Deputies John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, and Clerk to the Board, Courtney Tyler, and assisting Ms. Tyler today are Margie Argel and Meredith Thompson. Now I'll quickly go through our emergency evacuation procedures. Please look around and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we're required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We are to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. Please obey all traffic signals and be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this morning, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. So when it is your turn to speak, please say your name clearly into your phone or on your computer if you are remoting in, or the microphone at the podium in the meeting room. We will be conducting today's board meeting with both a physical meeting location and an option for the public to participate from a remote location. For people who only want to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available. We're receiving presentations and public comment through a Zoom meeting platform, as well as in the physical meeting location. If you intend to present or comment, or think you may be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from the clerk. Also, at the front of the meeting room by the clerk, there is a computer to sign in to make a public comment. If you haven't already received a password, you can email the clerk now at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will email you a link to sign up on the virtual speaker card list. For those in the Zoom platform, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you're finished speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned off. And lastly, please be sure to turn off all cell phones and any other devices that would make noise during this meeting. So we'll now begin today's workshop, which is a workshop on the proposed regulatory framework for making conservation a way of life. And I'd like to just start by thanking the whole team that's been working on the pre-rulemaking activities for quite some time. So it's good to finally be here in official capacity. And we'd like to start off with some comments by Mr. Oppenheimer. Good morning.
Morning, Vice Chair, board members. I'm just going to make some brief opening remarks and turn it over to the staff team. As you said, this is a workshop. It's a pre-rulemaking workshop on the staff's proposal for a regulatory framework for making conservation a California way of life. This is not a required step in the process or really always a typical step, but we think it's an important step so that we can get public input and board member input on the staff proposal before we actually initiate the rulemaking process. Last week, we put out a 15-page framework document so that stakeholders could make a better assessment as to what the staff proposal is. And we have extended the comment period on that framework document until the end of the month, March 30th, actually. And so we're looking forward to public comments on that. Our intent is to take the comments that we receive today and the input that we get from all of you board members, as well as the written public comments, and assess whether we need to make any changes to the staff proposal before we initiate the rulemaking. And we'll be doing that. And we will also regroup with board members and brief you before we initiate the rulemaking process if we do make changes. This is a fairly involved rulemaking. Each individual component is pretty digestible and straightforward. But like a lot of things we do, when you put all the pieces together, it gets a bit complicated. And so the staff presentation today reflects, it is intended to be comprehensive. And we'd actually hoped to post that presentation a little bit before this meeting so that stakeholders could view it at the suggestion of Board Member McGuire, which I think was a great suggestion. Unfortunately, as time had it, we weren't able to do that. But if it's not posted already, we will post it today or very soon, so everybody has access to that. Because this is a comprehensive presentation that's meant to complement the framework document that we put out, the 15-page document. It is a long presentation, and I just wanted to warn our participants today and stakeholders online that we're intending for this presentation to run no more than 90 minutes, but it could run as long as 90 minutes, which is longer than we typically like to make staff presentations. But we did think it was necessary to cover the staff proposal in a comprehensive way. And so that was the main message I wanted to deliver today. I'm going to turn it over to James Knockbauer, our Director of the Office of Research Planning and Performance, and he'll kick off the actual staff presentation. So thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you,
Knockbauer.
Mr. Oppenheimer. And good morning, board. I'm James Knockbauer, the Director of the Office of Research, Planning and Performance. Been a great privilege to work with this team over the last years on this effort. The presentation today is going to be led by Ms. Charlotte Ely, who will take it from here.
Hi, and good morning, Vice Chair and board members. My name is Charlotte Ely. I'm the Climate and Strategy Advisor for the Office of Research, Planning and Performance. I wanted to thank you for making the time and space for us to have this workshop on the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework. Thank you also for the folks who are here in person and attending virtually. We also appreciate you making the time and space to engage. As Eric was saying, this will be the first time that the State Water Board staff have presented the framework in its entirety. And I think it will be the first time a lot of members of the public have had an opportunity to hear about the framework in its entirety. So today's presentation will be dense. We've done our best to present things as simply and as concisely as we can. The Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework is not rocket science. It's basic arithmetic for the most part, but it can be convoluted or seem convoluted. So board members, if you need us to pause and expand at any point, please do interrupt us. We're happy to answer any questions during our presentation. And for folks in the audience or attending virtually, this is being recorded and it will be accessible later on. So if you need to pause and take a break, you can. Next slide, please. So here is our agenda for the staff presentation. We'll first introduce Making Conservation a California Way of Life, describing where we've been, where we're going, and why. Next, the team will present an overview of the draft framework, explaining the staff's proposal and also highlighting the ways in which it is different from the recommendations provided by the Department of Water Resources. Before outlining our anticipated schedule and next steps, we'll describe the impacts associated with the draft regulatory framework, including both the economic costs and benefits. Next slide, please. So before we dive in, let's remind ourselves why we're having this conversation. Yes, the legislature told us to. The board has been specifically directed to adopt standards for the efficient use of water. But why has the state of California increasingly emphasized water conservation and efficiency over the last 4 decades? Fresh water is a limited and precious resource. Using it wisely is in our best interest, especially after the recent winter storms. It might seem overwhelmingly abundant, but keep in mind that less than 1% of the world's water is available for human use. As shown here, droughts in California really have been catalytic when it comes to big sort of conservation actions. After the short but intense drought in the late 70s, California began regulating fixture efficiencies. In the late 80s, early 90s, the federal government created national standards for fixture efficiencies. Toilets could no longer use any more than 1.6 gallons per flush. And then in California, large suppliers and environmental groups signed a memorandum of understanding agreeing to implement conservation best management practices. The California Urban Water Conservation Council oversaw this for 2 decades. After the 2007 to 2009 drought, the legislature passed SB 7 by 7, directing agencies to reduce their water use by 20%. And then after the 2014 to 2017 drought, California or during that, we set emergency reduction targets for the first time in the state's history. And then we saw the passage of AB 1668 and SB 606, which is what we're here to describe today. And then as we're on the heels of the most current drought, we also saw the development of the administration's water supply strategy in 2022, which we'll also discuss briefly later. Next slide, please. So we can see the effect of California's conservation actions when we look at historic water use. This is a graph from a 2020 Pacific Institute report. Total urban water use is shown by the blue bars. Per capita, that's gallons per capita per day, is shown by the green lines, and drought years are identified by the shaded beige sections. As you can see, urban water use went down during each of the major droughts and then started creeping back up again. This is called rebound, and some people refer to it as the hydrologic cycle. But pay attention to the green line, right? Even though we see some rebound after the 2007 to 2009 drought, statewide per capita has been steadily declining. Next slide, please. So as a state, we really have been experiencing this dramatic shift. Our growing population has not resulted in a proportional increase in water use, and we are becoming much more efficient. We can see some of these trends in our own monthly conservation and production data set. This is picking up where the Pacific Institute graph left off. The numbers don't align perfectly because the Pacific Institute was using numbers from the Department of Water Resources, which included water for energy generation and self-supplied individuals on wells, but I think the story is similar. We can see some of these shifts in water use, right? We see that it went down in 2015 and 2016. We see the effect of those emergency drought conservation regulations. 2017, a wet year, was also the year that the emergency conservation actions were lifted and water use went up. 2018, a hot year, it went up more. 2019, another wet year, we saw it go down again. There's a strong relationship between the weather that we're experiencing and how people are using water in the state. But we are seeing this continued decline in statewide GPCD. At the end of 2022, average per capita water use in California was 130 gallons per person per day. So in short, we are sort of continuing a lot of what we saw on that 40-year time span in the Pacific Institute. Californians are beginning to make conservation a California way of life. Next slide, please. So we're heading in the right direction, and the governor's water supply strategy, which was released last August, has directed us to maintain that momentum. To replace and replenish the water that thirstier soils, vegetation, and the atmosphere will consume under hotter and drier conditions, the strategy identified actions to recycle, desalt, and expand storage water capacity. It also included actions to conserve, specifically identifying that we're to reduce annual water demand by at least 500,000 acre-feet by 2030. Next slide, please. So back in 2018, the California state legislature enacted these two bills, the conservation legislation of 2018, AB 1668 and SB 606. What we're showing here on the left is a picture of a primer document that the Department of Water Resources pulled together, and it describes, this legislation in great detail. It says that these bills established a new foundation for long-term improvements and water conservation and drought planning to adapt to climate change and the resulting longer and more intense droughts in California, and amended existing law to provide and expanded new authorities and requirements to enable permanent changes and actions, improving the state's water future for generations to come. So since 1668 and 606 passed, the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board have been closely coordinating to carry out the legislative directive. DWR was directed to conduct studies and investigations and to provide recommendations to the State Water Board. They provided us with these recommendations in fall of last year. The State Water Board was directed to adopt standards for the efficient use of water, performance measures for commercial, industrial, and institutional water use, variances, and a number of other sort of pieces that we'll be talking about today. So using the adopted standard, each urban retail water supplier in California will annually calculate what's called an urban water use objective and carry out these CII performance measures. Next slide, please. So here we're showing an update to an infographic that was included in that November 2018 primer, shown on the previous slide. The last few years have been very busy, as we can see here. In yellow, you can see the milestones that the department has hit, including the recommendations on water loss reporting for wholesale water suppliers, the report on residential indoor water use, and over 1,300 pages of recommendations to the State Water Board last fall. In blue, we see that the Water Board has already met some of our milestones as well. We adopted the water loss standard. You all adopted the water loss standard late last year. And then we also see sort of all the pieces that are pending. In orange and green, we see the obligations of the legislature and urban retail water suppliers, respectively. Next slide, please. So over the last few years, our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources have done a huge amount of work. In addition to generating the reports enumerated on the previous slide, they have also hosted dozens of public meetings, working group workshops, and stakeholder discussions between the summer of 2018 and the winter of 2021. This extensive outreach effort included 7 different working group workshops with participation ranging from 20 to 45 work group members, these 29 public meetings between 200 and 300 participants. And then there were also these separately scheduled meetings in which they engaged over 175 stakeholders. Next slide, please. So as the department was carrying out their own studies and investigations and engaging with interested parties, the State Water Board staff were also busy. Section 10609.2C of statute directed that when adopting the standards, the board shall consider the policies of this chapter and the proposed efficiency standards effects on local wastewater management, developed and natural parklands, and urban tree health. The standards and potential effects were to be identified by May 30th, 2022. So in December of 2021, our team hosted 2 workshops describing the methods to be used to analyze how the efficiency standards could affect trees and parklands and local wastewater management. Then in May 2022, we hosted a workshop summarizing the results of that analysis and how the residential indoor and outdoor standards might sort of in aggregate affect the wastewater sector. And then in August of 2022, the State Water Board staff hosted a workshop summarizing the results of the analysis to understand the effects of trees, the efficiency standards on trees and parklands. The recordings of these presentations, the slides, and supportive material are all posted on our website. Next slide, please. Okay. Do you have any questions on what I have covered so far? No? All right, so we're about to dive deep into the weeds. So before we do that, we thought it would be helpful to provide some big picture context about urban water use and what will and will not be regulated under different parts of the framework. For most of the suppliers, the urban retail water suppliers in California, most of the water they deliver will be covered by this urban water use objective. So this includes residential indoor use, residential outdoor water use, commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters. You'll hear us repeatedly say CII landscapes with DIMS. This is what we're referring to, and real water losses. In just a minute, Karina Herrera, Chris Martinez, and I will start walking you through the individual components of the urban water use objective. Excluded from the objective are CI&I indoor water use, any CII outdoor water use that is not tied to a DIM, other uses such as firefighting, and apparent water losses. CII water uses other than process or CII process water will not be included in this regulation at all. And after we talk through the components of these of the objectives, Chris Martinez will be walking you through the CII performance measures. Next slide, please. So the urban water use objective is comprised of variances for unique local conditions, standard-based budgets, and a bonus incentive for direct potable recycled water. So our little horse icon here represents all the variances. There are many more besides livestock. You see the four standards that are all part of these standard-based budgets, and then this red check mark for the bonus incentive. We will use these same symbols throughout this presentation. And then when you again add all these things together, you would get the urban water use objective. And it is the objective, not any of the individual components, that urban retail water suppliers will be held to. And to be very clear, this regulation is not affecting or regulating individual homeowners or businesses, right? This is these objectives will be what urban retail water suppliers would be obligated to meet. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, we're showing the formula that would be used to calculate efficient residential indoor water use budget. This one is nice to start with because it's fairly simple, right? We would take the residential indoor standard in gallons per capita per day, multiply it by population, which is the number of people in a supplier's service area, and then multiply that by the number of days in the year. And then you would get the residential indoor budget in gallons per year. And we have an example here on the bottom of the screen using the 2025 standard, which would be 47 gallons per person per day. So again, just want to reiterate that compliance with the indoor standard alone is not required, right? The residential indoor standard is but one piece of the overall objective. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in 2018, statute initially set the residential indoor standard at 55 gallons per capita per day until 2024, 52.5 GPCD from 2025 to 2030, and 50 GPCD from 2030 onward. In 2022, with the signing of SB 1157, statute was amended, lowering the residential standard to what it is now, and that is 47 GPCD starting in 2025 and 42 gallons per capita per day starting in 2030. SB 1157 was based on a joint recommendation from the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board. The recommendation was informed by rigorous studies to accurately measure water usage in the state. These studies showed that residential indoor water use in California, depending on the method that the department used, averaged from 45 to 56 gallons per capita per day using data from 2017 to 2019. Based on all methods, the statewide average was 57 and the statewide median was 48. For about 25% of suppliers, residential indoor use in 2017 to 2019 was 43 gallons per capita per day or less. It's important to keep in mind that residential indoor water use has declined since then and will continue to decline as older and inefficient fixtures and appliances are replaced. And this is a good thing, right? By replacing just one shower head, for example, the average family can save 2,700 gallons of water, the amount of electricity needed to power its home for 11 days, and more than $70 in energy and water costs each year. Next slide, please. So just to orient us, we're now going to focus on real water losses. Next slide, please. So there are so water loss, just I guess background, real water losses is the water that is lost through leaks in distribution systems. The average water supplier in California loses approximately 35 gallons per connection per day through leakage, which translates to total statewide water losses of about 316,000 acre feet, or 103 million gallons on an annual basis. The volumetric real water loss standards will decrease the amount of water lost in California by approximately 90,000 acre feet per year. In addition to having to meet these system-specific standards starting in 2028, urban retail water suppliers will soon begin answering questionnaires related to apparent water loss, breaks, and leaks, and this will provide us with better information on distribution systems, which will be beneficial for any future conservation regulations. So next slide, please. This is the slide showing the formula for how the efficient real water loss budget would be calculated. The supplier would multiply its system-specific standard by the number of days of the years, and depending on the number of units associated with the standard, either the number of service connections or the length of distribution systems. So we see, again, an example here at the bottom of the screen. During this presentation, you'll hear us say multiple times that suppliers will need to meet the overall objective, not each individual budget. The one exception is the budget for water loss, which was set by a separate regulation, and urban retail water suppliers will be obligated to meet their individual system-specific budgets. So I'm going to take a break here and pass the mic to Karina, who will walk you through the two remaining standards, the standard for residential outdoor use and the standard for CII landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters.
Next slide, please. Okay, yeah, so just reorienting, moving on to the residential outdoor use. Next slide. So suppliers would calculate their budget for residential outdoor water use by multiplying the following four components. The first is the residential outdoor standard, which is a landscape efficiency factor applied at the supplier level. This factor adjusts for the water needed to maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across the supplier's service area. Net evapotranspiration is reference evapotranspiration minus effective precipitation. Reference ET is a standard measure of environmental parameters which affect the water use of plants. Reference ET is an estimate of the water needed to maintain a well-watered large field of cool season grass. Effective precipitation is the portion of total precipitation that becomes available for plant growth. For the purposes of this budget and the CII Landscapes with TIMS budget, effective precipitation is modeled using CalCIMTA, a daily soil water balance model, and it's also capped at 25% of total precipitation. A landscape area is measured.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Back to the net ET. In terms of the effective precipitation, did you calculate for, I think you said cool season grass?
Reference ET is based on cool season grass. That is our reference point.
Okay, and then did you account for the time of year of precipitation? In other
So-
words, the needs of the cool season grass, being different depending upon the time of year.
So the model is not connected to the reference ET. It's sort of its own thing, and it's a continuous model that doesn't necessarily account for precise precipitation events, but it's continuously runs through the year. And we can definitely give you a more detailed explanation. Sorry, I'm not as knowledgeable with the
Okay.
model as DWR is.
Sure, that's fine. I guess my question is if this is included as, what's available, does it account for time of year?
It does in that it's an aggregate daily model. If that makes sense.
I think the question you're asking is if there's effective precipitation, let's say that happens in January when there's not a whole lot of evapotranspiration, and that tends to be the wet season. So when we get a lot of precipitation in the winter, do we have an account for, how that actually affects water needs of the plants? And I'm not sure we have the answer. We'll get back to you with that. What I think I did hear, though, was that effective precipitation was capped at 25% of total precipitation. And so it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Karina, but it sounds like we're not assuming 100% of the rainfall essentially goes to the plant need if, in fact, we did cap it at 25.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's an adjustment factor that would account for that. All right,
Oh, yeah, we can get more information on this.
thank you. Board Member Dwyer.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. Just wondering if you could remind me, I know it was DWR who came up with the recommendation on the 25% of effective precipitation. Can you elaborate on that at all, as to why that assumption was made in this calculation?
I was just going to say that it is consistent with MWELA, the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance.
In many cases, the model CalCimitar that the department uses would suggest that effective precipitation is actually more than 25% of precipitation. And so by having that cap, which is something that was negotiated by a number of the folks here in the room, the idea would be to help to ensure that you are not sort of over counting the amount of water, because that was one of the concerns that suppliers had, is that if we didn't cap it, you might be assuming that more of the water, the rain, was effective than actually was. But certainly, what effective precipitation is also has a lot to do with how you're managing your landscape. So different landscapes could handle precipitation more effectively than others based on how much mulch and compost you're using, or whether or not you have rain gardens, right? There are things that you could do to more effectively maintain, that rain on site and make it available for plant growth. So what the department has recommended and what many of the suppliers supported was this 25% cap, but it certainly could be more and certainly could be less at sometimes too, depending on the specific conditions of the site. But in aggregate, that 25% was something that both the Department of Water Resources and a number of the suppliers here as well were comfortable with, and also is consistent with what is done for the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so the next one was the landscape area, which is the measured irrigable irrigated area on residential parcels across a supplier service area. And last is the 0.62, which is a unit conversion factor that gets us to a budget in gallons per year. And at the bottom of the slide is another example budget for residential outdoor use, which would then be added to the supplier's objective. And here the standard in that example is 0.8. Next slide.
I'm sorry, can we go back and pause? Into just the landscape area. So, I know that, that is, just, taking a look at just kind of imagery and looking at kind of estimating what that area is, and that some suppliers, have more detailed information on what that is. And I believe, we've had conversations before of just coming back and looking at that landscape area and being able to adjust and refine that, because that does go into this calculation. And so can you guys tell me, so and my concern, especially those not the more the smaller agencies, or agencies that really just don't have as much resources to really look at this, what would be involved in them being able to refine and develop the data around their landscape, the irrigable area. Do you have more information on that, of what goes into them being able to provide information on this area?
So, sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding the question. Are you asking specifically if suppliers were to go the alternate data route, what that would entail, or? Yeah, I mean, suppliers do have the option of not using the department's arable irrigated area and submitting their own data if it meets sort of the same figure that the department's analysis does. For how they would do it,
At present, we're not being prescriptive about that because the department is taking the first cut for all suppliers at the landscape area data. So at least under the staff proposal, the backstop for providing a supplier providing its own alternative data is data that's of equivalent quality. So I know you're asking about how would they do that. I think we can work with DWR about what the technologies are, but we're not prescribing the technologies. So I think that as new technologies become available, aerial imaging or whatever other information the supplier may have, the current plan would not be to prohibit any of that. But I don't know that we have specific information on what all the technologies or contractors or consultants are and how much it costs for a supplier to provide its own data different than the department. But the current proposal does also build in each update that the department would provide and a number of milestones along the way to ensure that this number isn't set in stone and that it does change as the landscape area changes. So I think currently there are two parts of that. One is that new landscapes that meet MWELO can be brought in because those I think are tracked separately. And then the other is the iterative process of DWR providing updates to this data. So I know that doesn't get quite to your point of if somebody doesn't like DWR's answer and wants to provide a different number, if they think it's wrong. My understanding is that the suppliers can work with DWR as well, but if they want to undertake their own, we want to allow that as long as it's of sufficient quality data. So I think we can work to get you a separate answer that's more specific about the technologies and costs, but I think DWR is the expert, which is why we're letting them take the first cut because they have been working on this for several years and worked on it with suppliers. So we'll definitely get you an answer on that, but I don't know that we have cost estimates.
Just one more point is that over the last few years, the Department of Water Resources was working with individual suppliers to make sure that the landscape area that they provided was, as accurate as suppliers wanted it to be. And so their team, led by Bakala Temesgen, has been, individually adjusting suppliers' service area based on new data that was identified by the department. For example, here in the room, Irvine Ranch Water District worked with the department to include certain parcels that hadn't been identified as residential parcels by the county, and those kinds of fixes were made. We did recently get an update on all the landscape area data from the department, and we saw that for many of the suppliers, their landscape area had changed. So, for example, the department was working really closely with some of the mountain communities to make sure that some of the areas that had sort of been obscured by the forest canopy are now better accounted for. So, for South and North Tahoe, for example, their landscape area, their newer landscape area has just gone up by quite a bit because of that ongoing work with the Department of Water Resources. So suppliers have been working with the department to update that landscape area. The department additionally is seeking funding to more frequently run this kind of analysis. It was a massive undertaking. It was the first time they had done that kind of work and are seeking funding. I mean, ideally, they would like to do it again because, using data from, I think, 2018 and 2020 in infinite to infinity is not a great tool. So in addition to having the sort of alternative data option that suppliers have, and I think Moulton Nagel is also here, Justin Finch could talk about this, but yeah, there are agencies that have these in-house tools that they're using where they have the sophistication to measure it themselves. And then there's also companies out there right now that are providing services based on the same kind of data sets that the Department of Water Resources used. So agencies do have options, but it does cost money to have your own sort of super GIS unit in-house, and it also costs money to have contracts with companies like Eagle Aerial, for example. So it's definitely possible, but it's also true that the department will very likely be running this analysis again, and that there is always this option to use an alternative data set that does a better job of capturing the unique conditions for that for any given supplier.
Yeah, thank you. Understanding that there has to be just kind of a starting point, but then also just want to get a better understanding of just the overall, process and the undertaking. Knowing that it can be done, but what does that look like? And knowing that there are agencies that do have the resources, but it's still them diverting resources to do this undertaking. But then there's going to be others that perhaps just don't. And so I just want to have that better understanding of just the ongoing efforts. And it's just looking at just all of our efforts around data and just the continuous improvement of data. And just making sure that we're being transparent about how we are proceeding in this process. So would definitely like to hear more as you guys gain additional information on this area, and definitely looking forward to the comments later.
All right, and I would just flag that that's an area that I have some concerns as well. So I appreciate you all getting back to us on what all is involved. And I realize you don't have information on cost, but I think it would be helpful for us to find out in-house versus contracting out. And then, of course, stakeholders feel free to comment on that as well. And then with respect to the changes that have occurred with adjustments that DWR has made, I'd like to get some more information on that as well. Adjustments overall, downward, upward, how many agencies, just to get a better flavor for how many agencies and what sort of changes were made.
We can get you that high level summary probably by the end of the week. But yeah, some agencies like Folsom, for example, I think saw a decrease in its overall landscape area. But there are others where we saw, increases of more than 15-20% in some cases. So it is a mixed bag. But yeah, we can get you a sort of higher level summary in the next couple of days.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. So pertinent to the residential outdoor standards, as well as the standards for CI&I landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters, statute sets two requirements. that the long-term standards be for the efficient use of water, and that they incorporate the principles of the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, or MWELO, including provisions such as evapotranspiration adjustment factors, landscape area, maximum applied water allowance, reference ET, and special landscape areas. Next slide. So diving more into some of these principles. Under MWELO, the upper bound of landscape budgets, the maximum applied water allowance, or MAWA, are estimated using evapotranspiration adjustment factors that adjust for plant water needs and irrigation efficiencies. ETAF is calculated as plant factor divided by irrigation efficiency. And the chart on the right shows how different combinations of plant factors and irrigation efficiencies result in different ETAF values, seen as the percentages in the cells. A higher ETAF value, seen as the dark blue cells, is a mix of high water using plants and inefficient irrigation systems. And the opposite would be true for lower ETAF values, seen as the lighter colored cells. Next slide. A plant factor accounts for how much water the plant needs. A low value reflects a low water use. Irrigation efficiencies account for how efficient irrigation systems are at getting the water where it needs to go. A low value reflects an inefficient system. Both plant factors and irrigation efficiencies can be expressed as a range from 0 to 1. And if we're trying to use the least amount of water on a landscape, we can think about combining landscapes with very low plant factors with higher irrigation efficiencies. Next slide. So here we show just a variety of different landscapes and what the ETAFs could be based on what is planted and what irrigation systems are in place. Turf-dominant landscapes tend to have higher ETAF values, both because of how much water is needed by grass and because of the irrigation efficiencies of overhead sprays. Add on to that irrigation systems that aren't properly maintained, or they're set to run for too long, for example, and we could easily be looking at ETAF values that exceed that 1. However, there are various plant combinations and irrigation system combinations that can result in lower ETAF values and, still have beautiful biodiverse landscapes. And here on the slide, we just show a couple of those examples. Next slide. So putting MWELO into a little bit more context, MWELO sets the evapotranspiration adjustment factor for new and rehabilitated landscapes. It's a design standard for individual parcels and applies to planting areas, turf areas, and water features in a landscape. The budget considers various water sources, including water delivered by a supplier, captured rainwater, gray water, etc. Some suppliers with budget-based rates use MWELO principles to structure their water rate tiers. Here, the efficiency factor is again applied at the individual parcel. It's meant for water delivered by suppliers and applies to irrigated area. For the new framework, the outdoor standard is a landscape efficiency factor that is applied at the supplier's service area. And it is for water delivered by suppliers and applies to irrigable lands. Next slide. So statute outlines that the outdoor standards shall apply to irrigable lands. And for this, the department measured and classified suppliers' residential areas using county assessor parcel classifications, aerial imagery, remote sensing, and advanced machine learning techniques. They classified residential areas as irrigable irrigated, irrigable not irrigated, and not irrigable. Irrigable irrigated area includes areas with healthy vegetation, some unhealthy vegetation, and other non-vegetative features such as mulch or other immovable objects. Irrigable not irrigated area includes areas that appear water stressed and are presumed to have been previously maintained or intended to be irrigated in the future. And not irrigable includes areas with native or undeveloped lands and impervious solid or compact materials. Next slide. So very briefly, going over some of the methods that informed DWR's recommendations. Their analysis can be separated into two broad categories, a theoretical horticultural approach and an empirical approach. For the theoretical approach, the department was able to categorize land cover for 168 suppliers as either canopied or non-canopied. It estimated that on average, 75% of irrigable irrigated area is canopied, which means the vegetation casts a shadow, and that 25% is non-canopied. Average plant factor for canopied area was assumed to be 0.58, which is an unweighted average of plant factors for annual flowers, woody plants, and herbaceous perennials in wet and dry climates, and desert plants. For non-canopied area, the assumed plant factor was 0.7, which is an unweighted average of cool season and warm season turf plant factors. And the irrigation efficiency was assumed to be 0.8, which is an unweighted average of drip and overhead spray irrigation efficiencies. It's important to note that we don't have data that shows how much of what type of plants and what irrigation systems are found on residential parcels throughout the state. And so we don't actually know what the statewide average plant factor is or what the statewide average irrigation efficiency is. And so thus the approach of using these unweighted averages. But using this approach, the resulting ETF is 0.76. The second method, the empirical approach, DWR calculated unique ETF values for 249 suppliers. This was based on results from the residential indoor study in combination with water delivery data from the electronic annual report for 2017 through 2019 to estimate outdoor water use, landscape area measured by the department, irrigable irrigated and irrigable not irrigated, and reference ET and effective precipitation data using CIMMYS and the model CalCIMMYTA. And this approach resulted in a statewide ETF of 0.63. Next slide. And so just going a little bit more into that empirical approach, there were 3 iterations of this approach, looking at both irrigable irrigated and irrigable irrigated plus a 20% buffer of irrigable not irrigated area. Using just II, statewide ETF ranged from 0.62 to 0.74. And with the addition of the 20% irrigable not irrigated area, statewide ETF ranged from 0.6 to 0.66 for an average of 0.63. Next slide.
Can we go back for a moment? So the comparison between landscape area with and without the buffer. So you've got the in light gray, 0.74, 0.62, 0.70 compared to these other areas and that's where the 20% buffer is applied.
Yes.
So the idea there was to address the issue that we talked about earlier with respect to whether or not the landscape area calculations were correct. What was the point behind the buffer?
I don't think any of us can describe well the way that the department arrived at the 20%. We had a number of statisticians looking at it. James and Eric, Karina Marielle Rodero and our team were all looking at the way that the department landed on that 20%. We're frankly not completely, I guess, convinced of the merit of the approach that they used to get to that 20%. But the department is, they felt that a 20% buffer was reasonable based on the analysis they did looking at a number of different suppliers. We can arrange to bring in the department's Bakela Temezgen to describe how they arrived at that 20% for you, if you like, Vice Chair Diamono. But it was a very statistics heavy sort of model that they developed that is very abstract. I found as a not math person, but we can certainly arrange for the department to provide greater detail for you on how exactly they landed on that 20% recommendation.
And I just wanted to add, and I may be not completely correct on this, but my understanding was that the buffer was not intended to encompass or be slop for miscalculations. It was intended to address the possibility that lands would be added within a given year to new irrigation. So instead of being currently irrigated, this not irrigated but could become irrigated during a time span, I think generally the 1 year, because there will be recalculations each year. My understanding, and it may not be entirely correct, I defer to DWR on this, is that it was more for that purpose than to be slop for miscalculations.
So I'd just like to make a couple comments here. I actually have a slightly different understanding, and I did look at the statistical analysis when it came in. It was quite a while ago, so I don't have it all at my fingertips anymore. But what I gathered from DWR's analysis was that they believe that when they did their mapping, that approximately 20% of the area that they had mapped as irrigated, not irrigated, was actually being irrigated or was being irrigated at one point and should actually be included. And that's why they wanted to include this buffer. It was based on a statistical analysis of the suppliers for which they had usable data for. And so I think for some suppliers, it's going to be lower. For some, it's going to be higher. In actuality, I think from the staff perspective, and I think we'll talk about this later in the presentation, what we're saying is if there's an area that's actually being irrigated, that's mapped as not irrigated, of course, they should get credit for it. But rather than giving a blanket 20% buffer, we think that should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, that's helpful. Did you have a question?
Yeah, that's a helpful clarification. And do we have that data? I mean, do suppliers have that information about the areas where they have irrigable, non-irrigated data? Because it sounds like the mapping data, as we've seen from systems that have remapped and have more detailed mapping, learn a lot more and a lot more precision about what areas are actually irrigated or irrigable, non-irrigated, and what have you. So will systems have those tools and that information to help identify those areas where there are differences?
I think all the systems will be different in terms of the tools they have. So at this point, I think DWR could provide a better answer and we can work with them to get you that. But that is why the default assumption is that DWR would do the mapping for all the suppliers and they wouldn't have to pay for that. And then any of the suppliers that wanted to, this goes to Board Member Morgan's comment, they would have the option, and that could come at some cost, to provide their own data. However, I believe it's a process that any supplier can work with department on to improve the quality of that data that DWR is providing if possible, and that's already been happening.
But to answer your question directly, sorry, is that yes, they do have, each supplier has their, irrigable, irrigated area, their irrigable, not irrigated area, and their not irrigated area. So that those are values that each supplier does have. The department did provide those to
So
them.
they have the gross area. They know what those total numbers are. Do they have a map that shows where those areas are
They have
that was
both.
identified?
Yeah.
They do. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Available to the suppliers.
Yes, the
Okay.
department provided all of those things. We at the State Water Board only have the total. So the data that was provided to all of us was just the aggregate values of II, INI, NI, and then now we also have the acreage associated with horse corrals, residential agricultural area, swimming pools,
Undeveloped mass.
and the undeveloped mass clear. So, but again, only in aggregate for each supplier, whereas the suppliers have the sort of discrete data.
And I thank you for that. That's helpful. And of course, there's lots of assumptions that go into all of this. And so when you make assumptions and then you take averages and you do a statistical analysis, it can have major swings one way or the other. And so just since the slide is up and I realize that a lot of what you're sharing is work that DWR did and recommendations they provided, but I feel like I need, because of this table and sort of the way it's constructed, I feel like I have to ask. And the chart shows quite a range of estimated ETF factors. From 0.07, which is remarkably low, to 1.2 on the other end of the spectrum. But for the systems where data was used, those, it looks like that was trimmed. So the ETF factors above 1, I believe, were taken out. Can you, again, some of this is refreshing memory as to why that was done, but do you recall, why DWR used that approach to reduce the data set to estimate the statewide averages?
I think in general, the approach that the department took with the residential outdoor analysis, as well as the residential indoor analysis, was that any one method might not give us the answer, right? I mean, it might work for some suppliers, but might not work well for other suppliers. And so the idea would be by looking at all these different methods, we would have maybe a better sense of where it might be. But yes, I mean, we're looking at over, I think, just about 400 different suppliers across many different parts of the state. And that's one of the reasons we thought it would be useful to present this information as a histogram, right? So we can see, where all the different agencies are falling along this line. And yeah, very likely there are sort of errors on either side, but that as you get like toward the middle, you're probably, seeing fairly accurate data. But the department's sort of preference has been to work with multiple different methods, to do an incredible amount of QA/QC work for each one of those methods, to then arrive at what they think is a reasonable representation of trends we are seeing both statewide and for each of the suppliers. And again, this is very, very similar to the approach that was done for the residential, indoor use study, using multiple methods to land on what, is our, best guesstimate of where we were with residential indoor use 2017 to 2019. This similarly is sort of our best guesstimate of where we were with residential outdoor use based on 2018 imagery and water use data from 2017, 2018, and 2019. So this is a snapshot in time.
Okay. Board Member Firestone, did you have a question? I thought I saw you. Okay. Proceed.
Okay, on to our staff proposal. So the staff proposal for the residential outdoor standard is that existing landscapes at the standard be 0.8 starting in 2020, then starting in 2030, that the standard be 0.63, and in 2035 and thereafter that the standard be 0.55. For any of these time steps, suppliers may request an irrigable not irrigated buffer that is up to 20% of their irrigable not irrigated area. Residential special landscape areas would have a standard of 1.0, and landscapes associated with new construction would have a standard of 0.55. and more on SLAs in a bit. Next slide. The staff proposal differs from the department's recommendations in the following. Staff proposed that suppliers would be able to use up to 20% of their I&I area rather than making the 20% automatically included in the budget. An additional time step was added. Standard is to be 0.55 starting in 2035. And the staff proposal also includes residential special landscape areas. Next slide. So residential special landscape areas include areas dedicated to growing edible plants and areas irrigated with recycled water, excluding non-functional turf. The department's recommendation was that if suppliers wanted to include residential landscape areas as SLAs using a standard of 1.0, that they be part of the budget for CI&I landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters. Next slide. Okay, moving on to the fourth and the last of the standard-based budgets is water use in connection with commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters. Next slide. So staff proposal is that the standard for CI&I landscapes with DIMS, that for existing landscapes, the standard be 0.8 from 2020 through the end of 2029, then starting in 2030, that the standard be 0.63, and then in 2035 and thereafter, that the standard be 0.45. The standard would only apply to irrigable irrigated area, and special landscape areas would have a standard of 1.0, and landscapes associated with new construction would have a standard of 0.45. Next slide. The staff proposal differs from DWR's recommendations in the following two ways. An additional time step was added. Starting in 2035, the standard is to be 0.45. And the staff proposal categorizes additional landscapes as special landscape areas. And we can go into that in the next slide. Okay. So the department recommended that recreational areas dedicated solely to growing edible plants, areas irrigated with recycled water, bioengineered slopes, supplemental water for ponds and lakes, including but not limited to sustaining wildlife, recreation, or other public benefit, and public swimming pools being included as special landscape areas. The staff proposal matches up with this, except for that we exclude non-functional turf from areas irrigated with recycled water. Additionally, the department recommended that cemeteries built before 2015, existing plant collections, botanical gardens, and arboretums, registered local, state, or federal historic sites, mine land reclamation projects without permanent irrigation systems, and ecological projects without permanent irrigation systems be excluded from the objective. The staff proposal includes cemeteries and existing plant collections, botanical gardens, and arboretums as special landscape areas. For registered historic sites, the staff proposal does not include them as special landscape areas, nor does it exclude them from the objective. So if they were to have a dedicated irrigation meter, they would fall under the dedicated irrigation meter standard. For mine land reclamation projects and ecological projects, the staff proposal does not include them as special landscape areas, nor does it exclude them from the objectives. However, the staff proposal does include special provisions for them that Charlotte will cover later on in the presentation. And next slide, and that is it for me.
Right. So before pivoting to another component of the urban water use objective, we wanted to briefly speak about the small and informal meetings that we held over the last 2 months. Because it can be hard to connect during workshops like these, we wanted to bring together a diverse group of organizations to talk about the framework and specifically about the outdoor standards. In addition to water suppliers and some of the environmental groups that have been actively engaging NRDC, the Pacific Institute, we heard from unusual suspects. We invited native plant groups like Theodore Payne Foundation, pollinator advocates like SWRCB, watershed organizations like Coastkeeper, EJ advocates like the Watts Labor Action, Community Action, urban greening organizations like Tree People and Daily Acts, and industry associations like the Compost Coalition. We got these groups together to ask big questions like, how might your work contribute to water agencies achieving their objectives and carrying out the performance measures? How can we increase the likelihood of this effort saving water as well as advancing other important goals? Next slide, please. One of the questions we posed to attendees was about the opportunities and benefits of water conservation. Other than saving water, what does conservation do? We talked about how the new conservation framework, when coupled with the really critical programs of urban retail water suppliers, will drive landscape transformation. And that presents opportunities to invest in landscapes in a way that benefits communities in several ways. We heard about how water conservation helps to keep our waters safe, healthy, and clean. From a water quality perspective, it does double duty, right? More efficiently irrigated landscapes reduce urban drool or dry weather runoff. Even under some of our regional MS4 permits, over-irrigation water is explicitly considered a source of pollutants. Climate-ready landscapes not only require less water, right, but do a better job of slowing, spreading, and sinking rainwater during storm events, helping to curb wet weather runoff. By cultivating lower water using native plants, we can create habitat for pollinators. By prioritizing water for trees, we can help to keep our neighborhoods shaded and cool. Those concerned about affordability observe that conservation mitigates rate increases and can lead to more equitable rates. Most, but not all, conservation measures do remain the cheapest source of new supply. Lastly, folks pointed out that water conservation saves energy and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. During the last drought, water conservation did save more energy than all of the energy efficiency programs run by the state's largest IOUs. So we recognize that the staff proposal might worry some of the urban retail water suppliers, but we also want to recognize that they're not alone in this. There are a lot of smart, hardworking people working for organizations focused on landscape transformation, not only because it saves water, but because it realizes a lot of goals that we might think of as ancillary. So our ancillary is their reason for being, right? And so there are lots of opportunities to, I think, develop these partnerships. And we heard both from the community-based organizations that met with us and from the suppliers that participated in these workshops, as well as that cultivating these kinds of partnerships would be really helpful for them. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, our orientation slide here. We are now turning to the horse. We're talking about variances. Next slide, please. So first, thank you to Irvine Ranch and Rainbow Water District, whose websites I scoured for these two pictures. So what did statute require for variances? It sort of said that this proposed regulation would establish these variances for unique uses of water that have a material effect. That material effect would be sort of identified through what's called the threshold of significance, and that suppliers would follow a process to request these variances. The variance for residential agricultural areas would make a big difference for communities such as Manteca, Lathrop, Stockton, where the estimated residential agricultural area is more than twice of the irrigated area that was provided to them by the Department of Water Resources. Statute also explicitly directed that the standards include provisions for swimming pools, spas, and other water features. A provision for pools would make a big difference for a water supplier such as the 29 Palms Water District, where pool area makes up an estimated 15% of irrigated area. Next slide, please. For the most part, the State Water Board staff proposal aligns with the department's recommendations. For certain variances, we're proposing slightly different methods than those recommended by the department. For example, for horses and other livestock, we're recommending, referencing existing code. For water used in response to a state or local emergency, sort of referencing, 2 sections of government code rather than just one. For water used to irrigate residential agricultural landscapes, we're, hoping to make the Office of Administrative Law much happier by referencing specific sources of data that would be used for calculating, the various pieces of the formula that would be needed to calculate the budgets. Next slide, please. So again, statute not only directed that we identify the variances themselves, but the thresholds of significance. For most of the variances, that threshold is 5%. So this means that to be eligible for a variance, suppliers would have to demonstrate that the water use that's associated with the unique use, for example, horses and other livestock, it would have to be equal to more than 5% of the standard-based budgets. Next slide, please. There are, of course, exceptions. Because the variance for water needed to supplement ponds to sustain lakes and wildlife is specifically for complying with regulatory obligations, the threshold of significance is 0. For fluctuations in seasonal population and for water used to irrigate residential agricultural landscapes, there's a pathway for a lower threshold of significance. So suppliers would basically have to use better quality data. For seasonal population variance, it's basically AMI data. For the residential ag variance, it would be crop-specific data. Next slide, please.
Actually, can I ask you just again to clarify if you could back up
Yep.
to that? So the 5% threshold, that was DWR's recommendation,
Yes.
correct? And not in statute in any way. So just trying to understand again, so if you have a water system that has a number of these issues or variances, right? So they have some evaporative coolers, but maybe not adding up, say 4%, right? And then they have some of these other categories, ponds and, emergencies, right? And collectively, those all add up to, I don't know, some number greater than 5%, let's say 10%. They still, because each of those individual categories wouldn't exceed the 5% threshold, they wouldn't be eligible for any variance for any of those categories. Am I understanding?
Yeah, that is
the way this is
the
proposed?
recommendation from the department and one that we are proposing to follow as well. But you raise a good point.
Yeah, thank you. That's an area we don't have to continue on this thread now, but it's one I'll likely circle back to later in the discussions. Thanks.
Okay, so unlike the department, the State Water Board staff are proposing to include a provision for pools and spas, which again was specifically sort of directed to be done by statute. We're also proposing provisions for urban tree health and landscapes that would require temporary irrigation. So all the provisions under the State Water Board staff recommendation would be for a limited period of time. So for example, 3 years of a higher landscape efficiency factor to establish climate-ready trees. So with that, I think we're almost done with the objective section of the presentation, and we can hand it off to Chris Martinez to talk about the bonus incentive.
Sorry, one more follow-up question, because I'm thinking about percentages a lot. So would these have the same 5% threshold
No,
value?
thank you for clarifying. For these, we are not we're not proposing a threshold that, that this would be documented by suppliers and that they would get that temporary provision.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Charlotte. Next slide. There we go. So now we're going to move on to the bonus incentive. This is the final component of the urban water use objective. Urban retail water suppliers that deliver water from a groundwater basin, a reservoir, or other source that is augmented by potable reuse water will be eligible for a bonus incentive. With the bonus incentive, eligible suppliers will be able to adjust their urban water use objective based on the volume of potable reuse water delivered to residential customers and landscape areas with dedicated irrigation meters in connection with CI&I water use. Next slide. The bonus incentive is not to exceed 15% of an urban retail water supplier's water use objective for any potable reuse water produced at an existing facility. All other facilities may qualify up to 10% of their water use objective. So what is an existing facility? An existing facility is defined as having completed an environmental review on or before January 2019, is operational on or before January 1st, 2022, and uses microfiltration and reverse osmosis technologies to produce potable reuse water. Next slide. In fall 2022, the department provided the recommended calculation methodology for indirect potable reuse through groundwater augmentation and surface water reservoir augmentation. The Water Boards is in agreement with the department's methodology and only differs in a single aspect that I'll highlight shortly. The pictograph shows the qualified volume of water for the bonus incentive and how it could be calculated. It is the sum of the volume of potable water delivered to residential customers, the volume of potable water delivered to dedicated irrigation meters connected to CI&I landscapes. That sum is then divided by the total volume of potable water of all sources entering a water supplier's distribution system. This is multiplied by the individual urban retail water supplier's potable reuse. The bonus incentive may not exceed the respective cap of an urban retail water supplier's water use objective. In order to calculate an individual urban retail water supplier's potable reuse, several factors need to be considered. Next slide. Supplier's potable reuse is calculated by multiplying the loss factor for recharge and recovery by losses that can include but are not limited to losses to the ocean or other groundwater basins. And it's multiplied by the annual recharge. The product is then divided by the total basin production and is then multiplied by the individual supplier's groundwater basin production. The recharge component of this equation is where we differ. The department recommended a 5-year average be used, whereas the Water Board staff are proposing that only actual annual recharge volume be used in this calculation. Next slide. So now the bonus incentive was the final component of the urban water use objective. We're now going to pivot to the quarter pie slice, and that includes water uses excluded from the objective. Next slide. Demands excluded from the objective include other uses, parent water losses, and CI&I indoor and CI&I outdoor water use not connected to a dedicated irrigation meter. CI&I indoor use and CI&I landscapes without DIMS are subjected to performance measures. Performance measures are actions to be taken by an urban retail water supplier that will result in increased water use efficiency by CI&I water users. They do not apply to processed water. The 2018 water conservation legislation directed the state water boards to adopt performance measures for CI&I water use, And those performance measures include a CI&I water use classification system, a threshold for installing dedicated irrigation meters or employing in-lieu technologies, and best management practices for CI&I customers above a certain size, volume, or threshold. These best management practices may include, but are not limited to, educating CI&I water users, conducting water use audits. Next slide, please. The 2018 water conservation legislation directed that appropriate performance measures for CI&I water use to be consistent with the October 21st, 2013 report to the legislature by the Commercial, Industrial, and Institutional Task Force entitled Water Use Best Management Practices. Also, that they include, and that they would also include the technical and financial feasibility recommendations provided in that report, and shall support the economic productivity of California's commercial, industrial, and institutional sectors. Next slide. Our first performance measure is a CI&I water use classification system for California that will address significant uses of water. The State Water Board staff proposed that classification system be based on the broad categories used by the US EPA's Energy Star Portfolio Manager tool. The EPA Portfolio Manager tool is a no-cost interactive resource management tool that allows you to securely track and assess energy and water consumption. The Energy Star Portfolio Manager consists of 18 broad categories, aligns with the CEC benchmarking program, and is already in use in cities such as LA, San Jose, and Brisbane. Next slide. So here we highlight some of the similarities between the Energy Star Portfolio Manager and the DWR recommended categories. As you can see, many of the categories are identical, and while others are synonymous, such as sales and retail. Next slide. Here we highlight some of the differences. The department recommends additional categories that are not part of the Energy Star Portfolio Manager, such as laundries and large CI&I landscapes. The State Water Board staff agrees with including CI&I laundries, large CI&I landscapes, and water recreation as primary categories. Additionally, staff proposed that suppliers would be able to identify in the Energy Star Portfolio Manager system property types for every customer that operates a swimming pool or a car wash, and those activities account for the majority of that customer's water use. For example, a gas station with a car wash, or an automobile dealership with a car wash, a gym with a swimming pool. Next slide. Our next performance measure would set a minimum size threshold for converting mixed-use CI&I meters to dedicated irrigation meters, and includes recommendations for technologies that can be used in lieu of requiring dedicated irrigation meters. Water Board staff proposed that the threshold be a volumetric threshold. Therefore, CI&I landscapes using more than 500,000 gallons annually would qualify for conversion or for in-lieu technologies. Next slide. Here we compare the staff proposal to the department's recommendation. Staff agree with the department's recommendation of in-lieu technologies and propose only a few additions. One, green infrastructure BMPs to control wet weather and offset irrigation, and the additional implementation of in-lieu technologies to ensure increased water use efficiency by commercial and industrial and institutional water users. Staff diverged from the department's recommendation on the area threshold. Next slide. So why did staff choose a volumetric threshold over an area threshold? According to our parcel analyzing tool, by using a volumetric threshold, fewer parcels would be impacted, resulting in greater statewide savings and lower statewide costs. Additionally, when we look at the parcels impacted via region, on both the area and the volumetric threshold, there is no significant difference in regional impacts. Next slide. Our last performance measure would set CI&I water use best management practices, which may include but are not limited to water audits and water management plans for those CI&I customers that exceed the recommended size, volume of water use, or other threshold. Next slide. The department recommended CI&I BMP categories that include outreach, technical assistance and education, incentive, landscape, collaboration and coordination, and operational BMPs. Board staff agree with the recommended CI&I BMPs and recommend the following measures to be included as part of the large landscape BMP. 1, prioritizing water for trees. 2, green infrastructure BMPs to control wet weather and offset irrigation. The department also recommended 2 additional standard thresholds that the board staff agree with minor changes. CI&I water users whose individual total water use volume is in the top 2.5% of all CI&I water users in their service area, and CI&I water users within their CI&I water use classification in the top 20% would also qualify for BMPs. Board staff also proposed the disclosable building threshold. Before moving on to the disclosable building threshold, the minor change to both of the standard thresholds that DWR recommended was an increase in the investment into the BMP category, whereas the 20% would require 1 BMP per category be required. The 2.5% threshold, CI&I users exceeding that threshold would be required to do 2 BMPs per category. Next slide. So this disclosable building threshold, as defined by the CEC, is for all CI&I buildings exceeding 50,000 square foot in their service area. Suppliers would need to identify these building owners and their service area, begin collecting 12 months of water use, and provide building owners with water use data in a format compatible with Energy Star Portfolio Manager. The water data could be used in a number of ways. First and foremost, tracking water could help building managers better understand their water use and implement efficiency measures. For municipalities, the state of California, getting water use data could help develop benchmarks, that is, business and industry-specific indicators that can be used to evaluate whether or not a particular building is using water efficiently. Those benchmarks can be used by utilities to target outreach efforts. I mean, this is how it's done in the energy sector. Los Angeles, San Jose, and Brisbane all have ordinances in place that require water and energy reporting for disclosable buildings. There are also states that require buildings 25,000 square feet and larger to report energy and water use, including Washington, D.C., New York, and New Jersey. Next slide.
I have a question on that. Do you have information on cost?
Yes, we do. And we can share that with you. We don't have it on our fingertips right now, but yeah, we talked to our colleagues at the California Energy Commission to get a sense of what the cost was to start up the energy side, of their benchmarking program. And so we can assume similar costs might be incurred by suppliers and sort of developing the tools that they would need to provide their customers that meet the disclosable building definition with the water use data that's in a format with Energy Star Portfolio Manager. So yeah, we can share that with you.
And I will add, I believe we included that in the economic analysis as well.
Thanks.
All right. Would you like us to keep powering through?
I'll just check. How's everyone feeling? Take a break or power through? Power through. Okay, let's
Okay.
keep going.
Aye,
I think we're on a little bit of a roll at this point.
aye. Okay. All right. So before we sort of begin this sort of final part of the presentation, thank you everyone for bearing with us. We wanted to just remind everyone that we have developed a tool. We are calling it the Water Use Objective Exploration Tool. We created it to help all parties that are interested in the implementation of AB 1660 and SB 606 explore how these forthcoming efficiency standards may affect urban water use. And so when users adjust the various parameters, the tool shows possible future scenarios and compares those to recent water use trends and also the 2020 efficiency targets that were established by SBX 7x7. So just a plug for this tool. It's something that folks can use on, and we are just about done with the QA/QC effort to finally add the 2020 and 2021 water use data. So that should be in there soon. All right, next slide. So here, we are showing historic water use in million acre feet, and we're also projecting future water use. The solid blue line shows water use between 2000 and 2022. The dashed blue line is showing what we're calling the future baseline, which is basically business as usual conservation. It reflects what we expect would happen in California absent the proposed regulation. We describe all the assumptions that were used to calculate this future baseline in our standardized regulatory impact analysis, which has been submitted to the Department of Finance and is now available online. The dashed green line shows what the savings would be with the State Water Board proposal in 2030 and in 2035. The yellow dot is showing that the State Water Board proposal would, without accounting for variances, reach the goal of reducing water use by 500,000 acre feet by 2030. Specifically, the State Water Board staff proposal could save as much as 510,000 acre feet annually relative to the 2022 baseline. In contrast, the department's proposal could save as much as 440,000 acre feet relative to the 2022 baseline. Okay, next slide. So to
Go back, sorry,
Sure,
I have a
sure.
couple of questions on that.
Yeah.
I realize that we can go into the regulatory impact analysis, but could you give us just a high level on the assumptions used on the trend line?
Yeah. So for the dash blue line, we basically created a fixture turnover model to project per capita declines in indoor water use. So this is pretty standard operating procedures. A lot of suppliers do this. The Department of Water Resources has done it. So let's look at what we understand about the housing stock that's out there, and what we're expecting in terms of this replacement of inefficient fixtures and appliances. So that was part of it. The other part of it is that we looked at what we are calling the net adaptation effect. And so this both includes the kind of turf removal that takes place during drought and non-drought years. And that was meant to sort of similarly model, the sort of passive conservation in the outdoor sector, which, there hasn't been as much sort of standard ways of projecting what those outdoor declines would be. I can go into greater detail. In case you guys were wondering, I did print out the Sharia, but we could also spare folks. So.
Right, and then the other question that I had was related to the savings, the 500,000 acre feet of savings. The comparison between the staff proposal and Department of Water Resources. Could you go over that again?
Yeah. We estimate, and again, this is not accounting for variances. So this is really, in many ways, our, I guess, a best case scenario in terms of savings, because we expect that once suppliers were to avail themselves of the variances, that these total statewide savings would decline. So that sort of aside, the estimate that is that the State Water Board proposal could save as much as 510,000 acre feet, and that the DWR proposal could save as much as 440,000 acre feet.
And does the 440 come from calculations prepared by the Department of Water Resources?
The 440, I forget exactly what their estimate was. One of the differences between our analytical approach and the department's analytical approach is that the department based savings on 17, 18, and 19 use. So they assumed that those trends would hold through time, and they sort of subtracted savings, from that. And I forget exactly what their number was. I think it was closer to 500,000 acre feet, maybe 480, 490. Dr. Odero, if you're watching, if you could text me the answer, that would be great.
Yeah, maybe if you could, by the end of the day, get back to us on the department's estimate.
Yeah, but one of the things that the department didn't do right is take into consideration that we are going to continue to see conservation here in California, regardless of what happens with this regulation, nor did they take into consider population growth. Right, so that I think are some of the limitations. I think there's strengths to both approaches, and we can think of them as sort of bookends. And the truth probably is somewhere in the middle. But this is an analysis that attempted to do a better job of accounting for, what we are expecting in the future, both in terms of population growth and in terms of continued savings because of passive conservation.
Sure. I just don't want to discount what the department came up with, so it'd be great to get that.
Yeah,
All right.
we will get that to you. We did try very hard to create an apples to apples comparison here by running their assumptions through the same modeling process that we used.
Okay. Board Member
Okay.
McGuire.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for having this chart, because I think it's really important to show what's being projected for the future. And to the extent there's policy decisions to be made here, I think this is just an important data point to look at. And so part of that is, what is the baseline? What is our starting point? And I think what you said was that the baseline, as you projected here for the 510,000 acre foot savings, is 2022.
Yeah, we used the year that the water supply strategy was released. Yeah, so we assumed that to be the baseline.
Okay, and then the DWR version that you shared, the 440,000 acre foot, is that the same 2022?
No, their baseline would have been the average of 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's an area where it's, a little bit hard to compare than, what DWR might, their recommendations would achieve versus what the staff proposal would achieve when we're talking about different baselines, different starting points. And just pointing out that I completely acknowledge that the water supply strategy came out in 2022, and it does have this goal embedded in those recommendations. But that is also 2022. There's a reason for that, because of the drought year. And, folks were saving, we're making progress towards meeting the governor's, voluntary ask of 15% conservation statewide. So it does get tricky when you're looking at a historical record and trying to figure out where do you start from. So I'm not here to opine as to the answer to that question, more to point out that there's, different lenses that you can look at this through. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think all of us do. As I was saying earlier, I think these are very useful as bookends, and I think really calls attention to just how valuable this regulation could be, because we're moving away from sort of, percent reductions or volumetric goals and really focusing on what is efficient, right? And I think that's one of the great advantages of this approach that we're laying out here today.
And in response to the Vice Chair's question, according to the department's website, they indicate that the outdoor water use recommendations combined with the indoor would save 450,000 acre feet starting in 2030. So I think our assessment was 440, and it's fairly close there.
Thank you. All right, Board Member Firestone.
Oh, but just to clarify on that line of discussion, just the high level implications though are that we may actually not be saving as much as we estimate here, because this is really a best case scenario. And so especially then if we look at DWR's estimates going from 2018 or from a different baseline, obviously then looking at today, if you compare that to 2022, that would be, if their estimate is from 2018, that's even less of a savings. So in other words, if we're trying to meet, if we're trying to follow the water supply strategy and achieve 500,000 acre feet, that if we are following DWR's recommendations, it would be even less, and we're trying to than what we're estimating here, and that doesn't even include all of the variances, right? That's sort of the bottom line.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think that would potentially bring that number down. And Ms. Ely, I mean, do we have an estimate of the variances or the bonus incentives and kind of a quantification, rough bookends of, what that might
We have done,
include?
I think, the best that we can with incorporating the bonus incentive, using a lot of the data that the suppliers here have reported to us and to the department through urban water management plans, and to us through the VAR, the volumetric annual reporting. So I think we've got the bonus incentives pretty well captured, but the variances are tricky because, as I was mentioning earlier, we just a month ago now received the data from the Department of Water Resources that included some of the information for two of the variances, horse corrals and residential agricultural areas, right? And then we also have pool square footage now. So we could take those into consideration, although was just discussing this a few days ago with Dr. Mariel Rodero on our team, who has pointed out that in order for us to integrate this into our analyses, we would really need to rebuild a lot of the models that we've been using, which we're committed to. It just hasn't happened yet because it is a fairly big lift, but we will be integrating that into the analysis. So by the time we begin the regular rulemaking process, we'll be able to at least get a sense of, okay, well, for some of these agencies that we do have the data for, like how big of a difference might it make? I shared when talking about the proposals, I talked about 29 Palms and how 15% of their irrigated area is pools, right? I also mentioned, I think, Modesto, Lathrop, and one other Manteca, Lathrop, and Stockton, where it looks like estimated residential agricultural area is more than twice that of irrigated area. So there are some of these agencies where it is going to make a huge difference. But we haven't, and for some it might not make much at all, right? So, but we do have some of that data now. We will be able to eventually incorporate it into our analysis. It's just been, anyway, we're a small team, we're a small but mighty team, but there's only so much that we can have been able to do to date.
I ask one additional clarifying question. If I recall correctly, the DWR estimate, the 430, did not include CII in it.
Right, and Eric clarified this earlier, and thank you, Eric, for backing me up. These estimates right now are only based on the residential standards. So we're only able to take into consideration what the impact would be of the residential indoor standard, and this green line here is showing specifically the staff proposed residential outdoor standards. So on the flip side, you're right, Board Member Morgan, we're not accounting for variances, but nor are we accounting for the savings that would be associated with the CII landscapes with DIMS.
Okay, so just want to make sure that we.
Yeah, no, thank you
Make
for,
sure that,
thanks for keeping
I
me honest.
knew
Yeah. No.
the, full picture of what was being included in these savings. And so there's another component that would
Yep.
add on
Thank you.
here.
Thank you.
And just to add one more component, just to clarify, water loss.
That's what I was going to ask.
Is water loss included in this?
Water
chart?
loss is, we're assuming real water losses remain constant because we were having difficulty sort of integrating again at this time. They don't come into effect until 2028, one, and two, how exactly suppliers, what each of their water loss budgets will look like at this time is not entirely clear to us. I think we'll have a better sense of that starting in 2028. So we could sort of revise these analyses to take water loss into consideration, though it's such a small, both water loss and actually CI landscapes with DIMS are relatively small fractions. So I don't expect that those would move the savings down much more. But
I would add that because water loss, because you adopted the water loss regulation in late last year, that is included here as part of our baseline without regulation scenario, because that was at the time, current law. So it is accounted for here. But like Charlotte is saying, we're not projecting that the savings from water loss are going to move over time. We're assuming, I think, a steady state value.
Well, I'll just say that I think that all this is helpful going forward, trying to provide some context and hopefully some additional information to get a better a picture of what it would look like, because I think the water supply strategy doesn't speak to any one specific component. And for me personally, the water supply strategy is really important, but I do not feel obligated to back into it. I think it's important to do an analysis of what is, how far we can push efficiency just as much as we can, but at the same time, taking into account what is feasible. So I guess stay tuned for further updates on this. All right, so back to the slides. Okay.
Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. So where was I? Okay, so providing context. Okay, so to contextualize the State Water Board's proposal, we wanted to reference studies that have looked at conservation potential in California. In April of last year, the Pacific Institute provided an update to its untapped potential of California's urban water supply. They estimated that urban water use efficiency improvements could reduce statewide urban water use by 2 to 3.1 million acre feet per year. And so this would be a reduction of 30 and 48% respectively. So in contrast, the State Water Board staff proposal would reduce urban water use by 15% in 2035. Next slide, please. So let's take a minute to look at the savings associated with meeting just the objectives in 2035. In this table, we've grouped suppliers into different savings categories. The board's analysis of economic and fiscal effects of the proposed regulation is reflecting the data of about 385 water suppliers, which collectively serve a population of 39 million Californians, or 95% of the state's projected 2035 population. In analyzing prospective compliance with the urban water use objectives, it appears that the proposed regulation would result in no water use reductions or modest water use reductions for most of the urban retail water suppliers in California. And they would collectively serve more than half of the state's population. So just walking through this table, we're estimating that 28% of suppliers are on track to meet their objectives. These suppliers serve about 48% of the population served by urban retail water suppliers. We're seeing that 32% of suppliers serving, an estimated 24% of the population, would see savings of 10% or less.
I have a question here.
Mhm.
Is this the difference between the trend line and staff's proposal, or in aggregate?
We're looking at just the objectives right now because that's where the bulk of the savings are from. We did assume that there would be some savings associated with the CII performance measures, and that was shown in that historic water use graph and the projecting water futures graph. For most suppliers, the performance measures, as we've analyzed it, would result in pretty small savings, 1% savings, for example. So we're focusing here on the objectives, particularly because this is where the bulk of the savings are going to come from, and also because it is these are volumetric savings that suppliers would be obligated to meet, right? They will be required under the proposed regulation to meet their urban water use objectives.
Yeah, my question is it compared to baseline or compared to the current baseline?
Oh, excuse me.
or
No,
to
this
the
is
trend?
compared to the future baseline.
Future baseline.
Yeah.
So if we just compared it to the current baseline, these numbers would be different.
They would be slightly different.
They would be
Yeah.
higher.
You would see fewer suppliers that are on track to meet their objectives. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a good question, and I think we should prepare a table that's similar to this that uses, like, I think what we've been using is 2017 to 19 as a sort of representation of existing conditions, and I think it would be good to put together the same table, but looking at that baseline just for additional vantage, additional perspective.
Thank you.
And the tool that we have provided to all of you does allow you to compare, to create exactly these tables. What would the impact be if we assume water use remains as it was in, average 2017, 2018, 2019, as opposed to comparing it to this future baseline.
But I guess, sorry, just on that, it would also be nice to, I don't know, what this whole discussion around what's the baseline, or is it 2022, right? Is it 17 through 18? And I do feel like we shouldn't discount the fact that just in, this last phase of the drought, that there's been a lot of changes that have gone on to improve water efficiency. And some of those have been temporary and some of those are long lasting. And we have seen that those can be long lasting. So I totally appreciate it's helpful to have a variety of tables to understand the context. So not suggesting otherwise, but I do think it's helpful to understand, where we are now, and in terms of the changes that have already been made in the context of the drought and water efficiency and conservation, not going back to, maybe where some of the rebound was. And then also, factoring in, I do think it's helpful to factor in, we assume things even, without these additional regulations, there will be improved efficiency. And we've seen that as a state over time. So I think it's helpful to have what's here, and appreciate that.
I agree with you on that, but I also think it's helpful to know how much of a reach, because this is getting into we set a statewide objective, based on statewide averages and efficient principles. But what does that mean for an individual system, right? And is it feasible? What does that lift look like? And so I think having the kind of the baseline current conditions comparison as to what they would need to do to achieve that is, I think, really instructional, and it will be helpful to see that. But
but current conditions you're defining as 2017 through 19.
I mean, we can pick whatever, period makes sense. That's what I think we used in the exploration tool that we showed earlier. And, I think Board Member McGuire's. I agree. Like I'd want to, if I was in your shoes, I'd want to see it both ways.
Yeah.
And I'd be, more comforted too if I looked at it both ways and they weren't that different. That would tell me a lot as opposed to if there's a big bandwidth. All of this is estimates. None of it's going to be, exactly reflect perfect reality. And so just looking at it different ways, I think is helpful.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
Member Morgan.
I was just going to say, I'm agreeing with looking at both ways. One thing that just struck me was that the mapping is done on 1718, and then we're using a different data set in a different year for a different piece and looking at it. We're using 2022 for a different piece. And so just usually you pick a time and you use that time for everything. And so you choose 1718 and you use it across the board. I understand that there are updates that are occurring, with the mapping, but we're kind of picking and choosing where we want. And so I would love to see, I like that, we're using the data, the slide here. I like this, but I agree, we should also see that 1718, we kind of have that one step in time that we're looking at and that we're using. And then we're saying, hey, now we have new data that's coming in. We're going to get the maps updated. And now we're also, because we have this data that we're able to use and we can reflect forward, this is what this looks like. And we're recognizing that we're using two different dates and time. And so I just, want to be careful of how many dates and time are we using for different pieces and not just pick and choose like throughout this process, and just be very intentional of how we're looking at the data.
Yeah, well, like I said before, I think it will be helpful to sort of bracket it in time. I don't think we're like trying to pick and choose, like cherry pick baselines. It's more, my understanding is this table is an outgrowth from the state standardized regulatory impact analysis, the economic analysis that we did. And we wanted to be careful, in that model to show that over time, absent the regulation, there will be declines in water use. And we didn't want to attribute water use to the regulation that is just attributed to ambient reduction. And so we didn't want to show costs or benefits attributable to the regulation that really are just part of the baseline as it moves over time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you'll be hearing from our economist, Pedro. And so we wanted to make sure that we were comparing apples to apples within the presentation itself. But certainly the year matters, the baseline matters. But again, the emphasis really here is on the standards efficiency themselves, right? These are supposed to be standards for the efficient use of water. And that is the sort of goal of the regulation, is to set those efficiency standards. But these, like a lot of what we've been talking about, this is, a bookend that can be compared to another bookend, and, the truth, actual savings might be somewhere in between, or, a lot less, or a lot more, probably a lot less when we account for, variances. But again, that analysis remains to be completed. I did want to, because we'll be talking about it in a couple slides, just call attention to the fact that regardless of our baseline year here, we are seeing that about a third of suppliers, representing about 14% of California's population served by urban retail water suppliers, would be looking at water use reductions of 20% or more, based on this current analysis. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in another slide or two. Next slide.
Okay, and then before moving on, I would just like to, Ms. Tyler, just to help us out when we're finished here, to determine whether we want to take a lunch or not. I'm just wondering if you could check to see if we have any elected officials or any commenters with urgent needs to, have to catch a plane or something like that. Okay, all right. All right, go ahead. Thanks.
Next slide, please. So this is similar to a graph that was shared by the Department of Water Resources. We are showing for those agencies in blue below the diagonal line that these suppliers have a projected future baseline lower than what their calculated objective would be. So they are expected to be on track to meet their water use objective. In red, so above the line, we're showing those suppliers who have projected, future water use that is above their objective. And so in order to meet their objective, they would have to proactively lower their water use. Well, slightly over a quarter of the dots are blue or white. We see you see that slightly over a quarter of the dots are sort of bluish whitish, and that those are many state agencies, including the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. We wanted to highlight them because they are one of the largest agencies in the state. The one with the arrow. And that's the one with the arrow. And so would the proposed efficiency standards drive savings for LADWP? We're seeing that no, based on our analysis, their future baseline and their sort of objective would be just about the same. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. We wanted to, again, call attention to LADWP, not only because they're the biggest water supplier in California, but also because they've done a lot of really good work, including conducting their very own water conservation potential study. As with the Pacific Institute report, it helps to contextualize the regulation. It also turns out that it nicely corroborates our analysis. So in their study, LADWP, focused on these different saving categories, a theoretical ceiling, what they call technical maximum conservation potential, maximum cost-effective conservation potential, and passive program conservation potential. So let's focus on the sort of the maximum cost-effective potential and the passive program potential shown in the sort of light green and the light blue. What we're seeing here in the table is that LADWP's passive program potential aligns with the state water board's baseline decline. So in 2025, LADWP saw their passive program potential as 74,000 acre feet. The state water board analysis estimated it would be 73,000 acre feet. In 2030, they estimated passive potential of 84,000 feet. Our analysis suggested 81,000 acre feet. You start to see a difference in 2035 with our baseline decline at 5% higher, at 92,000 as opposed to 88,000. So this passive program potential, for LADWP, this is just sort of kind of resting on their laurels, like taking advantage of a lot of the really excellent work that's already been done through plumbing codes, landscape ordinance, public messaging and outreach, and sort of really maintaining the behavior change that has been established from past conservation efforts. So that's what their passive program potential is. Their maximum cost-effective conservation potential, would be the level of conservation that is achievable through cost-effective conservation programming. And so they identified in 2030 that they could cost-effectively save about 140,000 acre feet by 2035. We can compare that, to what the savings that we would be seeing for LADWP under the proposed regulation of about 96,000. That's about 70% of the savings that LADWP has identified as cost effective. And most of those savings wouldn't come from any of the standards actually, but from the CII performance measures that Chris identified. We're estimating that those performance measures might compel LADWP to save about 4,000 acre feet of water starting in 2030. Any questions on this slide? Nope. Okay. Next slide, please. So Board members, you all have asked us to analyze whether or not there are certain traits that are shared by agencies that will be impacted by the proposed regulation. And so there are many factors, right, that impact water use, and assessing, whether or not these variables are significant really requires looking at them in tandem rather than in isolation. So, for example, communities with a lower median household income might have smaller lots and subsequently lower water use, but they might also lack the funding to sort of implement robust conservation programming. So attributing, higher or lower water use to one particular factor can really ignore some of the larger picture. We're highlighting in this slide some of the factors that, appear to be significant in terms of impact. So geography, climate. Are you on the coast? Are you inland? Are you in an area that has really high sort of reference ETO? Are you in an area where sort of turf water demand is really high relative to other sort of vegetation? Are you a publicly owned supplier or a privately owned supplier? How does MHI factor into these things? And so I wanted to share some of the sort of highlights from this analysis. And one of the items that's sort of very clear is that for most areas, the majority of suppliers serving communities with low turf water demand are on track to meet their objectives. So there does appear to be a relationship between having less turf and being more likely to meet your objective. We're also seeing that the regulation would lead to proportionately fewer privately owned suppliers having to reduce water use, and that they have, in general, smaller median savings. So the regulation, for example, would lead to 54% of privately owned suppliers having to reduce water use by some amount, with the median savings of 9%. So in contrast, 61% of privately owned suppliers would have to reduce water use with median savings of 16%. We're seeing that for coastal areas, a majority of suppliers are on track to meet their objectives, whereas for inland areas, a majority of suppliers are not. In inland areas, we do see that more suppliers serve majority DAC, disadvantaged communities. However, in these areas, we're not seeing that DAC status in and of itself has much influence on whether or not a supplier is or is not on track to meet their objective. Demographic factors such as race and MHI do not appear to have much of a relation to whether a supplier is on track to meet their objective. But again, we do see some geographic sort of variation. In coastal areas, for example, we see that suppliers serving communities with higher MHI are less likely to meet their objective, whereas in inland areas, suppliers serving communities with lower MHI are less likely to meet their objectives. We also,
Charlotte,
sorry.
Excuse me. So I just want to check in with the board here. We're obviously over time. A lot of, I think the rest of the presentation staff be happy to continue, but I think it puts a finer point on some of the information we presented already and goes into the economic analysis, which is very well documented in the SWRCB. And so I just want to leave it to you as to whether you'd like us to continue given the time, or if you'd like us maybe to skip basically to next steps. Completely up to you. Again, we're happy to continue.
Does anyone have a preference?
Because a lot of this information was just recently posted, and we have a lot of folks participating today. In my opinion, it would be helpful. At least I'm interested in the cost benefit piece and hearing your description of that. And it looks like there's not too many slides yet left, but
Great. I just wanted to give you the
That's
option.
my opinion, yeah.
Appreciate
Let's
that.
try and move through quickly because I think there'll probably be commenters on these issues, on these points. Okay.
Next slide, please. We just wanted to zero in on some of the suppliers that may be facing sizable reductions. And so this slide, we summarize the traits of those agencies that would see savings of 20% or more. There are about 81 suppliers, again, serving about 14% of the population. The majority of these communities are in the Central Valley, where MHI is lower than statewide MHI, and they are serving communities where turf dominates. Focusing assistance and helping to grow partnerships in these areas, I think, could be really productive to help ensure that these communities are on track to meet their objectives. And it could also help to advance some of the other statewide goals that we've talked about today. All that said, we're very likely presenting a worst case scenario in terms of impacts. I guess best case in terms of savings. We know, as I've mentioned, that we have this more updated data from the department that will help us better gauge the degree of impacts. And we're sort of summarizing some of the highlights from that updated data from DWR for 5 suppliers of these 81. Irrigable irrigated area has increased by over 15%. For 16 of them, we see that the residential agricultural area is more than 20, equal to 20% of their I&I. So in as much, we still have our work cut out for us. We have a lot that we need to do. We intend to rerun the analysis with this newer and more complete data set. And with that, I will pass it to Pedro.
Sorry, just on that last point, just so I'm getting, again, these high level. So for the updates from DWR, that would make it more likely that those suppliers would be able to meet their objective, right? Those changes.
Yes.
Good morning. Next slide, please. So in this slide, this and the next slides are going to present the cost-benefit analysis at a very high level. The numbers and graphs that we show here are in the standardized regulatory impact assessment that we submitted to the Department of Finance last week. The first slide, this chart summarizes the projected water use reduction upon which we based our calculations of costs and benefits. And the first thing that it shows is the time period for which we based our calculations. It goes from 2025 to 2040. And each of the bars represent the amount of water that we project would be saved under the proposed regulation. So in 2025, the projected reduction in water use would be of 235,000 acre feet of water. This would gradually increase over time, peak in 2035, and in 2040, the projected water use reduction would be of approximately 440,000 acre feet of water in total. So if you add all those bars, you would get approximately 6.3 million acre feet of water for the entire 16-year period analyzed. And here we consider a baseline of future water use absent the proposed regulation, which is what is required in the SWRCB. Next slide, please. In order for us to get to cost estimates and estimates of benefits, we had to make a series of assumptions, and the slide here highlights just a few of the assumptions that we had to make. So for example, for the residential sector, we assumed that suppliers would choose from a set of 4 water use efficiency measures, being rebate programs for toilet and washers replacement, incentives for conversion from lawn to California-friendly gardens, and programs of home leak detection alerts. For the CI&I cost and benefits calculation, we make assumptions that suppliers would install dedicated DIMs or dedicated irrigation meters. They would implement program and account management and parcel water budget development. They would provide owners of certain disclosable buildings with water use data. And yes, important to note here that this is a very strict set of assumptions. Of course, in reality, suppliers would have a much broader set of tools from which to choose to achieve their objectives and comply with the regulations. So these were assumptions made in order for us to be able to quantify costs and benefits. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the costs and benefits of the proposed regulation. Under the set of assumptions that we make in the SWRCB, we project benefits to exceed costs, benefit being around $15.6 billion for the entire 2025-2040 period, and costs would be approximately $13.5 billion for that same time frame. The pie charts break down where the potential benefits and costs are coming from. The pie chart on the left-hand side of the slide show breaks down the costs. The largest cost type comes from the residential water use efficiency measures that we assumed. This would be 43% of the $13.5 billion amount. The next larger type of cost would be the lost revenues. So basically, these are the revenues that suppliers would not earn as a result of the reduction in water or water conservation, and that accounts for approximately 35% of the estimated costs. Next, we have costs related to wastewater infrastructure improvement and operations, additional cost for wastewater operations and maintenance. And then there is a 3% share for costs related to CI&I performance measures that we assumed for this particular analysis. Now, on the right-hand side, the pie chart is simply showing that most of the benefits that we were able to estimate come from the avoided water costs, or the costs that suppliers mostly and households would not incur because they are not using as much water as they would in the absence of the regulation, or suppliers would not be producing or purchasing as much water as they would in the absence of the proposed regulation. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are a few important remarks about the economic analysis that we performed, and in this slide, I only have 3 of them. First one regards the timing of when the costs and benefits are incurred. None of the numbers that I showed you here are taken into consideration when the costs are going to be incurred and when the benefits are going to be accrued. We believe that mostly costs are going to be incurred in the earlier years after the regulation, if the regulation is effective, and most of the benefits, because they are cumulative over time, they're going to be accrued towards the later years. So the second important point to highlight regards the assumption about water prices in the future. This is an assumption that we had to make in order to estimate the benefits or the avoided water costs. And that assumption is that the price that suppliers would pay for the water in the future would increase over time, and it would increase at a rate of 4% in real terms per year, so above the general price index. And this is an assumption that's consistent with what we have seen in the existing literature. Of course, if more or additional data were available, we could, of course, refine that assumption to the reality of individual suppliers, but that's not what we do here right now. The next and final point is about water rates. So we do not discuss water rates in this presentation, but we do acknowledge that water rates can play an important role. For example, in offsetting the amount of revenue lost by suppliers, which I just showed in the previous slides, or in passing on suppliers' savings from suppliers to end customers. Again, we do not discuss this in these slides, but the SWRCB, or the Standardized Regulatory Economic Impact Assessment, does have a section that talks about pass-through to customers.
I have some questions.
Yes.
Okay, so looking at the combination of these 2 slides, 71 and 72, this is a statewide analysis. And as you've indicated, the analysis does not tease out the cost to individual suppliers. And what I'm going to try and do here is see if you would think you'd need to correct my thinking on something here on a policy implication. So if we look at the slide 66 with the bubbles, that's got geography, median, household. Go back a couple slides there. Yeah, okay. So the takeaway here, and I really appreciate the analysis that went into this, because my gut has been telling me for a while that this is going to impact disadvantaged communities more heavily, perhaps even, a racial equity issue. And so I really do appreciate looking at this through different factors. But what did come out is sort of this coastal inland divide, something that this administration is trying to get away from. And looking in particular at the Central Valley, but I think also the Inland Empire. And so just looking at sort of that geographic distinction, now going back to slide 71, would it be fair to say that, well, actually, I'm using even the slide from before that's got, let's say 20 to 30% savings and more than 30%. That's slide 63, where it's a combination of the percent of suppliers, 21% of suppliers, or 14% of the population. And that's assuming that trend line continues. And my gut is telling me that that trend does not continue in some of these areas, in inland areas. But let's assume the trend line. Is it fair to say that 15% of the population would be impacted on this cost of $13.5 billion, that they would be bearing a fairly large burden of that $13.5 billion? And as far as the benefit, I think, on a macro analysis, we're looking at a 4% increase. But again, my gut instinct is telling me that these are communities that are struggling mostly on groundwater dependent communities, where Sigma hopefully will help to address those water supply challenges. And then, of course, there's the treatment issues that those communities are facing as well. So it's not as much in those communities a need to develop more water supplies. It's a need to get groundwater levels, in balance, and also address treatment costs, which very well could be, in this magnitude. But I just want to put that out there and hear your comments.
Yeah, no, great points and great questions. The economic analysis that we presented here is like Pedro said, at an aggregate level and looking at a long time period, sort of as a single period. Like Dr. Artanya mentioned, we may see some costs earlier in that period and more benefits later. And it could be very helpful to break out those costs and benefits both over time, by geography, by supplier. But yeah, what we presented here is at a statewide level, and kind of abstracting away from like where you are in that time period. But the main point we took from the economic analysis was that in aggregate over time, this is beneficial under the assumptions we've made, which would mean that people's bills would be could go down in aggregate, and then all of these costs and benefits would ultimately accrue to customers, whether those are water customers or wastewater customers, because they're all utilities that are running balanced budgets and are passing on costs and benefits, we assume. But yeah, definitely within those averages, there could be some variation, some extreme variation, where different, for different communities, different time periods, the costs and benefits could be very different from the average.
Would you have the ability to tease out, if we were to look at this geographic analysis, let's just say from a policy perspective, that we want to look at the coastal inland. There may be a different factor that we'd want to point to as well, but would you be able to tease out and go from sort of a statewide approach to more of a geographic approach?
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, we would need to go back and kind of slice the numbers up a little differently, because we're focused on generating these statewide numbers as required by the Department of Finance. But yeah, we have information on each supplier that is in this data set, and we can try to do better there. But as Ms. Ely mentioned many times, we have data limitations, particularly including the variances, which in some cases will radically reduce the possible benefit of these savings, because there will be less water conserved, most likely in some suppliers.
Right. And the concern that I raise is without looking at the variances, and the variances may address some of the concerns that I point to. Okay. All right. I guess moving on to, Board Member Firestone.
I'll just build on that because I've had obviously share concerns on, inland communities in particular that tend to be often disproportionately impacted by all kinds of things, including climate change and many of the and sort of lack of resources. I guess I'll just share. I mean, I think there's a lot of assumptions around, I kind of have different gut assumptions around both continued trends in water use, but actually more so in cost of replacement water or avoided water costs. I, just in this drought, have seen communities have to buy emergency water supplies that are like 1,000 times what they normally would have to buy, and so and having pretty extreme impacts when you are having to do emergency changes. I'm most familiar with San Joaquin Valley as you are, so less that with Inland Empire and other inland communities, but where if we don't change over a more permanent transition, then there's worsening impacts on those communities to continue to have to be in kind of emergency mode and, contributing to urban heat island if you just are suddenly not watering anything, as opposed to transitioning landscapes to be able to address urban forestry needs and stormwater needs. So anyway, I guess, and just seeing the extreme changes that are going on in terms of water supply for valley communities, both on surface water and groundwater. I just can't imagine it. All the communities I know are really scrambling and investing a ton and trying to figure out how to have new water supplies that can help them be more resilient. So I just can't imagine that wouldn't continue to increase. And I don't know if 4%, I don't have a sense of how that is, but just I think it's going to be that's a big unknown. You're making assumptions on all of that. And I do think for me, it's really helpful. And I don't know if we're going to go over this today, but in looking at which communities are have the farthest to go, is just being real on not so much. To me, it's less about what is the target that they need to reach. It's how can we help them be successful in reaching that, and do they need some extra time? What kind of financial assistance? What kind of technical assistance tools can we do to help them get there? Because they're going to need to get there, and there needs to be that more permanent, again, transition rather than going from emergency to emergency as we have less and less water supplies, especially in inland areas.
Thank you. And Board Member Firestone, your perspective really matters to me. And just for everyone to see, that we haven't been able to talk other than publicly. But, I think we're talking about, water suppliers with populations over a certain amount. And so that's why I'm kind of more focused, not as much on the emergency piece, because I don't think many of those communities would have to comply with this at all. So, but I'm open to being educated if I'm incorrect. So, okay. All right. Any other questions? I guess we'll just go to the final slide on the proposed timeline.
Fireworks. Our proposed timeline. So thank you again for providing the time and the space and hearing about the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework and asking all your very good questions. We are anticipating that, after hearing from you all and from interested parties. We will sort of take those comments, integrate it back to the draft rulemaking documents that we're developing, and have a goal of starting formally the regular rulemaking process sometime in May. That would be the beginning of the first official formal public comment period in which the comments would become part of the public record. We do think that there would probably be several comment periods, from when we start to when we bring the regulation before the board for consideration for adoption. Typically there is often an additional final, 15-day comment period after that, board adoption date, if you guys do all adopt the reg. And then the last step would be to submit all of our rulemaking documents to the Office of Administrative Law, at which point the rule would become effective just a few months after that. So big picture timeline.
Okay, and then remind us again, the comment period has been extended to the 30th.
The 30th,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
All right, very good. Ms. Tyler, did we have any commenters that have sort of urgent needs to get out of Sacramento? Okay. Okay, Fiona Sanchez, and then Bob Gore, and then after that, we will break for a lunch and then continue with public comment. Good afternoon.
Now you can hear me. I think I have some slides. Do you have those? And I had asked for 6 minutes, so I'm seeing 2 here because I know I can't get through my slides in 2 minutes. So good afternoon, members of the board, and really appreciate you and staff making this workshop available and providing us with the opportunity to provide some comment and feedback on the draft framework. I think you all know me, but just in case, my name is Fiona Sanchez, and I'm Director of Water Resources for Irvine Ranch Water District. Next slide. So I think we're all on the same page, and I think we all agree that California needs to move forward in terms of investing into water efficiency and climate change. It's something that we have long embraced. In fact, over 30 years of living conservation of a way of life in our community. And we have made significant achievements. I think staff was talking about water use going down. The graph, you can see our water use continues to go down on a per capita basis. We have a budget-based rate structure and a multitude of programs. We've invested over $52 million just since 2009. And I could have all the slides be programs, but I'll just highlight a few of our outdoor ones. We've got weather-based irrigation controllers, pressure-reducing valves, spray heads. We have a maintenance tune-up program to help customers stay on top of their landscapes. We have free landscape design assistance, and we've had a turf replacement program in place for over 10 years. And currently we're offering $5 a square foot. I think we have one of the highest rebates out there. We have workshops. And so what I wanted to point out is that with all of that, our existing landscapes and all of the resources that we're putting in are operating with an LEF of about 0.71. And I do think it is very comparable to the state board's LEF. I know staff said that our water budgets, we don't include irrigable, but we actually include everywhere where we see sprinklers, whether or not it's irrigated. So it is basically the same kind of definition. So we've managed to get to 0.71 with all of this investment. In our new development, so these are the sites that were built to MWELO, the 0.45 and 0.55, what they're actually, and that's a design standard. It's different than performance. In the real world, what we're seeing with these new irrigation systems, no turf, limited turf, and water efficient plants, we're able to get them to about 0.66. That's our real world experience with really accurate landscape measurements. So I just I'm asking, and I guess I would love to hear thoughts, and maybe I can talk offline with staff, is what additional measures could we as an agency that's really committed to this, what could we do to get ourselves to 0.63 or even lower to a 0.55 and a 0.45? Because we're not seeing how we do it, given that I don't know that there's a program that we're not doing. So that's kind of one question. Next slide.
Can I ask a question on that? Sorry.
Sure.
I think you have a really important point on what's achievable and what you're, that in practice, people don't necessarily implement the most efficient or even the design of what things are designed for. It does seem like you all are unique in that you have, or not unique, but you have the benefit of having a budget-based water structure. So isn't that something you could do to drive achieving better efficiency, as if you just set the budget based on that target instead of the target that you have now?
Well, we could move the budget down, but I think what would happen is we just have a lot more people who are out of compliance, because as I'll show you a little bit more technically and feasibly, these landscapes, I can't get them to get from 0.66 down to 0.45. They were designed at 0.45. They did everything right. But in the real world, you have people, you have irrigation schedules, you have things that break. And that's just what reality is. So there's a difference between MWELO design and what we see in terms of actual performance and what is really achievable when we're doing everything right. And we have all of these programs, and we're reaching out to our customers every single month and letting them know if there's excessive use. This is what we're able to achieve. So next slide. And then, turf replacement. We love turf replacement. We've had a program for over 10 years. They can look really beautiful. And as you pointed out, there's multiple benefits, and our rebates are high. So I just wanted to kind of put in context what, again, we've been able to achieve and what may be realistic. So we managed to replace 35 acres of residential turf in 12 years. And if we had to get to a 0.63 in the residential sector, we would have to now replace 55 acres a year, every year. And that would cost us about $168 million. And then we looked on our commercial side, and we have data. So we can estimate we've got about 800 acres of non-functional turf. And we've achieved about 84 acres in 12 years. And this is with a very robust outreach program, very innovative. We're spending $1 million to $2 million a year just on outreach. And so we calculated if we had to do the 800 acres and replace all that, it would take us about 113 years. So we're not sure we're going to make it by 2030 or even 2035. So next slide, please. And then we're looking at unintended consequences. We are doing the right thing. Our customers are really trying. But what we're seeing in these pictures show is that we're seeing less green. We're seeing a lot more mulch and rocks and things because that's what people know how to do. And so, yeah, we want all the benefits. We're just not necessarily seeing them. And we're seeing that our lower income customers, yeah, we don't have a DAC, but we do have low income customers, believe it or not, in our service area. And for those customers, it's very difficult to achieve the turf replacement. And so they don't benefit, but they all get the rate impacts of the costs. And we've also seen that in our programs of turf replacement, we're not encouraging it, but we're taking out trees or not being able to put in healthy trees and maintain them. And certainly at 0.55 and 0.45 with existing trees, those are difficult to sustain because they're benefiting from the irrigation of existing turf. Next slide, please. I did want to talk about the proposal on recycled water and to exclude non-functional turf from being a special landscape area. First of all, I think recycled water, for us, it's a planned, it's a drought resilient supply, and it also really fits with the governor's water supply strategy. And we have made those investments. We can't unwind those investments. They're made. We already have the recycled water available to sustain these landscapes, which were then assumed that we're going to operate at about a 1.0 factor. And this was something that was heavily negotiated when the legislation was enacted, and this 1.0. We are really concerned with this proposal because if we're reducing our recycled water demands that we have planned for and built for, we don't necessarily have anywhere to put that recycled water because we have a constant flow of wastewater into our plants. And so if we're not using it, it is simply going to result in increased ocean discharge unless we can construct new storage. And so that will significantly increase the costs and the rate impacts to customers. So we would request that for recycled water that it all remain a special landscape area and not exclude the turf from that, the non-functional turf. Next slide, please. I've talked about this before, but on the indoor standard, we've looked at that and again, impacts on wastewater and recycle water. Recycle water is being a huge component of our resiliency strategy, and we meet currently 28% of our total demands with it, and it's a drought resilient source of supply for us. We have a model, and we have calculated that if we had to meet the 42 gallons per day indoor, that we would not be able to meet or comply with our water quality permit from the regional board for TDS. We could not comply. And we have looked at what it would cost to upgrade our plant, and a plan, very rough planning level estimate would be about $169 million. So we would just encourage the board as it moves through the process to include a separate variance to the indoor standard to accommodate negative impacts on wastewater and recycle water facilities, infrastructure, and use that would be consistent with the governor's signing message when that bill was enacted. Next slide, please. So we've I think what I've been looking at is, are the proposed efficiency standards feasible and implementable? And based on our history and what we've accomplished and the level of resources that we're doing, we have accurate landscape data. Our DWR data isn't necessarily accurate, but in the indoor standard, we wouldn't have been able to meet it as a separate standard come 2030 because of the wastewater treatment issue. If we would have had to meet the outdoor standards, we could probably do the 0.63, but not the 0.55. We just don't know how to get there, and we need a lot more time and a lot more resources than we're already investing. So we're not seeing that we could meet these standards, and we're the legislative intent was to give us flexibility, and we know on water loss, that was driven low because we could get flexibility elsewhere. On the indoor, those were driven low, so we could have, and now the outdoor, that flexibility is also being removed. So our hands would be tied if we had not invested in potable reuse. So with all of our investments, we could not meet the proposed efficiency standards, even though I'd like to consider us one of the most efficient agencies. So I would just encourage the board to take a look at what is really efficient and what is a standard. To us, it means that it needs to be feasible to implement it by itself. Next slide. So how do we move forward and achieve success? I think, as I just said, we need to have meaningful standards. They're important, and we need to look at meeting the climate resiliency goals, but they really have to be feasible to implement. And the legislation did require that existing landscapes be included in what we can maintain. And with the proposed standards, that would not be feasible. We also think that horticulture and irrigation science should be viewed. We already heard a little earlier that the landscape data isn't necessarily accurate, and an empirical approach where data was trimmed isn't necessarily giving us the right information to set the proposed standards. We're looking at it from the performance in the real world, and we know what we're doing and we know what's out there. And then we have customers. We are offering $5 a square foot, and our customers are not knocking down my door, and we're doing everything we can. So I don't know what more we could do or how we would get there. And given that, significant state funding would be needed. We're a well-funded agency with a lot of resources. So I think we need to acknowledge that others would likely need significant state funding and resources. Next slide. So the requested modifications that we would have to the draft framework on the outdoor standards, the 0.8, we think through 2035 is reasonable. And then 0.63 in 2035. That would give us and other agencies more time to try to get to that level, because we're not there now. We don't see how we're going to get there. We request that all areas irrigated with recycled water would be designated special landscape areas with a 1.0 factor, and remove the proposed exclusion for non-functional turf. We request a variance for indoor standards that would negatively impact our ability to operate wastewater recycled systems and infrastructure and permit compliance. We'd also request that the 20% INI that DWR recommended would be included. There's a couple of points here I want to just touch on. Number one, the reason why that was included is that in 2018, it was a one point in time, landscapes change, and we were on the heels of a drought. And so we, like many others, had done a brown is a new green campaign. So a lot of landscape looked like it would never be irrigated. but DWR and others, we recognized it would. That's why that was included. And the other point is that suppliers do not have that data from DWR. We have aggregate data and it's on a per parcel and we have no way to identify it. So it would be very difficult for us to come back and say, hey, this has changed over time. And then finally, on the CII performance measures, we would request that you use the DWR classifications because we have so much CII. We've already started work on that because we wouldn't be able to meet the schedule. And so having to switch at this point would be very costly. I have many more comments, but in the interest of time, we'll submit them in our written letter. But I really appreciate your time today.
Two quick questions for you. Would Irvine Ranch be able to meet the objective?
We would meet the objective, but only because we've invested in potable reuse.
Okay.
If we had to meet it, if we had no potable reuse, we could not.
Okay, and then landscape area, I know that you were one of the agencies that was able to get an adjustment.
Well, we have an adjustment. It's still not quite correct. We're going to provide alternative data. Essentially, DWR overestimated our landscape area by about 25%.
And what was the cost for your agency
well, we've been
that?
working on our data for about 4.5 years now, and it's probably cost us over $2 million.
And just if DWR has overestimated your land area, then does that mean that it's easier for you to meet your standard under DWR's data?
Well, yes, but we wouldn't use it because it's inaccurate. We want to be accurate. And so we've developed our own data. Part of the reason they overestimated it, and I think as you get the CII dedicated irrigation meters measured, you will find that other suppliers are going to need adjustments. A lot of what we classify as dedicated irrigation, DWR included in residential. So suppliers won't even know that information for another 5 years.
So, but I guess you are taking on costs to make it harder for you to meet your objective because you want to make sure that you're using the best data.
Well, also we had to measure the DIMS. The DIMS is the biggest reason why DWR data is incorrect for us.
And okay, well, but I don't.
So it's incorrect. I mean, yes, I could use their data. Honestly, we've ran it with DWR data. And again, without the potable reuse incentive, it'd be very tight for us. In 2035, yeah.
CII. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gore.
Robert Gore from the Gualco Group. Thank you for this dispensation. I have to be at the assembly in less than 40 minutes. On behalf of the cities of Antioch, Fresno, Long Beach, as well as Kings River, Modesto Irrigation, the San Bernardino Valley Water District, we thank the staff for their openness and collaboration and extreme detail thus far. We look forward to connecting it to operational realities, as the previous speaker inferred. I might add that Antioch, for example, has a large desal project coming online this year. And all of those entities I cited include large DACs. So we're innovative and again, concerned about connecting to a reality. We do appreciate the inclusion of the notion of local flexibility. It's quite beneficial. Shifting gears. Public gardens, on behalf of Dr. Nicole Cavender from the Huntington, to whom you've all spoken, are essential and wonderful resources for education and demonstration of sustainable outdoor landscaping and water use. She looks forward to continue to working with all of you on these public education programs, as well as DWR and the Governor's Office and Department of Conservation and other entities. On behalf of Public Gardens, though, public awareness in the Huntington, Dr. Cavender wants to make sure her recommendations are heard today. I'm sorry, I'm condensing things. And we'll elaborate in writing. Public gardens are appropriate and unique and irreplaceable public resources and should be considered special landscaped areas. They should be among the last curtailed. Consider in the case of Huntington, the planet's second largest botanical garden, there are 27,000 different types of plants, including 3,000 rare wild species, some of them grown only at the Huntington. We think it's appropriate. The staff has put forward the idea of variances for unique uses of water, which of course we'd posit include public gardens. We hope to see all of this integrated in a regulatory framework that includes an emphasis on water use, not landscape type. We would also put forward the idea that while native plants are desirable, there are local flexibility considerations that may merit other types of plants. And Dr. Cavender will continue to work with the water board staff and all of you as we move forward. In fact, she looks forward to one of her concepts with large outdoor areas is the fact that they, especially in urban areas, bring a lot of joy. Speaking personally, and after almost 30 years as a youth sports coach, I can tell you I've witnessed moments of the joy that provides young people that's absolutely essential on those green turf areas. I'll be around for a couple more minutes, and thank you again very much for your patience.
Thank you. All right. Well, I just want to take this moment to thank you all for that excellent presentation and for bearing with us with all of our questions. We'll break for lunch and return at, I can't see, we'll return at 1 o'clock. I think we'll give it about 5 more minutes. It looks like we're missing quite a few people, and I'm sorry I didn't think that through on the half-hour lunch. Should have given 45 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll proceed with public comment. Our next commenter is Chelsea Haynes with the Association of California Water Agencies. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments today. My name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm the Regulatory Relations Manager for the Association of California Water Agencies, ACWA. ACWA represents over 460 public water agencies. About half of our membership, I think, will be impacted by this regulation, so it's a pretty significant deal for us. I'm also providing comments today on behalf of the California Municipal Utilities Association. So ACWA's been extremely engaged on this effort over the past several years. We have a substantive record of comments to the Department of Water Resources. And before I share technical input, I wanted to just flag some of my overarching concerns with the proposed regulatory framework. I'm concerned that there's an expectation to just jump in and save now, and that includes water loss by 2028, indoor of a 42 GPCD by 2030, new CII performance measures, and now the pretty ambitious, if not infeasible, outdoor water use efficiency standard. I think the jump in and now doesn't provide adequate time for water agencies to really take a look at their existing programs, analyze and determine what's going to be cost effective, let alone if you're a new agency and you're going to be implementing programs, budgeting. I'm just really concerned about the timeline. There's concerns that the key benefits and the overall intent of the regulation, which is to give suppliers flexibility to achieving the objective, is being lost by driving down and tightening all of the standards from the indoor and outdoor. Those are really ambitious now. And Board Member Firestone, you've mentioned the variances. I'm worried that the process and the data burden is going to be infeasible for water suppliers to access the variances as they're currently drafted. And just given the timeline, the cost, and the complexity of this, there were a lot of really great multi-benefits cited, but I'm worried that we're going to miss the opportunity to actually achieve those multi-benefits and instead create unintended impacts, be mired in variances and enforcement, and invest a lot of resources towards administrative burden rather than actual water use efficiency savings. For technical concerns, I wanted to focus on three main categories of the outdoor water use efficiency standard. Those are focused on the methodologies, the standard itself, and policy considerations. In general, we raised a lot of concerns with three of the three methodologies that DWR utilized in developing its performance standard. We're worried that it underestimates current outdoor residential water use and really differs from horticultural science and irrigation practices. Of the three methodologies cited, there was the horticultural approach, which relied on an assumption of 0.8 irrigation efficiency, which we don't think is feasible in the real world. The statewide ETF approach trimmed existing data that was above a 1.0, so it excluded existing data. And then the theoretical average approach applied an ETAF to housing stock based on WELO, when we know that WELO is not consistently implemented on all existing houses. We had other technical issues, including the effective precipitation concerns. My understanding is that WELO does not require it. Water suppliers may use it. And it's also effective precipitation is not consistent with real world irrigation practices that we see on the ground. And the other technical issue is with the landscape area measurement data and some of the data quality issues that we've heard from water suppliers that have had the opportunity to correct data already, and they're seeing overestimation or underestimation. And then on top of that, just related to the methodology, there's new compounding issues from the State Water Board's proposal. With the new INI buffer, that's consistent with what we understand the intent of the law to be, and WELO and access to data and the burden on water suppliers seems very complex to us. And concerns with new non-functional turf provisions related to recycled water seems like a very significant policy deviation, and I think the State Water Board might be getting ahead of the legislative process at the moment. So all of those methodology issues, that was a lot, I think have given us a lot of pause on the feasibility of the recommended performance standard. In Aqua's final comment letter to DWR in 2021, we expressed concern with the 0.65 ETF not being feasible and requested that DWR modify its recommendations to provide an additional 5 years. From that, DWR reduced the standard down to 0.63, and now the new proposed recommendation is down to 0.55 without really ever addressing the feasibility and data concerns that we've raised, a lot of the methodology issues, the trimmed data. And so in order to achieve the multi-benefits of conservation and establish policy that's based on sound data, real world, we recommend that the State Water Board revert back to DWR's recommendation of 0.63 with the I&I buffer and add an additional 5 years for compliance. In addition to the methodology and technical concerns, we're asking for some policy considerations. Each standard in and of itself, we strongly believe should be feasible. We know that water suppliers will need to meet the objective, but an infeasible standard for water use efficiency seems like we're setting folks up to fail and not be cost effective. For compliance, if an urban retail water supplier has a robust program of water use efficiency, and is still not meeting the objective, we would ask the State Water Board to give deference to and partner with urban retail water suppliers to develop a reasonable standard, provide technical assistance prior to taking any enforcement actions. For alternative landscape data, if a water supplier has more accurate landscape area data, subject to criteria defined by DWR, the State Water Board should develop a reasonable revised standard that maintains a commitment to ongoing water use efficiency. We're hoping that there can be more discussion around adverse and unintended impacts and variances and significant state support for funding and technical assistance. And just on the other considerations, CII measures, we ask that those continue to be simplified, provide flexibility for compliance, reduce reporting burdens, and for the variances, simplify data and reporting burdens, make sure that they're accessible to all. We also echo concerns with the 5% for each variance versus a cumulative approach. And with that, I just want to thank the board. I want to thank the opportunity for informal comments before the rulemaking. I know this is the second opportunity in front of the board and the informal workshops, so just really appreciate the effort.
Thank you. Next is Amy Talbot with the Regional Water Authority.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amy Talbot. I'm the Regional Water Efficiency Program Manager for the Regional Water Authority. RWA is a joint powers authority representing 20 plus public and private water suppliers serving 2 million residents in the Sacramento, Placer, El Dorado, Yolo, Nevada, and Sutter counties. RWA has been actively participating in the regulation development process and providing comments to both DWR and the State Water Board for years. The bottom line is we are disappointed with the current standard as proposed by the State Water Board and concerned about how far they deviate from the DWR recommendations, especially for the outdoor ETAF, LEF. The fact that both agencies crunched the numbers and landed in wildly different places in terms of what they individually consider efficient use is a testament to the data quality issues, methodology shortcomings, and misinterpretations of supplier data that we have been pointing out over the last couple of years as problematic to setting such aggressive standards. The issues include over and underestimating residential landscape area, improper connection of budgets to supplier demand data to pre-assess compliance, and scientifically unsound horticultural irrigation efficiency and plant factors, to name a few. These issues have already been well documented in RWA, Aqua, and numerous other comment letters during the DWR process. Furthermore, the purpose of the conservation legislation was to establish efficient use for residential and CII DEM use, not a how low can you go approach. Efficient outdoor use should be set at a level that can be maintained over time that still allows for new and existing landscapes to be healthy as stated in the legislation. To that point, we offer the following recommendations for changes to the current proposed standards. We would like to reinstate DWR's a recommendation of 0.63 and extend the start date to 2035. We would like to have complete removal of 0.55 as this is a design standard as currently stated, and not experienced in real life, and certainly not for long established landscapes. We like to reinstate DWR's 20% I&I buffer. Landscapes are alive and change throughout time. It is unreasonable to only assume irrigated landscape area measurements based on only 1 year of imagery as a baseline for long-term budgets. Furthermore, the legislation states the standards must incorporate irrigable landscape areas and apply to new and existing landscapes. Additionally, I'm hearing from some suppliers that they don't have access to the mapped I&I areas, only at the aggregate total because the original methodology was based on irrigable, not only irrigated. So the State Water Board's recommendation for suppliers to get a variance, they will need to fly those areas themselves at great expense and potentially every year to get it included in the budget. We also need a definitive answer from DWR on this, whether it is included or not included. Additionally, budget-based rates that suppliers apply is through irrigable space, not just irrigated landscape, as staff stated earlier. The third recommendation is to remove effective rainfall from the landscape budget equation, as rainfall does not fall uniformly in a service area. It varies depending on an individual property's soil type and slope, and therefore will create inequity in landscape budgets between suppliers and customers. Suppliers did not support the 25% cap. We support removing it completely and have been saying this for years. Additionally, the 25% recommendation is in WILO and as only an optional recommendation, not a requirement. If the State Water Board does decide to keep effective rainfall in, suppliers will need to have at minimum monthly effective rainfall estimates provided to them by DWR so they can constantly assess how effective rainfall will impact their budget compliance from time to time throughout the year, not just once. As the State Water Board report states, effective rainfall can vary greatly year to year, citing City of Sacramento data as an example, with 0.67 inches of effective rainfall in 2019 and 2.1 inches in 2020, which will have varying impacts on their available budget year to year. At this time, I wanted to acknowledge the detailed questions from the board members during the presentation of the outdoor standard in an effort to better understand the complexity of this regulation, that the questions were very thoughtful and well-timed. Additionally, we have questions about the baseline data used for calculating the savings in order to meet the governor's water supply strategy goal of 500,000 acre feet by 2030 compared to DWR's proposal of the calculated savings of 450. If either calculation includes savings to be gained from suppliers that don't currently have a reduction, the projected 50% of suppliers, but will continue to save water, these suppliers will in the future, that should be incorporated into the additional savings. And it will give more flexibility towards meeting either target and allow the standards to be set at more obtainable levels. Also, it'd be great if we could have one unified target and savings goal with a viable justification for the volumetric target of it as a statewide goal, because it keeps to seem to be moving quite frequently now. Also, I'm still confused about the water loss savings and if it's included or not in the projections today. It sounds like current real loss is projected over time, but does not include it in the new standards. We need more clarification on this. The water loss standards should be included in the overall goal realized over time. Finally, we need further information on the urban tree health provision and the supply augmentation groundwater recharge bonus in order to provide meaningful comments. The SWRCB mentions variances for only new climate appropriate trees, but completely ignores the existing climate appropriate trees, which are just as valuable, if not more valuable. As a board member for the Sacramento Tree Foundation, this is extremely concerning to me regarding the long-term health of our landscapes and trees, not only in this region, but statewide. We have additional comments in other areas like balancing affordability with the efficiency efforts, the CII BMPs, and the DIMS, but we'll put those in our comment letter. And with that, my voice is giving out, and I will say thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Board Member Firestone.
I just wanted to see if staff could clarify, because there were so many good points that we'll follow up on and useful questions, but just on the one on savings, it looks like we were including, or we were acknowledging the savings that would happen with just current trends as part of what goes to understanding whether we'd meet the water supply strategy. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So to answer your question, Amy, we did take into consideration both the savings that will occur regardless of the regulation and then the savings that would be occurring because of the regulation. So both of those were captured in the green dashed line.
But the 500,000 acre foot estimate is only because of the regulation, right?
No, it
Or
includes both.
It's inclusive. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Jared Voskel with California Association of Sanitation Agencies.
Doesn't look like he's here.
Yeah, Mr. Voskel doesn't seem to be in the room, and I don't believe he was going to join on the platform today. But we also, I think, Vice Chair Diadama, we have Greg Bundesen was the next speaker up.
Yeah, I think that my list isn't syncing. So Greg, say it again. Bundesen?
Greg Bundesen.
Here we go. Hello.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for allowing us to have an opportunity to comment. I'm Greg Bundesen with Sacramento Suburban Water District. It's a water district on the eastern suburbs of Sacramento, serving about 194,000 customers here in the Sacramento area. And I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to make sure that our feelings align with Aqua and Ms. Haynes and Ms. Talbot from RWA, particularly with the I&I buffer. The requirement for the water utilities to justify the I&I inclusive of the 20% would be really onerous on us to do that year in and year out to kind of prove how much I&I is now being irrigated. That'd be really expensive and really staff intensive. I also wanted to address the 4% increase in cost of water. You know, that would be on top of all of the other cost increases that we're incurring as an agency just for compliance with water quality and compliance with main replacement programs, all of the other O&M that we have that goes on into regular normal rate increases. This is an additional 4% that would be borne by our ratepayers. And I kind of want to be an advocate for them a little bit right now because they're having affordability issues. Water affordability is being impacted across the state. And I hope that their voice can be heard also because I know that they're not necessarily going to be at this table, but it's going to impact them, you know, just as much as it's going to impact us. That being said, I appreciate the time and have a nice day.
Thank you. All right. Now we have, I'm sorry, Board Member Firestone. Go ahead.
I know we have a lot of folks I want to hear from, but this is a really valuable time. So, and I feel like important questions and opportunities just to get clarification from staff. And also, just like you said, this is a chance, since we're not paired, this is a chance for all the board members to talk to each other. But just one thing on what you mentioned on affordability, which I think we are all very concerned about, and also recognize that everything we do on the regulatory side is often adding to those costs. Yeah. In this case, though, with the 4% cost increase, what we're talking about is avoiding that cost increase, or that avoiding having to purchase water that's going up by 4% because of being able to reduce your water use. So their prices will definitely go up, but I think just that particular, I wanted to just ask staff if I'm understanding that correctly. That particular cost increase isn't a cost increase due to what we're proposing in these regulations. It would be just the costs avoided from having to purchase a water supply. Is that an additional, or a water supply to meet those uses that we could reduce?
Yes, that's correct, Member Firestone. So the project with economic analysis was to look out into the future at what water sales would be, what water revenues might be, what conservation might be, And because we expect water may be more expensive in the future than it is now relative to other things people buy, we assumed, for the purposes of assessing projected costs and benefits, that water would be costing more in the future than it does now by 4% per year on average statewide. We're not, this proposed regulation doesn't add a 4% surcharge
I see.
to anybody's
No,
bill.
definitely. I guess my concern would be the cost of implementation for each agency. So, and I know, I guess the 4% isn't necessarily are you saying that's an average per agency, or is that just, am I misconstruing that?
I think it's not an estimate of the costs on agencies for this regulation.
Okay. So I'll rescind my comment about the 4%, but I would like to say that it will increase cost of programs. And for certain agencies, like, since not all water costs are the same, like the cost of an acre foot of water in Southern California is going to be a lot different than the cost of an acre foot in Northern California, particularly in Sacramento. We're a groundwater agency, so we're just pumping water out of the ground underneath us. Our cost of treatment and transmission is a lot less than importing water from another source. So the amount of money that we'll have to spend to comply with this is going to be probably a lot greater than some of the agencies that have these more advanced type programs because they're so invested in conservation, because their cost of water is so high. So that would be my concern for some of the agencies that have just a lower cost of water per se. We'll go with that.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's helpful. And sorry, I wanted to follow up on a question or point you had, that just to ask staff to clarify. So we're proposing for irrigated I think is right now the staff proposal is to have that be updated as it starts to be irrigated. Or can you clarify what the proposal is on that, and then what the data burden on agencies is to demonstrate those changes annually?
First, what we're saying is that the standards would be applied to 100% of irrigated area, which not only includes areas that are actively being irrigated, but as Karina described earlier, areas that aren't having water directly applied to them, whether that's mulch or the areas, the row spaces between trees, or movable objects like trampolines and cars and a few other things that don't fall into that irrigated sort of quality. So that irrigable concept is built into what the department has called II. And what we're proposing is that the suppliers would look at the irrigable, not irrigated area that they have, and yes, take on sort of the additional work to figure out whether or not those areas are actively becoming irrigated. And if that is the case, then we would add that to their budget. I know in conversations we've had both with the department and with suppliers, folks have said, well, why limit it to 20? If these are being irrigated, they should be included right in the budget, which is, I think, something worth sort of considering and thinking about. But yeah, Greg is absolutely right. And Amy and Chelsea, who spoke to say that this would be additional work that was taken on by the suppliers to have that more sophisticated, more accurate understanding of what the irrigation status of those landscapes are, in order to incorporate it into the budget.
And is there anything that well, maybe this is just for future questions after this, but just interested in, are there things that whether DWR can do or that we can clarify for water suppliers to help with the data documentation burden, to be able to make sure that it's not too onerous, you don't have to pay for a plane to go over and do it, a really expensive study, but can, that data burden isn't really high on suppliers, to just because that will change over time.
I mean, I think key here, and I believe Fiona was speaking to this earlier too is this, problem of the 2018 imagery, right? The imagery that was taken on the heels of the last drought. How accurate is that now, or how accurate will be in another 2 years from now? And I think really central to this would be building into the infrastructure of this regulation the ability to use more current data, and the flyovers are happening, every 2 years. So the data exists. It's a matter of, maintaining the the statewide investment and getting that data and completing the analysis. The department, again, has been thinking about how they could, make those investments, get the funding that they would need to carry out those analyses on a more regular basis. So Suburban and others wouldn't have to carry that burden, because this is an opportunity for the state to provide this really critical information that is too expensive. And I know there also have been discussions previously between a lot of different state agencies about whether or not this data can be acquired by the state through one large contract and then used not only by the Department of Water Resources, but a number of other state agencies who would stand to benefit from having access to this information. And I think that that is underway. And if I'm remembering, I think the data is available for 2022 now. It was already purchased under a statewide contract, but it's a matter of, DWR getting the staff resources, the consulting resources to take on this analysis again. So it's that two-step process: getting the data and then doing the analysis.
And so if that didn't materialize, then yes, the suppliers would bear a significant part of this burden.
And if I could make one more recommendation, if you do provide that data, if you have the opportunity to provide that data in the future, to allow us access to the portal that we were given access to at the beginning, because that became a subscription program after a certain amount of time. But if we could get that in perpetuity, that would be really helpful to the suppliers.
Yeah, and just to Tia Fleming is here from CalWEP, and one of the things that their group is doing is providing agencies with, as part of a, you have to pay a fee, but an access to a kind of system like that, which would provide the data. But certainly, I think I agree that would be a great service. And we have been talking to the department about that, and they too are looking into it, but time will tell.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right, next, Jared Voskuhl.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 130 sanitation agencies and municipalities that provide wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery services. We're appreciative to have this item here before you today. And just wanted to note that we recognize this is a regulation that's directly impacting urban water retailers, and sometimes our members provide that other side of the house of the operation. But my comments today are coming from the sanitation agency side. I also want to just kind of note at the top that we recognize water conservation as a way of life in California, and that's how our future will be dictating how we proceed here as we manage this scarce resource. To that end, when water board staff reached out to have us participate and provide information about impacts to our members, we conducted a survey, and the research team incorporated that into their analysis for impacts to our sector. They did 2 presentations over the last year or so. The findings that were presented in those were consistent with what we know to be the impacts to the wastewater sector. There was a Task 5 report, and I think the slide that came along with that one at that time estimated a $370 million per year impact to wastewater agencies. So over a decade, that would be almost $4 billion, round numbers. Notably, there was a slide in the presentation that I think said a $13.5 billion impact overall. That number said the impact would be 18% due to wastewater. And so if you do the math, I think that would mean that slide said it would be a $750 million impact. So it's one of these kind of discrepancies in numbers that I think we need to dig into a little bit more to see where it's coming from. I know there was a Task 6 report that had a different standard of estimating the economic impact, and so that might be what's reflected there. But suffice it to say that earlier reports estimated an impact that, while very expensive at $3.7 billion over a decade, some of our members thought it would be even more due to how the impacts were averaged and you'd reach a mean saying, oh, this is the average impact, where a lot of agencies found there was thresholds, and when they crossed that threshold from an engineering standpoint, they would have to go to upgrading treatment. So it wouldn't be a few $100,000 impact, it would become a $20 million infrastructure upgrade. And so some of that nuance was also lost. But due to the impacts being qualitatively described and the number itself being a large number, we felt like it was effective to communicate with the impact to our sector. That said, I want to note just these impacts we're talking about are for indoor residential water use standards. As the presentation showed, that standard is utilized to create a water budget. The current indoor residential water use standard set by the legislature, going down to where it's now set in 2030 by the legislature, that's a 23% decrease in that water budget. There's a water calculation, and it just basically shaves off 23% of the budget on that allocation because of that one standard. But how a urban water retailer translates compliance, they don't have the same mechanism to dictate, oh, flush less, conserve more water indoor. It's kind of an overall residential portrait, which I think the urban water retailers are expressing. And I think prior comments by Urban Ranch Water District attested to the challenge when they've already made the investments they have in conservation to do and go further and to meet the objective. Which it kind of reminded me, one of the very first slides we saw showed the drop in water usage, I think since 2000, and we were around 7 million per acre feet and we're down to 5.2. I couldn't but think it's like the analogy of tightening a screw. And those last few twists are the very hardest ones to get. And I think right now what we might be coming up against is the ability to comply being hardened. We've already dropped it 2 million acre feet. How much more can we do? And if we're going to have to realize it, where's the real flexibility? If it goes into indoor residential water use conservation, the concern is to the infrastructure and the impacts. And those impacts are known, they're documented in the materials for this rulemaking. But for collection systems, it's corrosion in sewer lines, especially ones that aren't very gravity based, because it's just a flat line. And if you're having to go lots of miles without flow, you're going to have problems also with odors. What we found in our member agencies is that these are recurring and they're finding hotspots in areas. The rulemaking materials speak about our systems are designed for over 100 gallons per capita per day flow. So this proposal is at 42 by 2030. That means we're designed for over 200% more flow than the budget's going to allow for our agencies. I think the impacts were estimated on an assumption that compliance would be through 15% indoor water use savings and then 85% through other means. But if agencies are having to comply with more indoor water use savings than 15%, the impacts go up as well as the cost. So that said, I think it's not just the collection systems, it's the treatment facilities. They're going to have higher influent, lower quality influent coming in. They're going to have to do more chemicals, more treatment. And then the really big concern is if they're planning to recycle that water, well, now you don't have as much water due to that reduction if there's indoor savings. And so as we're talking about the policies yesterday with ocean acidification, hypoxia, and how much water recycling can provide a benefit to that, this policy is adjacent to that very conversation. And so we have to not make a decision in a silo or compartmentalize with one topic. I think it would be very beneficial to have the different divisions speaking through where to land on this. I'm sure they are, but maybe not in quite the same context as we were yesterday and today. The final comment I would like to make is just to reiterate, I know there will be comments from water reuse. There's Fiona Sanchez mentioned a request for a variance, not just for recycled water, but for wastewater infrastructure. We are supportive of that, and we're supportive of water reuse's comments also. And I'll happy to take any questions, but otherwise close.
Thank you. Next is Joe Berg, Municipal Water District of Orange County. Good afternoon.
Chair Diadamo, members of the board, good to see you again. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today and give a shout out to staff. They've been in the gym a lot lately over the past few years, really doing a heavy lift. And so there's been a tremendous amount of work gone into this so far. Just to start by building off of a previous commenter about the residential landscape area measurement, If the state is going to continue to provide that data, we really need them to include the slope factor in that measurement data, because with slope, the actual landscaped area is larger than if it were a flat area. And then secondly, the parkway strips between the sidewalk and the street is not included in the DWR data. And that can be a substantial amount of area if your community has that throughout. So two key issues there. In terms of the costs associated with obtaining that area measurement information, MODOC has been working with SAPA to do that. And it's not only very expensive, but it takes a tremendous amount of time to get the imagery and then to process the imagery and QC the imagery to a point to where you're comfortable with it. So, and that leads right into my first planned comment here, which is the INI component that was just added in. That's a new thing to us because we thought it was going to be in there. The time and effort and cost an agency would have to go through to annually review that and make a request for a change is quite a burdensome lift, and it would be a costly thing as well. That adds a whole nother level of complexity to an already very complex overall framework, and I think we really need to be looking for ways to simplify it. I've got agencies like Santa Margarita and IRWD that are very well resourced and very, very capable. And then I have other agencies that hardly know this is coming at them. And so for them to build that internal infrastructure and resources to comply with this is going to be a really daunting thing. In terms of the special landscaped area and the non-functional turf grass, that's also a new addition that we hadn't heard about. And it too creates a significant level of complexity that we didn't have before. And again, we should be looking for ways to simplify the process. And then the question I had is, does that include non-functional turf irrigated with recycled water? That wasn't clear in what I've seen so far. So that would also not be considered an SLA? Okay. And I think Fiona mentioned agencies have built significant recycled water infrastructure to be able to irrigate landscapes like that. And to change that, kind of pull the rug out from under them is definitely something to think twice about. And then we have the Assembly Bill 1572 right now that is considering a whole non-functional turf focus. And to me, it seems like this process here we're talking about could be simplified if we just let that one run its course. And I think the burden would be less on agencies with that bill as well. In terms of the CII performance measures and the 500 million gallon a year threshold, is that on a per customer basis, or is that all of your CII customers? That wasn't clear to me in the information that I saw.
Would be on a per parcel basis. And so the idea would be that you all would use the landscape area data that you would be collecting as part of the process of understanding CII landscapes with DIMS, looking at CII landscapes overall, and then using something like the MAWA formula to estimate the amount of water you assume those landscapes to be using.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. In terms of the new CII classification system, as Fiona said, they're already working on it. I know there are other agencies that are already working on the original proposal, and so I would just ask that that original proposal remain an option, not necessarily go to one approach, but maybe make both options available. And we did a study, and yes, we are Orange County, but we did do a study of what it would cost to comply. And we, at the time, this is a few months old, we used a landscape factor of 0.65. With that, we would have to spend $32 million a year to be able to meet the standard by 2030. Right now, we're spending $11 million per year, and that's been our average expenditure for the last 12 years. And you heard at the January board meeting a presentation by myself and Bill McDonald about the comprehensive programs that we've been offering. if with what's proposed, I would probably have to spend 3 times that or 4 times that to meet the standard. And there's problems with that because one, the standards, in my opinion, are not feasible beyond 2035. Two, there's not enough funding. And three, as I mentioned in January, the customers are not going to come. Even if I'm sitting on that pile of money, they're not going to participate to help me get to that standard. So in closing, I just ask, I know you've heard a lot from IRWD and Santa Margarita, but those agencies have the full data set. They have all of their dedicated irrigation meter area measurements. They've got all of the residential area measurements. It's been QC'd. They are telling a pretty clear story, in my opinion. One of them will have access to the bonus incentive, and one of them will not. So I just really ask you not to think that they're islands and that other agencies are not going to have a problem complying, because there are going to be agencies that are not going to comply. And that's my comments.
Thank you. Next is Annalisa Moe with Heal the Bay.
And Ms. Moe is not on the platform currently.
Anthony Intravella.
Good afternoon, I guess. I'm Anthony Travaglia, a resident in Santa Clara, California, attending the meeting. I did comment on the framework of the document. Let me pull it up here. And there were just some things I looked at today. So the Assembly Bill 1668 and Senate Bill 606, of those could be linked. I found them on your website, but it took some time. They'd be helpful to look at the framework document. And then it appears that the document is more towards the urban retail water suppliers. The framework could be used on non-urban, let's say, farm, ranches, and agricultural uses. And the last comment was on the regulatory framework. So the rulemaking, I'm used to the Federal Register and the EPA and the FAA, and it's in Washington, and it's quite different from how you guys operate. So the notice of proposed regulatory actions, I guess we're reviewing some of that today. And then the text of the regulation, this will be coming. And then the initial statement of reason, which I'm not used to reviewing, but I guess those will be coming too. So those are the comments for today. And for yesterday, I sent some comments in on the minerals in the water and toxicity levels. This is not really an EPA activity. I did point you to the NIH, which does have data on it. And what was presented yesterday was somewhat startling to me. I'm used to doing biomedical research, so it showed some species where they did tests, but no pointers to the protocol or how the test was done, except that there were some maybe exceptions to neural response. So anyways, the NIH does have this data, and it supported some of the board's comments about it's a normal dietary intake, and there's not a lot of data about toxicity, although there's some consistency in children. And the last comment I'll have about the, and this was yesterday, so I don't want to go over too much for yesterday, was the format of the integrated report seemed to be sectional analysis, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but the EPA statements are a functional statement. They want to have clean drinking water as a function of chemistry and how that go and how you go about that. So my proposal in the comments back was you should do the analysis in both functional and sectional. And I included some neural example of how this happens or how we reason things out. So you should have those documents, and I'll continue commenting on the integrated report because it's a voluminous set of information, mapping and things like this. So the functional requirements you should look at, and they would give you cross-reason shared resources for drinking water. So I hope you understand the comments, and if you have any questions, I'm sure you'll get back with me.
Thank you, Mr. Intravaya. Next is Rosario Cortez with water reuse. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Rosario Cortez, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. We represent over 200 members in the state of California. Thank you for the opportunity to address all of you this afternoon on the proposed regulatory framework. But I will speak specifically as it applies to recycled water and potable reuse. This legislation was carefully negotiated to acknowledge and balance the fact that recycled water and potable reuse water supplies are already drought and climate resilient, and that many communities throughout California have been encouraged through existing state policies and have made major investments or plan to invest in recycled water and potable reuse. In general, Water Reuse California supports the recycled water and potable reuse recommendations contained in the DWR memorandum, which are largely reflected in the framework, as well as we support the full recommendation reports. Specifically, we support number 1, DWR's recycled water landscape irrigation recommendation of 1.0, which is consistent with statutory authority and the requirement and the principles of UMWELO. Number 2, we support the potable reuse bonus incentive and how it should be calculated as it appears in Appendix B of the DWR report. We do ask that you consider going back to this. The entire bonus incentive was specifically negotiated with both NRDC and the Pacific Institute and other NGOs on how it would be calculated. We request that you go back to the 5-year average as there are technical reasons for this, and I will outline those in my comment letter that will follow. Additionally, we strongly support Governor Newsom's signing message for SB 1157 regarding the indoor water use standard, where the governor encourages the development of a further recycled water variance. Water Reuse California urges the board to include a separate variance for indoor water use if agencies can demonstrate that lower wastewater flows are 1, negatively impacting recycled water operations, or 2, negatively impacting infrastructure or compliance with regulatory permits as a result of the indoor water use standards. We recently submitted a proposal to state board staff for such a variance, and we look forward to their feedback and further discussing this with them in the near future. However, we are deeply concerned with one aspect of the framework as it applies to recycled water. It states that for non-functional turf, the principles of UMWELO will not be followed, and that recycled water will be treated as potable water. And this recommendation does contradict the statute, which makes no mention of a non-functional turf carve-out. During the almost 2 years of discussions that we participated in at the DWR Stakeholder Working Group, there was no mention of this concept. There are also practical issues to consider. As you know, recycled water can have a higher TDS, so a full 1.0 ET is required to flush the salts from the soil to keep the plants alive. This will be an almost impossible requirement to meet. One recycled water meter can serve a mixture of areas, some non-functional turf, some planter areas, some functional turf areas. It's difficult for agencies throughout the state to measure all the dedicated irrigation meters, but with this, each agency has to know each valve and each plant pallet that's being watered. There are also real challenges with defining non-functional turf as this has been historically left undefined. In conclusion, we do urge you to remove that provision from the framework. I will be submitting written comments and follow-up, and just thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Debbie Mackey with the Central Valley Clean Water Association.
Thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo and board members. Good afternoon. Debbie Mackey with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on this subject today. First, I want to echo that SWRCB and its partners just really, we support water conservation and making water conservation a way of life. It's an important step. We also, I also want to take the time to support CASA's comments and Water Reuse's comments also. Today, I really wanted to come to you to kind of testify to some of the wastewater impacts that we've seen through reduced flows due to conservation, mainly driven by drought, but definitely towards conservation, to add a little bit more context to what was being spoken about. And in that vein, I do need to say is this morning we, as Clean Water Summit partners, we're doing outreach to our sanitary sewer collection system agencies. And so I will have to go back. And if I missed something that was spoken this morning, I apologize for that. But what we really have seen in the Central Valley is in our collection systems, we do see much lower flows that because they are not flowing to the treatment plant or exactly are basically doing some treatment in situ in the area. We see that adds to corrosion. It does add to odor. It has impacted what comes into the treatment plant. We know that in the treatment plant we see increased concentrations, and so although the lower flows to the treatment plant may look at some savings, the concentrations actually require some additional, will require additional chemicals, additional time. And then the other area that we've also seen is it does impact some of our potential for permit compliance. So whether it is because we've got concentrated nutrients, we've got concentrated salts, we do know that that's an area too. So as Jared earlier was talking about some of the funding and the cost, as you know, in the Central Valley, we have small treatment plants. Usually that average cost, you can multiply it by 5 if you're using like a per MGD cost to translate it to some of the smaller agencies, because the cost per MGD is just not an apples for apples area. So I guess what I'm asking for then is, we would like the ability to comply. We agree that wastewater infrastructure variance and maybe one that even, can be applied on the site on the wastewater treatment plants. I know this isn't the venue for, but something to think about. For these competing areas where we are trying to do clean water, we're trying to recycle, we're trying to conserve. So the ability to try to do the best with what we've got, really would like to see something like that. Certainly with what Water Reuse talked about, very important. And I'm just trying to think. I think that's it. Anyways, and what they said, especially with like the 5-year average, we really want to do the best for California, both environmentally and just as a way of life for California. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. Next is Elizabeth Lovestead with San Diego County Water Authority. Hello.
Good afternoon. I just want to echo the thanks for having this workshop and including this today as we continue to go through these standards. We've obviously been working on them for a very long time, but appreciate taking a measured approach to it. I represent the San Diego County Water Authority. With our member agencies, we serve 3.3 million people and a $240 billion economy. We're a wholesale provider for the region. And as the wholesale provider, one of the things that we do is offer water use efficiency programs. Over the years, we've done 16,000 audits across the region. More than 8,000 residences have taken classes on landscape, and this includes the kind of landscape we've been talking about, where you're keeping the water on site and getting those additional benefits. We've also had professional landscape classes, and we've had 1,400 professionals go through that. We've partnered with SDG&E on water and energy programs where they've installed energy saving devices, and we've installed water saving devices. We've also partnered with the city and the county of San Diego on landscape programs that address not only water savings, but also help them meet their stormwater requirements, again, by making sure that the landscape is designed so that it captures stormwater and reduces runoff. We've spent $86 million, or our customers have received $86 million worth of rebates to remove 44.5 million square feet of turf. We share the common goals of resiliency, efficiency, and affordability. We have a conservation is a way of life in San Diego. We promote it throughout our region. Conservation programs are cost effective, but they're cost effective when they're well thought out and they're really designed to meet the needs of the community. One of the things I think we want to make sure that we avoid as we put into place this regulation are the unintended consequences. To have the benefits that we want, capturing stormwater on site, pollinators, trees, and other things like that. Customers need time and they need resources to put in correct landscapes. And if we're going to do it fast and not have those resources, we're going to see a lot of landscapes where the plants are stripped away, the grass is stripped away, and you have rocks or bark and not a lot of the benefits that we're really looking for. So we're supporting the comments made by Water Reuse and by Aqua. We ask that we stay at the 0.63 for the ET adjustment factor. We know that there were a lot of comments made during DWR's analysis and workshops, and we know that there's different assumptions that were made, and there's some challenges with some of the landscape area and some of the other information that went into there. And so we think with all that uncertainty out there, that we want to make sure that we're moving slowly enough to make sure that we get the benefits that we need from our water suppliers. We also want to we also recommend that recycled water remain at the 1.0 ETF factor. Again, systems are designed for that. They've been in place for a long time. And so we can perhaps transition that, but it's something that to be done at a different time. So we also ask that as we move through this and regulations are put into place, and as agencies are not meeting their targets, that technical assistance be provided. One of the things that's going to be a real challenge when meeting this target is just the resources that some agencies may or may not have. Within our service area, there are a lot of agencies that just have limited staff and don't have the resources to go in and find out what their INI is, or to measure every special landscape area and calculate every variance. And so making sure that we're getting the budgets right, I think, is going to be important as we move through this. So with that, again, I thank you for your time and your effort, and we'll provide additional comments through written, and look forward to working with you on these standards moving forward.
Thank you. Next is Nate Adams with Santa Margarita Water District.
Yes,
hello.
Good morning. I'm Nate Adams, Director of Water Resiliency at Santa Margarita Water District. And at Santa Margarita Water District provides drinking water, wastewater, and recycled water services to over 200,000 residents in 9 communities in South Orange County. The district is committed to conservation, both in demand management and in providing sustainable recycled water, which supplies 1/4 of the district's total demand. The district's drinking water demand is the same today as it was 25 years ago, despite serving 60,000 more people. Per capita water use is down 39% from 2010 and continues its downward trajectory. In 2015, the district implemented a budget-based rate structure through which we have gained extensive experience in assessing our landscape area and developing efficient outdoor budgets. So thank you for providing a forum to provide comments on the proposed recommendations. And this comment period is important since many of the DWR recommendations we've collectively been working on and contemplating for over 3 years have been altered, some significantly. And we'd like to highlight 4 verbally, and I'll follow up with a comment later. So item number 1, recycle water as a special landscape area. MWELO, the Model Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance, along with DWR proposed outdoor standards, recognize the importance of providing a 1.0 ET adjustment factor for special landscape areas, such as sites using recycled water. In addition to the 1.0 ET adjustment factor being important from a horticultural perspective, the 1.0 factor provides water purveyors with an incentive to continue to invest in developing and expanded recycled water. The proposed staff framework, for the first time ever, creates a bad precedent by changing the 1.0 ET adjustment factor for special landscape areas based on plant composition being served with recycled water. So at SMWD, we consider recycled water as the highest form of conservation in the landscape since it permanently reduces the need for drinking water to irrigate landscapes. The first strategy listed in the state's 2022 water supply strategy is the expansion and development of recycled water to drought-proof our communities. At SMWD, our intent is to continue to take a leading role in this effort, but the proposed outdoor standard makes us pause and rethink our planned recycled water system expansion and conversions. Why, might you ask? We're in the planning stages of expanding our recycled water distribution system to the city of Rancho Santa Margarita, the one community we serve without access to recycled water. This is a $50 million project that could permanently save over 1,200 acre-feet of water per year. If the 1.0 ET adjustment factor is changed, as is proposed, that may force us to consider alternatives. As an alternative, we could invest that $50 million in direct potable reuse. This alternative would still provide our region with a sustainable water supply, but the city of Rancho Santa Margarita would continue to use drinking water for irrigation on city parks, parkways, and slopes. So in summary, a site using recycled water for irrigation purposes should receive a 1.0 ET adjustment factor, period. Item 2, the outdoor standard must consider irrigable landscape area. So the legislation clearly states that the outdoor standard, quote, shall apply to irrigable lands, end quote. So DWR's proposal was to provide 20% of what was measured as irrigable, not irrigated, or I&I, landscape area to the overall outdoor budget. The staff framework proposes to eliminate I&I entirely. Since we can get lost in acronyms, it's important to restate what I&I landscapes are. Any landscape that at some point in 2018, when a plane flew over California, appeared to have been irrigated in the past, but looked stressed, AKA a brown lawn. So in other words, how a landscape looked in 2018 is the basis for setting the outdoor budgets in 2023 and beyond. The staff proposal indicates that it is up to the supplier to demonstrate that I&I areas are in fact irrigated. Thus, it's yet another variance to add to the mix. To effectively go down this variance path, each retailer needs to be able to see where I&I was measured at the parcel level. However, the landscape data set that DWR developed cannot provide that level of detail for agencies to see what was classified as I&I area in 2018 and where it occurred. And that's the important part, the where. I have 2 questions for the board. Has the board specifically asked DWR if the landscape area data set provided to water retailers contains the spatial data needed for retailers to perform an I&I assessment the staff proposal indicates is possible? And secondly, if not, is the state prepared to perform a remeasurement so retailers have access to the landscape classification data set needed to implement this variance approach as currently proposed? The district is we're currently fortunate to have the technical and financial capacity to undertake our own landscape analysis. For context, it's taken over $250,000 and 10 full staff to obtain the landscape area measurements for the city of San Juan Capistrano, which has 11,000 service connections, 700 of which are CII dedicated irrigation meters. So we have the benefit of seeing where the I&I areas occur and can field correct to II or irrigable irrigated as needed. The state provided data to retailers does not provide this granular level of data needed to ask for an I&I variance. So for simplicity and equity, we advise the outdoor standard go back to using 20% of I&I as measured and rolled up into an aggregate value by DWR. Item 3, realistic expectations and timelines of landscape transformation. The push to have existing and new landscapes perform at a 0.55 or 0.45 for CII ET adjustment factor is not realistic and sets us up for failure. Considering that new residential landscapes designed at current 0.55 standards do not perform at 0.55, how then are existing landscapes supposed to perform at those levels? In the Santa Margarita Water District service area, we've experienced significant new growth since 2015. These new developments emphasize all the landscape design elements we ascribe to outdoor efficiency: low water use plants, drip irrigation, controlled by smart timers. However, the new residential landscapes in the district service area perform at a 0.69 ET factor. And that's not bad. Honestly, that's not bad. But that's just the difference between a design and an installed landscape. For context, the district's existing housing stock performs at a 0.95 ET factor. Thus, the 0.8 ET factor that the standard's using currently will still drive future water savings. In short, new landscapes that meet WELO design standards do not perform at the proposed framework's unrealistic standards. Being a special district without land use authority, we cannot change existing landscapes, but we're all for helping customers transform their landscapes. For over 10 years, we've offered design assistance resource, customized landscape designs, turf removal rebates, and we even have a landscape architect on staff to assist customers. But landscape transformation is not easy, it's not quick, it's not cheap, and it doesn't even guarantee water savings. And crucially, it requires the landowner to initiate and implement that change. So over the past decade, we've had over 1,000 homeowners take us up on a turf removal rebate. This corresponds to a conversion rate of 0.3% of our parcels per year, 0.3%. So at this rate, it would take 100 years to transform 30% of our residential parcels. So I bring this up to temper expectations on how quickly California's existing landscapes are to transform and perform at proposed future standards. It's also worth reflecting on the fact that 3+ years into the COVID pandemic, 81% of Californians have received a COVID vaccination. Quite literally, that's a life and death decision. So expecting that an overwhelming majority of existing and new landscapes will be actually changed out and perform at a 0.55 ET factor is beyond hopeful. So the district recommends the outdoor standard use a 0.8 ET factor for sites using drinking water through 2035 and a 1.0 ET factor for special landscape areas. And as more improved data and landscape area in particular comes in, along with updated water use information, a 0.63 ET factor for sites using drinking water could be warranted beyond 2035. My final item to bring to attention is the variance-based approach is convoluted. And I'll go back to that word convoluted, and it's been used in this meeting today to describe the urban water use objective. And state board staff has stated that more and better data is desired to run analyses to better inform how the objective is developed. So despite the call for better data, the default action has been to lower each individual standard such that the overall objective is incredibly tight and provides little flexibility in how a water purveyor strategizes to meet its objective. Variances upon variances is the solution to provide flexibility, But to what practical extent are they to be used? What time and resources are needed for individual water retailers to gather all the requisite data to assess and apply for unique variances? What time and resources do the state have to consider, decide, and administer variances from each water retailer? And which state agency handles which variances? Several of the recommendations provided in the preceding 3 items help simplify the objective and reduce the need for additional variances. The assumed goal and intent of this objective is to focus time and resources on actions that save water, not create an administrative burden. So I thank you for your time, continued stakeholder dialogue, and look forward to this process continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Shimon, Eastern Municipal Water District. Oh, it looks like I'm out of.
Either one.
I'm sorry. Who's second?
Terrence McCarthy is on
Terrence
the
McCarthy.
platform and is up next for us.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Terrence McCarthy, LADWP.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Terrence McCarthy. I am the Water Resources Policy Manager for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And I'd like to start by saying thank you to the board and its continued leadership on water conservation and resiliency. As the largest urban retail water supplier in the state, LADWP holds water conservation and water use efficiency as one of the critical ways to ensure continued reliable water resources for our ratepayers. I'd also like to thank the board and staff for their discussion earlier about the baselines identified throughout staff's analysis, and particularly in regards to our water conservation potential study referenced earlier. I'd like to clarify the comparison made to the revised urban water use objective targets as it pertains to the modeled savings versus the actuals we've seen to date. Our water conservation potential study was finalized in 2017, but the baseline information for that study was obtained in fiscal year 13 and 14, which is much earlier than the adopted baseline of 2022 identified today for the proposed standards. Many of the baseline decline or passive savings potentials in our study were forecast to be realized prior to 2022. And while much progress on behavioral and code changes were made throughout the state from the 2012 to 2016 drought, and even from the recent drought requirements, the majority of actual savings we've seen to date have come from continued investment in our incentive and outreach programs to achieve remaining potentials in the market. We're open and willing to evaluate the assumptions on items mentioned like fixture turnover and turf replacement as a result of drought with the board staff. And we want to help identify potential impacts from the changes we've seen in the actual results for our passive savings or baseline declines versus our incentivized savings, which we believe have been the majority that we've seen achieved to date. In general, LADWP is supportive of advancing outdoor water conservation in both the residential and CII sector. However, the proposed outdoor standards could provide more flexibility to achieve the required savings. Over the past decade, LADWP has invested over $100 million and transformed approximately 52 million square feet of landscape. Yet to meet the standards, LADWP would have to transform an additional 212 million square feet of landscape at a significantly higher cost to reach a much broader customer base. Moreover, to ensure the multi-benefits of native and drought-tolerant landscapes, transformations need to be implemented and established correctly, and this process takes time to achieve a good result. In order to achieve the state's goals on driving meaningful customer behavioral shifts on outdoor water usage, LADWP recommends the board consider extending the milestones for the proposed outdoor standards by 5 years and incorporate regular updates to the state's provided information required by suppliers to evaluate long-term target feasibility. Furthermore, the exclusion of irrigable, not irrigated water use without suppliers demonstrating the presence of irrigation to the board staff brings into question how much that will be done or how that will be done efficiently. For example, upon our initial comparison of the landscape area measurement data supplied by the state, turf replacement projects in Los Angeles were identified as irrigable, not irrigated space. But many of those projects are still irrigated with supplemental efficient irrigation. We look forward to what evidence will be required by the state board staff to demonstrate the presence of irrigated area in cases such as these. The conservation framework is undoubtedly a progressive outlook on long-term water use efficiency that needs to not only align with our current efforts, but also flexible for future resiliency strategies. LEDWP is supportive of the use of a national database structure such as the US EPA's Energy Star Portfolio Manager as the basis of the CII performance measures. And moreover, we invite the State Water Board to review the City of Los Angeles's existing buildings energy and water efficiency program, also known as a BWE, as a potential model for effective CII benchmarking. We've had that in place for years now, and it's proved to be a good means by which to report benchmarking performance, but also are encouraging the state board to consider an option of the DWR's recommendation for the establishment of the various CII classification systems. LEDWP applauds the commitment to water conservation and drought resiliency demonstrated by the board as shown by the continued programmatic commitments, but suppliers will need continued investment from the state, not only on the financial side, but also on the customer outreach and workforce development sides to make even the original DWR proposed standards achievable. Now with the proposed more stringent targets, the need is even greater. Lastly, LEDWP would like to extend its continued interest in participating in the legislatively required indoor residential standard impacts on water, wastewater, and recycled water study. Moreover, we'd like to urge the state to start this study as soon as possible to allow for a robust and inclusive stakeholder process for the study, as you heard today from many of the commenters. We look forward to the forthcoming rulemaking for conservation framework, which we believe will advance the state's goal of continuing to make conservation a California way of life. LEDWP will be submitting written comments in addition to the comments made verbally today, and I'd just like to thank you for providing the opportunity to provide our comments on the proposed standards.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. All right, once again, Jennifer Shimon, Eastern Municipal.
Thank you. My name is Jenna. I go by Jenna. Jenna Shimon, the Director of Water Use Efficiency for Eastern Municipal Water District. And I just want to say I appreciate very much the opportunity to make comments today and over the last several years working with DWR and State Water Board staff. Eastern Municipal Water District is not only a retail water agency, we also are a wholesale water agency located in southeastern Riverside County. And we are always on the forefront of efficiency and sustainability. It's one of the things that we pride ourselves on. For decades, we've had initiatives, but we didn't start tracking these things until 2012. And since 2012, we've invested over $12 million and removed 8.7 million square feet and changed to more sustainable landscaping. Not only have our customers had those efforts, we've also been able to reduce water use by 32% versus 2013 numbers. Despite all of these efforts and despite the numerous programs that we offer and all of our outreach, we still in 2030 would not meet the standard per the exploration tool. So that is not only a concern for an agency of my size with its available resources, but also for the agencies that we wholesale to, excuse me. Some of the issues that I would like to make comment on today, but we'll also have a subsequent follow-up letter, are the landscape area measurement data. Despite the fact that my name is not in the report, I was in fact part of the work group that was part of the initial February 2020 meeting where we did the kind of behind the scenes analysis and saw on an actual parcel level how the different masks were put onto the parcels. I had a lot of concern around those, particularly for areas that are more arid climates, how some of the classification of plant types were put into the different categories of irrigable, irrigated, irrigable, not irrigated, and not irrigated. And so that is another reason why I think the 20% I&I buffer is imperative, because agencies were not given that, parcel level data. They were just given this aggregate. So without being able to show specifically what areas should be included in those maskings, it makes it a huge burden for these agencies to come back and say what percent, what areas need to be included in order to meet their objectives. Additionally, there was other issues with the data, as it has been mentioned, the health of the landscapes that during the flyover, any subsequent changes that have been made. We hope our customers tell them about this and follow the MWELO process, but as we know, that doesn't always happen. Also, there were some issues with miscoding due to land use code errors. So for all those reasons, I believe the 20% I&I buffer should be included. Additionally, the declining landscape efficiency factor is not realistically achievable at all for existing landscapes at the 0.45 and 0.55 efficiency factor. While it's possibly doable at the 0.63 standard, has been proven by some of the audits done by some of my colleagues and neighboring agencies, it's not doable in the time frame given. Not without substantial funding and also with substantial resources to not just my agency, but smaller agencies as well. And even if we could get all of these pre-MWELO landscapes converted, we would need additional funding beyond the capacity of our current rates and available grant and additional funding of that nature. And I have especially have concerns for the disadvantaged and underrepresented communities, how they would have access to be able to do this and how their residents would be able to afford it on their own. Speaking specifically to the special landscape areas, we're very appreciative of the expansion by the state water board staff and their proposal. However, we're not supportive of the exclusion of non-functional turf on recycled water areas. Eastern Municipal Water District has made and continues to make huge investments in the utilization of recycled water. And while we have worked with customers who participate in our advanced funding program to try and remove and convert non-functional turf areas, there are historic customers who've participated that have turf areas that we would just it would be a huge burden for us to try and figure out using an unknown definition what areas on their property are non-functional turf, and also if it's on the same meter as a functional area or other plant types. This would be an additional burden to us. Affordability, as I mentioned, there's a lot of cost around most of these things. So affordability is a huge concern to suppliers between staff time and program costs, and to customers between passed down costs and their own money out of pocket to make these on-site changes. For smaller suppliers and disadvantaged and underrepresented communities, they do not have the resources necessary to handle the impact this proposal will have. I'd like to point out at the end of the staff proposal, it says that if you add these numbers up, 60% of suppliers, representing 72% of the population, will see little to no savings. So that therefore means that the other percent of the state is going to be burdened with the impact of making these water savings and also the financial impact around that. And so who are these people? What is this percent of the population? 14% of the population would see the greatest amount of savings, but who are they? And how are they being unfairly charged with this burden? In summary, I'd like to again thank the work of all the state staff, both on DWR and the State Water Board sides, and for the opportunity to be a part of that process. Eastern Municipal Water District prides itself on being at the forefront of efficiency and sustainability, and I hope you'll take into consideration all the comments you hear today. We're simply asking you to please implement standards that make sense, are achievable, attainable, and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Devin Provo, Accelerate Resilience LA.
And she had not, she had indicated that she was going to participate if necessary, and I'm currently not seeing Devin on the platform.
Okay. Next is Michael Sanders, GDPUD. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the board, DWR, all the members and staff that are present. I'm Michael Saunders. I'm a director and the legislative liaison from Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. We're a small urban water provider in the Sierra foothills, and we are a good representation of the challenges that many of our rural mountain districts have to face. To keep as a backdrop for my comments, our district has approximately 3,800 customers who, in addition to paying for water, its delivery and infrastructure, also has to provide for the safety of the district and our surrounding communities by having to additionally invest and pay for the critical water infrastructure, which is used for fighting wildfire, fire mitigation, and fire suppression. Our district does not get any additional funding for this from the federal side, from the state, and small districts rarely benefit from the large water bonds. After a wildfire, however, there may be an opportunity to receive some funding. The LAM data, while improved, is not a good reflection of our district. We are very heavily canopied. However, unlike South Lake Tahoe, we did not see significant increases after readjustment. Our district, which is mainly rural, has pastures, most of people's landscape or native lands. The model sees that as undeveloped. Most of our district was deemed not irrigable, 99.8% not irrigable. This means that our district will not be budgeted to allow for its customers to even water or provide any mitigation to their property. We continue to work with the DWR LAM data team, but we are still not near a reasonable representation of the conditions on the ground. The way the variances are to be submitted for eligibility will also put a lot of work, extra work on the district staff, and also have an expense incurred on the district to be able to get the data required. If there is a way to decrease some of the information asked of the supplier, which right now is better suited for a study rather than what a customer is likely and able and willing to provide from a district survey. The districts and others in our area have been engaged with the board, and thank you for the engagement, and we're meeting again, I believe, next week, about the issues we have with water use for firefighting, mitigation, and suppression. Our district uses water for fire flows, for filling high-capacity storage tanks, ponds, canals, and other areas. Flushing is also required to deal with disinfectant products, which occur from having to maintain your water for fire flows, and also from erosion and particulate matter, which occurs after and during the wildfires. And this effects will occur in our district for many years. This use is outside of the emergency variances. So we are hoping that a measure will be considered that addresses wildfires. When the LAM data is underrepresented, our district will start out with an over budget situation on the outdoor side, forcing us to rely on variances and other measures to achieve our budget. The response is always that this is just one portion of your budget. But if that portion is inaccurate, then our district that also has other challenges with water uses that are not being addressed is asked to reduce its usage above and beyond those of other districts in the state. We are not looking to not meet standards or not conserve. We've been averaging 7% water conservation since 2019. We want to be able to have the opportunity to meet these standards, as well as keeping our community and the surrounding communities safe. So some of the ask, again, is that the LAM data be continued to work on in those areas with inaccuracies, that the landscape area factor of 0.55, that threshold may be outside of what is an achievable number. And we would like to include that 20% I&I buffer for many of the reasons that many of the presenters had talked about. If we can streamline how the supplier can provide the information for the variances, and if we consider that a measure or variance be done that accounts for the wildfire water usage. And thank you for listening to us, and thank you for our time. And also remember that anything that asks for a cost to the agency is asking for a cost to our customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. And I'll just ask that in your, I know you're going to provide written comment, but if you could please provide details of some of these things that you talked about here today, because I know you have met with our staff and they've attempted to work through some of these issues, but it'd be important for us to get the details again. Thank you. All right, next is Brian Sanders with the City of Sacramento. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Brian Sanders, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities. Thank you for providing the opportunity to make some comments today. First, I would like to say that we are in agreement with the points that have been made today by the Regional Water Authority and Aqua, so I will not revisit those. Initially, agencies like the city supported this effort to create indoor and outdoor efficiency targets, as it appeared that agencies that had invested in water conservation would be able to highlight their successes. However, through the regulatory process, the targets have become overly complicated and continue to tighten before we have a chance to implement. We're dealing with a game day scenario of the constant shifting and narrowing of the goalposts, and we are not being given adequate time to adjust for these more challenging targets. Agencies need time to test our approaches to reduce water use, and the time available keeps getting shorter as these regulations are delayed, but the compliance dates are not being pushed out to reflect those delays. These proposed efficiency standards do not appear to be feasible nor implementable. We are concerned that the proposed standards do not allow for existing landscapes to be maintained at a healthy level. As a city who has many mature trees, it is extremely important that these treescapes be appropriately maintained and healthy. If these community and climate assets are not able to be properly maintained, these assets will be more vulnerable to disease and mortality during future drought, therefore leading to increased heat islands after these mature trees are gone. The city is also concerned about the overly low landscape efficiency factor, as well as the removal of the I&I buffer. These will render the city out of compliance much sooner, and with the shrinking compliance timeline, we must have these important flexibilities reinstated. The summary of the proposed framework utilized two examples of affluent industrialized nations to provide context when it comes to urban water use, and those are Australia and Denmark. These are not good examples to consider for use when developing a regulation for California. Both countries have their systems more consolidated, which makes it easier to impose change when change is needed. The only continent on the planet that receives less precipitation than Australia is Antarctica. Because of drastic drop in rainfall, the government of Australia offered and continues to offer rebates to residents to install rain collection and storage facilities, as well as the possibility of on-site gray water systems. This is not something that California has done or shows any real interest in doing. The state relies on suppliers to develop resources to offer more rebate programs while also having to increase their rates, which is something we try very hard to limit, to pay for state mandates, which also works directly against affordability. As for the Denmark example, Europe was developed in a much different manner than California. European development experienced more building up than out. Denmark's urban areas are not vast expanses of single-family homes with yards, and I'm not saying that these are non-existent, but they do not exist in the same numbers as they do in California. And lastly, Denmark's climate does not even closely resemble the Mediterranean climate of California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We look forward to working toward a reasonable and achievable water use efficiency standards. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Craig Jones, Las Virgenes Municipal Water District.
Good afternoon, board members. Make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, distinguished colleagues. My name is Craig Jones, Resource Conservation Manager with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We're located here in northern LA County in the North Santa Monica Bay subregion. We butt up against Ventura County line. We have approximately 122 square mile service area with about 21,000 service connections with over 300 microclimates, and we are a state water project dependent area. You may have seen us on the news during the height of this most recent 2022 drought for the implementation of our flow restrictor program, promoting compliance on customers egregiously exceeding outdoor water budgets. So that said, it should be clear that LVMWD supports any effort that advances the state's goal to make water conservation a California way of life. Specifically, though, when it's done in a way that is based on best available data, supporting climate appropriate landscape alternatives, giving credit to innovation, and minimizing unintended impacts or consequences. And I want to emphasize unintended consequences, because at the end of the day, who is the victim of unintended consequences? And the simple answer is they're the Californians who are our customers, our ratepayers, the people that we serve as public servants. And going back in 2018, LVMWD was one of the first agencies to take a support position on the original bill. We actually flipped rank and we supported it because we felt like it was science-based, that it made sense. And it fit into LVMWD's established conservation culture of our budget-based rate structure that establishes efficient, inefficient, and excessive outdoor budgets, variances for livestock, etc. Now, these newly proposed conservation standards are a clear divergence from the original 2018 legislative package intended to support and continue to encourage more of the innovative and incredible work that has gone on in this state long before there was a call for a statewide framework. So the proposed framework establishes standards, and this is really the message that I want the board to hear, and I know that you've heard it already, is that it establishes standards that quite frankly are not achievable, specifically for LVMWD, and they come with clear unintended consequences. So I believe that, as we did mention who those unintended consequences target, I believe Californians deserve legislation that is achievable and makes sense. The original bill package was designed to build in support for water efficient best practices for existing landscape, providing flexibility in how to achieve efficient water use, promoting water efficient best practices to support existing landscapes. And it was never intended to impose a massive landscape transformation project on every existing property and every service area across California. And as Fiona mentioned with IRWD, although it would be nice in theory, it's just not a feasible reality. So I would like to just echo the requests that, as Las Virgenes, that we have kind of in concert with what you've heard today. We request that all irrigated areas, that you would take the request and recommendation that all areas irrigated with recycled water are considered special landscape areas with an LEF of 1.0. We'd ask that you would remove the proposed exclusion for the non-functional turf. Just to reiterate, no exclusion of the SLA designation for turf areas. And like RWD and others that you've heard today, a variance is critical for the indoor standard needed to accommodate negative impacts on our existing wastewater infrastructure and recycled water facilities and our future potable reuse projects. And again, as other agencies, LVMWD will depend on the potable reuse bonus incentive to make it remotely feasible for LVMWD to meet its proposed water use objective. And we are forging ahead on a surface water augmentation potable reuse project. And might I add, it's not a cheap way to get a bonus. It's $350 million and climbing. So we're making massive investments to do the right thing before anybody tells us it's the right thing to do. And again, not to beat these outdoor standards, but we're in agreement with what's been said today, requesting additional time and resources to implement these lower proposed left standards, and that really, the lowest mentioned in the proposed framework are just not achievable. So my final 2 points that I would like to make to the board this afternoon are, I really think there should be a focus on providing funding sources for this framework and regulatory rollout, and in the way of education, workshops, turnkey programs, bolstering the landscape service industry. And then, something, just a recommendation for the board to consider is I recommend going on tour, go out and meet with a subset of these 400 plus agencies and survey those who have not implemented AMI, who don't have budget-based rates, who don't have huge budgets or staff to provide the best possible outcomes. And because the people that you're hearing from today have done everything, they've checked every box. So really, you're not hearing from the folks who don't even have time to attend this meeting because they're just making sure that their water is moving through the pipes and the meters are being read. So in closing, I urge the board to get back to the original intent of DWR's framework and consider the request made today for augmentation to the proposed rulemaking framework direction that my fellow colleagues, Aqua, and others have identified and recommended here today. So on behalf of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, thank you for listening to our concerns, and we trust you will work with us and represent us well to arrive at reasonable, achievable, feasible policy directives that are attainable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next is Nick Romo with the League of California Cities.
Good afternoon, board members, distinguished colleagues. Nick Romo with the League of California Cities. The League of Cities represents California's 482 cities. I want to align my comments with many of the points made by Aqua, the city of Sacramento, and others. I'll leave you with two things today. I look forward to working with the board throughout this process to ensure that we provide increased flexibility for compliance, reduce reporting burden, and to simplify these regulations so that we can practically implement these bold programs. I want to highlight a number of the board members' priorities here that they've highlighted today. One of which is to make sure that our ratepayers are protected and their investments and the trust they put in all of us is protected. Our 482 cities are on the ground each and every day, making sure that our communities are well served. We want to make sure that these regulations are simple, that they're affordable, and they can make sense for all Californians. The other point that I really appreciate that was highlighted today is the diversity of our state and diversity of our regions. The Central Valley, from the Inland Empire to the North State, the southern border, they will all need different remedies and solutions and flexibilities. And we hope to work with the board to make sure that we can implement these regulations successfully in each and every community that we lead. So thank you all today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Romo. Next is Heather Cooley with the Pacific Institute.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and to thank you to state board members for holding this workshop. I'd like to thank State Water Board staff for the very detailed presentation today. I've been engaging on most of the various working groups convened over the last few years, and this is really the first time all of the pieces have been brought together. I also appreciate the many tools that have been developed and made available so that we can start to see how the objectives impact different communities across the state. So I just wanted to thank you all for the time and the resources in pulling those together, and for the transparency in doing so. I first want to acknowledge the progress that many water suppliers and Californians more broadly have made to advance water efficiency, as demonstrated by continued reductions in per capita water use across the state. I think it's important to acknowledge that without these efforts, our collective water challenges would be much worse. I think that's really important context then as we look to the future. The reality is that we're facing a hotter, drier climate and longer, more intense droughts. The weather patterns we've seen over the last 10 years in California are an indication of what's to come, but by no means the full extent of the changes for which we must prepare our communities for. The truth is that we can and we must do more to build a more resistant and sustainable water future for all California communities. Overall, I support the proposed framework because it's an important step in the right direction. It's robust, it's backed by the best data and information available, and it's supportive of continued water use efficiency improvements in accordance with the governor's water supply strategy. I'll provide specific comments in a letter and appreciate the opportunity to do that, but I'll briefly touch on a couple of them, in part because many others have been getting into some of the specifics. I do support the reduction in the outdoor standard in 2035 and beyond, and recognize it won't be easy. It'll take effort from Californians, from water suppliers, from landscapers. These aren't going to be easy, but they're going to be necessary to adapt to the changes, again, that we have been seeing and that we'll see more of. Similarly, on the I&I buffer, that's an issue that we've brought up for years now, and concerns about that. And so, I do have concerns about an automatic I&I buffer and feel that the best approach is that there needs to be a demonstrated need for providing that buffer. And again, I'll provide more specific comments in the letter. I think, though, too, one of the important takeaways from the presentation that I'd like to underscore is that conservation and efficiency are not free. However, the benefits outweigh the costs. And we saw that in some of the numbers that were presented today. Importantly, even in those numbers, we're not accounting for the many benefits to the customer and to the larger society that these efficiency savings will provide. Those are not captured in that analysis, and they would even push further the benefits and highlight how those benefits benefit not only ratepayers, but the larger, broader community. Relatedly, I want to highlight that achievement of the water efficiency objectives not only help us to meet our water goals, but they can also support other local and statewide priorities. As an example, transitioning towards landscapes that are better suited to California's climate not only save water, they reduce polluted runoff into waterways. They create habitat for birds and pollinators, and they can help support the statewide efforts around green waste, both reducing the amount of green waste, but also providing opportunities for using it. Similarly, by avoiding expensive new water supply and treatment infrastructure, water efficiency can support local and statewide efforts to make water affordable for all Californians, and that's helping to achieve the human right to water. Similarly, saving water saves energy. And as many of these devices, those particularly they save hot water, can help reduce customers' cost for energy. They can also help to meet our goals around energy and climate. So as we save water, we save energy, and we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. That is, as we're seeing these climate impacts manifest, if we don't take decisive action on those greenhouse gas emissions, on reducing those, our challenges will be even worse. These water efficiency objectives can help us not only here meet our water goals, but our energy and our climate goals. So I'd like to thank, again, state board members and staff for your continued work to make conservation a California way of life. I look forward to working with you all and with the water community across the state in the coming months and years to achieve and even exceed these objectives and ultimately make the state more sustainable and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. All right, next we have Martha Davis, and then after Martha, we will take a 10-minute break. Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for this workshop today. You guys, both the staff and your board questions have been fantastic. I second what Heather just said. This is the first time where we've seen all the pieces come together. I'm always stunned by the amount of work that has been done both by DWR and the board staff in putting all these pieces together. This is complicated, but complicated because we made a decision back in 2018 that doing unilateral arbitrary percentage reductions in water use as a mandate just doesn't work for California. And there's so many ways in which it was unfair. In fact, I was in the room when in 2015, Paul Jones, when he was representing Eastern, came in and said, you know, there's a better way to do this. We could use a water budget approach that would allow water efficiency to be tailored to local conditions. And by doing that, we're doing the right thing, but it does make it more complicated, and it means we have to look carefully at how all these pieces come together. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Mono Lake Committee. I have been a part of the process, which means lots of different meetings that I've been involved with over the many years. We've had very robust conversations along the way of how to do this well. I really appreciate the way in which the board staff have thoughtfully reflected on all of the participants that have been involved in these conversations over the years, and like Heather, overall support the recommendations that have come forward. I will also submit detailed comments, but I wanted to highlight just a couple of points from today's conversation that I think are really important. One, I really appreciate the questions about the affordability that have been raised, and I want to point to a number of studies that have been done that reinforce Heather's point
about the importance to the ratepayers of water efficiency. So one is an Alliance for Water Efficiency study that was done in 2018 on Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's Water Conservation Program. It covers 15 years between 1990 and 2016. And the Alliance for Water Efficiency study estimated that the ratepayers were able to save $11 billion in avoided costs as a result of the investments had been made in water conservation. And similarly, there's a study by the Alliance for Water Efficiencies for Long Beach, another great outstanding water conservation program where they've specifically looked at the benefits to low-income communities of targeted water efficiency programs and how much for those customers it made their water bills much more affordable. So as we get into the cost side of the equation, it is important to consider what this means to ratepayers overall and what it can mean to individual sectors of our ratepayer community, particularly low income. The second thing I just would like to discuss, I appreciate from the water community, and obviously I was part of the wastewater community for 17 years, working with Inland Empire Utilities Agency, the concerns and the recognition about the declining indoor water use. That's been happening for decades. And I think a number of people referred to that. I know we did a study for our water agency back in 2009 and determined that we could see that any construction that was done in the 2005 period, the water usage in those homes was at 35 gallons per person per day. So what we are seeing is a structural change that is occurring within the wastewater flows, within indoor water usage. And that will continue because those are the only low water efficient appliances are the only appliances that people can put into their homes. So I think it's important to understand the problem that we're facing because as somebody spoke earlier, we did build our systems for 100 gallons per person per day. And it's not that, they're down to 35, if not lower now. So we're going to need to address those issues long-term, but that is not the recommendations that the staff have made on the indoor side are simply tracking with and keeping pace with what we know and have documented as existing changes that are occurring on the indoor water use. And so addressing variances on the indoor water use only means that we're going to be using more water in the outdoor. It's not going to change the overarching trend that we're seeing within the indoor water use, the changes in water quality, and the fact that we're going to have to make adjustments to those systems over time, no matter what. And then the third point I just want to raise is this question about the hotter interior areas and how much more fair the approach that is being taken with the framework is to these areas, particularly because they do need more water for plants in these hotter areas. But we also, in the work that we did at Inland Empire Utilities Agency, looked at the extent to which improved water efficiency contributed to water storage resilience, particularly for groundwater supplies. And we did do a study, an integrated resources program where we were assessing different investments that we could make in water supplies as well as water efficiency and what contributed most to the resiliency. And ultimately, we need to see all of these different investments in an integrated way because they do interact, they affect one another. But the investment that made the biggest difference to our water resilience was water efficiency, because it meant that we could extend our groundwater supplies. And not only did we do this and look at it in theory as a hypothetical, we actually saw the improvements in the water supply in 2016 when we implemented the governor's mandated water conservation requirements. And we were one of the areas in which groundwater supplies actually went up. And that's consistent with the way our study worked. So there are some broader issues here in terms of how do we look at the synergies between the framework and the recommendations that are being made and the long-term implications for stretching water supplies, making water supplies ultimately more affordable, and how they connect with the other multiple benefits that Heather outline. So with that, I just want to close by saying thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I really appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate the work that DWR has also contributed. And I do think the recommendations that a number of people have made about accessing and improving the data is going to be very important, particularly the aerial imaging. There's so many improvements that have occurred since 2018. I know DWR was asking for funding to do another run. I think that there's a lot of ways in which the state of California can really help all of our communities by making that information available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Appreciate it. All right, we'll take a break. Be back at 3:15. Okay, we are back. We are back. Thank you. And I see Mr. Boland waiting for us here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Dave Boland. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Mesa Water District located in Costa Mesa in Orange County. And first, Mesa Water District is proud to note that they're on the Water Conservation All-Stars list way up high because their customers have consistently stepped up to the challenge of reducing water use during the drought. And we've achieved that 15% target rate. Now, that kind of frames the situation, but it also kind of broadens it in that almost all water agencies in the state are doing quite well right now because outdoor irrigation is so low. One of the concerns that we have is about outdoor irrigation, and I want to delve into that in more detail. But first, I just want to say that we support a lot of all the comments of the water community that we've heard so far today, and particularly want to align ourselves with the comments of Fiona Sanchez and IRWD on the real world design versus design standards, real world conditions versus design standards, as well as the comments of Amy Talbot and Craig Jones related to this very issue. Mesa Water District is particularly concerned with the statutory basis for the outdoor irrigation standards and wanted to just bring up a quote from Water Code Section 10.609.9 that the outdoor standards recommended by DWR and adopted by the Water Board shall be based on a determination of the amount of water necessary to efficiently irrigate both new and existing landscapes. That determination of outdoor use standard needs to be achievable for the existing landscapes and not aspirational. And I think this point's been made well by a lot of the speakers ahead of me. So I'll just delve into the point that the 0.80 LEF is not achievable for most existing landscapes as is, and will require some retrofitting. 0.63 LEF, which Department of Water Resources recommended in the future, will force significant landscape transformation. And that landscape transformation is recognized by all parties, but is not provided for in the statutory basis for this effort. This will certainly drive up water rates. It will burden customers with having to make significant decisions to invest in their water use on outdoor irrigation and find resources to do that. And water agencies are not in a position to be able to basically pay for this. We have programs, we have folks that will step up to do it voluntarily, but it's going to be very difficult, actually impossible, to try to get this done at the scale that's foreseen by these standards, and particularly if they're further reduced to 0.55 or 0.45, which are entirely beyond what was foreseen in the statute. Other concerns involve the CII process that was intended to be a best management practices approach based on work that's been done consistently by conservation agencies throughout the state. We've got programs in order to encourage those transformations at the commercial sector, but the data burden and the difficulty of proving up the requirements that have been offered in this proposal are quite hefty and are of real concern. The administrative costs, the investment needs to be proportionate to the water savings that we'll achieve. And there's real concern that the water savings just aren't going to be there for all the effort that we invest in, particularly outreach to the CII sector on these best management practices. And then finally, just the water affordability issue that's been brought up time and again, the fact that we do need to invest in infrastructure for reliability, that water quality concerns continue to be an issue groundwater management all over the state, and that these investments are necessary and that will drive rates in the future, but to additionally add procedural costs and analytical costs that don't result in water savings are just inappropriate. And finally, just given that the SWRCB has been released with a lot of detailed data, and the staff has released a lot of material in the presentation and a lot of the backup rationale for why they seem to believe that these standards are achievable. Given that material is out there and needs to be looked at, we would ask that the comment deadline be extended at least a week to April 6th, so that our comments can be responsive to all the material that's been posted just recently. So that's my comments. Stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Next is Stephanie Nevins with Alameda County Water District.
Good afternoon, State Board members, staff, and others in attendance today. My name is Stephanie Nevins, and I'm the Water Use Efficiency Supervisor at Alameda County Water District, or ACWD. We are a retail water provider serving about 346,000 people in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in the southern Alameda County in the San Francisco Bay Area. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed regulatory framework. First, I'd like to assure the board that ACWD has been an advocate for water use efficiency for over 40 years and has had a comprehensive water conservation program available to all its customers since the early 1990s. We recently adopted a water efficiency master plan, which provides a roadmap for a $30 million investment to achieve additional water use efficiency savings in our service area over the next 30 years. At the time of adoption of that plan, the state's water use efficiency framework was still very much under development, but staff was intentional about including measures in that plan that would support the regulation. ACWD appreciates all the work that the Department of Water Resources and the State Board has put into developing long-term water use efficiency plans for the state. We applaud the time and effort that went into this because we know this was not an easy process. We have three main comments that we'd like to provide today on the proposed regulation. Many of these comments echo many of the comments already made here today. The first comment is that we would ask the board to reconsider requiring agencies to demonstrate that irrigable, not irrigated, or the I&I areas are now irrigated in order to include those landscape areas area measurements in their budget calculation. In other words, please consider bringing back the buffer that DWR had in there for I&I. The 20% I&I inclusion in the DWR recommendation provided cover for error that is inherent in the landscape area measurement data. This area is from measurements, classification, and other errors, as well as changes to landscapes that have occurred since the measurements were processed. Requiring agencies to prove that I&I areas are now irrigated is essentially requiring agencies to annually remeasure landscape areas so their budget more closely reflects efficient use. Measuring landscapes this often at this level of detail, as many have already expressed, is onerous both in terms of cost and time. If agencies are required to demonstrate that I&I areas are now irrigated, it should not be limited to 20% if the agency finds that greater than 20% I&I is now irrigated. The proposal seemed to imply the ceiling, so I just wanted to make sure that if that's not the intention, that it gets clarified in the final proposal. So my next comment is that we would like to ask for clarification on the requirements for installing the DIMS, or the dedicated irrigation meters, or in lieu technologies. The proposal states that the CII customers that do not have a DIM, and the supplier estimates they use 500 million gallons of water or more annually. And this may have already been addressed today, but we want clarification on the volume. The proposal I believe states 500 million gallons, but in some of the presentations by staff, state board staff today, it was indicated that it was 500,000 gallons. So I just want to figure out what's the volume there. My next point is, and my final comment is, as I mentioned, ACWD is a huge proponent of water use efficiency, and we feel that tightened landscape standards are a critical part of achieving water use efficiency goals statewide. But we are in alignment with other water agencies, and are concerned about landscape efficiency factors in 2030 and 2035 that they may be unattainable within the time frame. To achieve statewide water use efficiency, older landscapes will need to be changed out. It takes time to do this so that it's not an economic hardship on agencies and the customers that they serve. So additionally, while newer landscapes may be designed to these standards, there's so much more that goes into a final water use profile for a landscape. For example, irrigation systems need constant maintenance to perform optimally, and this is not always practical in the field. Ms. Sanchez made it clear in her earlier presentation, and I, from my own experience, this is very valid. Instead of setting standards that could lead to failure, we ask the board to consider a more gradual ramp down of the LEFs to balance water agency pressure to achieve results with industry adoption and market transformation. We are also in support of AQUA proposals and comments on this item. Let's take small steps towards statewide water use efficiency versus giant leaps that may leave others behind. These are our general comments, and we will be submitting a comment letter with additional details for consideration. With that, thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments today. We look forward to continuing to work with the state to make conservation a California way of life so that our state can thrive in the midst of future climate uncertainties. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to give staff an opportunity to respond on the volume issue.
Thank you, Stephanie, for pointing out a typo. 500,000 is what we meant.
Okay, so not 500 million. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next is Charles Bolig, East Bay Municipal.
Thank you. And you did a great job pronouncing my last name. There's not many Boligs around, so I appreciate that. Thank you, board and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Mentioned, I'm Charles Bolig. I'm the Water Conservation Manager at East Bay Municipal Utility District. We're a water utility, the San Francisco Bay Area, just north of Stephanie. So we're neighbors on this side of the peninsula. We serve 1.4 million customers and have around 800,000 of wastewater. A lot of the stuff that has already been said by my colleagues in the water industry, fully agree with. We all believe in saving water. We're into it. We get our fingers dirty every single day. And what is kind of challenging is that the goalposts keep moving. And as mentioned before, is that, oh, if you don't get it this way, you can get it that way. It makes it very challenging for us. And we don't want to be set up for failure. We want to succeed. It is in our interest to make sure that we succeed. And as mentioned before, programs take a while to develop and get going. And, some of the things that were kind of mentioned about ways for us water utilities to get there, toilets or clothes washers, a lot of that's done by regulation now. And it's also, we're getting to the point of what we call demand hardening. As the water consumption by customers gets less and less, it just is harder to get that last little bit to kind of get over the hump. And then there's also the issue of what they call is the early adopters. So, for example, East Bay Mud during the 14, 15, 16 drought, we had thousands of people participating in our lawn conversion rebate program at 50 cents a square foot. We were hardly given, it was just, we're kind of newer program, not giving much. This recent time, we're up to $2.50. So we got up by 5 times And we had about a quarter of the people participating, even though there's market transformation going on, there's more information on native plants. So it gets harder and harder to get people to participate. So you can continue to raise your money, and that unfortunately puts pressure on your rates. So that's a bit of a challenge. And one other thing I kind of want to mention to the board and staff is that you've heard today from the biggest water utilities in the state of California, and we are paying attention to this legislation because we know it's going to cause a fair amount of work on our side just for the reporting purposes. And one thing that I think is kind of getting forgotten by the roadside are these smaller water utilities. They oftentimes don't even know this legislation is coming, and they're going to be set up for failure almost right from the start because they don't have the full staff and the resources like somebody like East Bay Mud does, or of course LADWP, and all these other great colleagues that have got out and are speaking today. So as you go forward, I think it's important to make sure that we as a community help these smaller ones, because they're going to be challenged to meet this requirement, especially just the timeline. That reporting is going to be starting January 1st. And I think a lot of them, it's going to be like a deadline that just comes and goes on that. It's kind of like asking your kids to clean their bedroom. They're like, what happened? I'm supposed to do what? So there's two things that I want to kind of touch on that I'm a little bit concerned about. And one of them is by 2035, that 45 and 55% reference evapotranspiration that comes out of MWELO. I don't believe there are any studies out there that said those are achievable numbers except theoretical, and that has been mentioned a couple times. And I do want to tell a little bit about East Bay Mud's experience with the commercial industry. East Bay Mud, anybody that wants a new water meter, that and we're going to provide it to them, they have to give us their plans of their indoor plumbing fixtures. So we make sure that they're efficient from the start, and the same thing with outdoor. So we make sure that they're following MWELO, that they're doing all their calculations right, they're specifying the right plans, they're using the proper resources. We then get all the square footage. So we use CIMIS, which is California Irrigation Management Information System, which is a wonderful program by the Department of Water Resources to get how much evaporation happens on a daily basis in those areas. So we know the square footage, we know their consumption, we know what their water budget is. So those customers, we allow them 2 years to establish their landscape. Remember, plants, when you put them in the ground, they need a little bit of establishment period. So they get 2 years to establish it. They're supposed to be at 45% reference evapotranspiration. Those are commercial customers. Remember, those are designed properly. They're everything is done on paper perfectly. Those customers are unfortunately closer to 160% of their water budget. They're failing miserably. Oftentimes it has to do who's running the controller, who's managing it, and those and things of that nature. Oftentimes the person that's doing the landscaping is also doing the HVAC at the site. So I think those numbers that are pushing it down by 2035 are unachievable, and I think it's going to set us up for failure. I'd like us to actually stick with 80% reference ET out to the year at least 2030 to give us a chance to get our feet underneath us and get some success under this in the legislation. Once we get there, I think we can adjust it, but it'd be nice to be able to get some early success right off the bat. The second is effective precipitation. Effective precipitation is something that, as I mentioned before, the CIMIS stations do not take into account. Those weather stations, we've got 3 of them in our service area that we maintain on a monthly basis. So even DWR's own service about what the reference evapotranspiration is for a site does not include effective precipitation. And one thing that I know soil science is not my that's not my wheelhouse, but I'm thinking as a homeowner, when you're out there in the summertime, anything that happened in the wintertime, because the effective evaporation that happened yesterday in my service area was 1/10 of 1 inch. And remember, we just got into spring, we're equal days, equal nights. In the summertime, it's closer to 1/4 of an inch. All that water has slipped past that root zone that we're wanting that water to carry on over. So I think it's something that people are not practicing, and it's also something we've been asking our customers to put in smart irrigation controllers for about a decade. That's how long they've been on the market, maybe a little bit longer than that, but they've been pretty good. Those smart controllers, all they're measuring is what the wind is, the solar, the amount of solar that night, and dew point, wind, dew point, solar, I think there might be another one. And that's what's driving it. And those irrigation controllers they'll take into account what type of soil it is, but it's based on how much water did I put down before it runs off, like clay soil. Clay soil, you got to kind of do cycle and soak of that nature. So I think the effective precipitation and subtracting it from a water utility like East Bay Mud, where we've got 3 distinct climate zones, and we know water does not fall equally. I'm sure you've all experienced it before when you've been in your home, and you're looking out your front window and it's pouring there, and you're looking out your back window, it's like hardly doing anything. We have 322 square miles, and I can guarantee you precipitation does not fall equally along that area. So I wanted to thank you for the opportunity. We do want success. We do want water savings. We do know it's part of our long-term strategy. And we'd also like to make sure that this is not a reporting exercise. We'd rather spend our time helping our customers save water and preparing for the future for whatever climate change is going to happen to us. So thank you very much. And hopefully we get another chance to speak. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you. All right. Next is Leonard Pollan, Las Virgenes Municipal Water District.
And Mr. Pollan does not appear to be on the platform.
All right. Then Paul Helliker with San Juan Water District. Oh, he was here? Okay, we'll come back to him if he gets back in the room. Cody Phillips, California Coast Peeper. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. We're excited to see these regulations moving forward, and we're in support of the goal of making conservation a way of life. And this workshop has just been a very excellent presentation on all these technical details coming together. I have a few points I'd like to touch on today, and starting with the truth that California is entering a hotter and drier climate, and that these conservation goals are needed, not because we absolutely want to, but because we have to. There's not enough water to go around. And these regulations help to, solve that crisis. They're incredibly flexible. They, unlike past goals, which called for uniform percent reductions, these are based on the best data available, and they allow for variances and allow each water supplier the flexibility to meet these goals in the strategies and that is most effective in their regions and operations. And that flexibility is also paired with the concrete goals, which help to make these regulations both measurable and achievable. And Californians can achieve them. It will be difficult, but we already see that residential indoor standards are dropping. The median in the state is 48 gallons per capita per day, and a quarter of all Californians are using less than 42 gallons per capita per day already, which is the 2030 standard proposed in these regulations. These regulations help to drive that conservation with concrete and state-backed goals to really improve on that passive conservation. And then from a watershed quality perspective, these efficiency goals do a lot more than just conservation. While water quality will be improved, less irrigation means less dry weather runoff. That was brought up before, but that is just a pollutant already recognized in stormwater permits. In addition, by treating conservation as a source of water, these regulations will help to mitigate the need to build new and expensive capacity expanding infrastructure and treatment infrastructure. As Californians trend toward using less water already, new infrastructure needed today may not necessarily be needed tomorrow. And that can lead to the creation of stranded assets, which just increases everyone's water bill. Conservation is usually the most affordable way to build new water supplies, and that's something that we think important to recognize here. Preventing these investments also will reduce the water energy nexus and the embedded energy costs that already occur in our water portfolio. We're aligning ourselves with the Pacific Institute and Heather Cooley. We think they made great points, and just wanted to thank the water board and staff members to help making conservation a way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Connor Everett.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah, he's on. Thank you very much. My name is Connor Everett. I want to thank the staff for their hard work and the board for the time it's taken. I have to start with a little bit of context. It's well known. Mark Twain's comment about whiskey and fighting and water, but the one I like more that applies here is he says, I like progress, it's change I have a hard time with. And change is coming. Change is actually happening in what some public agencies call themselves part of an industry. But that industry has to recognize whether they like it or not, and it is a financial challenge, people and businesses are going to continue to use less water. And as rates go up, there are solutions. We've heard a lot about budget rates, but there's also the example that was formerly done in the city of Los Angeles with community-based organizations being the delivery mechanism for conservation. With that, and these are the old numbers, we exchanged 1.4 million ultra-low flow toilets, and population went up about 1.25 million from 78, and water demand went down. So if you look at other places in the world, not unlike us, Australia, which was mentioned before, which I've been there and seen what they've done, we need to do what they do in terms of capturing water, because they also depended on desalination, which caused their rates to go up to the point where people use less and less water. Utilities have to be ready for that as well. Wastewater utilities have to be ready for there's going to be less flow, as was said earlier, and I really appreciate my colleagues, Martha Davis and Heather Cooley. I want to reiterate some of those comments, but this is nothing new. When we were told to save 20% by 2020, agencies said it couldn't be done. With mandatory conservation, we exceeded that quite quickly. So every time we have one of these limits, which is essentially imposing mandatory conservation, which unfortunately the Metropolitan Water District just got rid of, Mesa did previously, and told people to put a banner up saying use all the water you want. We're not recognizing that despite this big wet we're in now, the long term, if you look at the Colorado River serving Southern California especially, that's 23 dry years. You can have a couple wet years or very wet years, but we continue to be dry and we have to adapt and change. So I was a conservation coordinator for municipal utilities. I was a convener, as Heather was, of the California Urban Water Conservation Council, who did a lot of this work we're talking about. But you're not going to be able to please all the water and wastewater agencies all the time. I suggest you take the hard work that's been done and start moving forward. The salmon season is closed. People can't afford water now, and if all you do is impose higher rates on them because they use less, you're sending another mixed message. We still think of conservation as a reduction rather than an enhancement. The net present value of the water saved today, as Cody just said, that will not be here tomorrow, is worth the investment. These are demand side programs that should be financed at the same level as supply side programs. Desalination in Monterey was recently approved by Coastal Commission over the objections of Marina, the local communities that couldn't afford it. That's $7,900 an acre foot. As a conservation coordinator, give me a fraction of that, and I can save more water than any of the supply side speculative programs could possibly provide. And ultimately, water agencies, I give them full credit for all the work they did. In the time you've had this workshop, this hearing, I was actually able to do with the Southern California Water Dialogue and MET, a dialogue that we did, especially on how can we do more with stormwater programs. And we had excellent presentations of what we've done and what we can do more. And that's the way we should look at water conservation as well. Anyway, I would like to see this happen in my lifetime. Ultimately, agencies don't save water. People do, businesses do, and cities and counties do. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Everts. Next is Justin Breck, LA Waterkeeper.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Breck, and I'm a law fellow at LA Waterkeeper, the LA region's leading nonprofit watchdog advocating for resilient local water supplies and water conservation. We want to thank the state board members and staff for your continued work to make conservation a California way of life. This regulatory framework would go far toward helping to reduce local urban water demand. And the framework is feasible because of the considerable flexibility in how suppliers may attain the conservation goals, as already explained. It would also have the potential to spur the development of necessary stormwater capture projects, as well as direct install conservation, which are both important in terms of equity considerations. Additionally, as California Coastkeeper Alliance and others have already highlighted, the board's regulatory framework would not only support state and local priorities to reduce polluted runoff into waterways, but would also help save energy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions through avoidance of new supply infrastructure. And this would help the city and county of LA move closer toward their sustainability and climate-related goals. LA Waterkeeper is already heavily engaged with regional agencies in developing conservation efforts and local resilient supplies, such as Metropolitan Water District's Pure Water Southern California Water Recycling Project and others. And we'll continue to work to help agencies in the LA region implement the proposed regulatory framework when it's finally adopted. LA Waterkeeper supports the Water Board staff recommendation for the conservation regulation. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Eric Oriana with the Community Water Center. Hello.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairwoman and board members. Eric Oriana, Senior Policy Advocate on behalf of Community Water Center. Community Water Center is an environmental justice organization based in California, Central Valley and Central Coast, and we work closely with rural communities in the state who lack access to safe and clean drinking water. I wanted to start off with a strong support for staff's proposed water efficiency regulation. For a number of reasons, but we really appreciate the outreach and engagement that staff have done to bring a diverse group of stakeholders into this process. I've heard from many folks today that staff proactively reached out to them, and they can share they did that with us as well, and so we appreciate that outreach. I think really the main reason we're here today is because climate change is really driving and forcing the state's hand to do a lot of bold and important efforts around conservation. We know that climate change is disproportionately impacting communities of color, and oftentimes, and definitely, climate change is making water less available to communities, making it more difficult to capture it as well. I want to note that there's a lot of demands on drinking water, and oftentimes communities in the Central Valley have a need for water, and oftentimes that water isn't there for a number of reasons. Sometimes agricultural demands, other times because there's a lot of demand from larger cities, and that ultimately has impacts on the availability for water in California Central Valley. We've heard a lot of talk about affordability concerns related to the implementation of these regulations, and for us, that's a very strong concern as well. We've been working on affordability work for quite some time. But it is clear that water affordability water conservation is the best way for us to ensure affordability across the state. And it is much cheaper than having alternative water supplies being attained by agencies. So wanted to underscore how important it is for water conservation to be a robust and ambitious strategy as part of our state's efforts. I heard a lot of talk about affordability, as I said before, and I just wanted to reiterate it. There is a big need to have additional support for local agencies, local water systems, and that needs to be coupled with a low-income water rate assistance program. And so would really appreciate a lot of that same passion that has been shared today to be shared as well for a push for a low-income rate assistance program across the state as well. So that's an invitation to help us support that. And then also, I think part of the work to meet these ambitious conservation strategies and efforts is to couple this with a direct install program. We heard a lot of today about current programs that exist, but the reality is most of these programs are not accessible to low-income communities because they are on a reimbursement program, and that has a number of challenges. And so with that said, I just wanted to also share, I have been a part of a local program here trying to bring awareness around water conservation in Sacramento, and it is tough, it is challenging, but I think the communities are open to the discussions, they're open to changing their way of life and changing the way they use water if they're able to understand and learn how important it is to save water, what ways there is for them to save water, and what programs are available for them. So I think making sure that the education and outreach component of this is key, and part of it is also important. With that, I close and reiterate our support for these regulations and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Next is Chelsea Lewandowski with SWRCB.
And Ms. Lewandowski was with us earlier, but she's no longer on the platform.
All right, then we have David Webb. Hello,
good afternoon. I appreciate all of your hard work and perseverance on this. It's been a real eye-opening and enlightening discussion. By way of a little bit of background on myself, I have long since embraced conservation as a way of life and did serve as the chairman of the County Solid Waste Advisory Committee when we were tasked with developing a source reduction and recycling program for the entire county. But I have to say that describing this as making conservation a way of life really puts a thin coat of paint on a difficult topic. Moving into mandatory or even quasi-mandatory conservation is something else than voluntary conservation as a way of life. And what we are in fact discussing is a permanent mandatory rationing of water. And I think it's important for the public to hear it in those terms and be honest about that fact. Water rationing is never desirable a solution, nor is it ever going to be a welcome one. But it is required when either as a result of past faulty decision-making or catastrophic unpredictable conditions, we find ourselves in a situation where resource supply is grossly inadequate to meet demand. And while we are apparently as a society hell-bent on heading towards catastrophic conditions, they are not unpredicted. So we're left acknowledging poor past water management decision-making going all the way back to 1850 and every year since, and never adequately corrected since then, nor have we taken actually adequate steps to get ahead of the curve or the predicted conditions that we're now facing. Despite the very onerous nature of what you are now working on developing, it looks to me like we are still playing catch-up with little more than Band-Aids in the face of growing demand that already exceeds supply. And while I'm obviously critical, this is clearly a situation in need of a comprehensive legislative fix. We all know the board cannot write laws. It can only work with the tools the legislature gives it. The legislature needs to get the message. And unfortunately, obediently applying the rather tiny Band-Aids they give you tends to make it look like things are handled, when in fact the ship is still sinking. Going down the rationing path without adequate companion steps to cap all demand, not just nibbling around the edges with measures targeting the 20% of urban water use, without adequately capping agricultural demand simultaneously, is a recipe for long-term failure, both politically and physically. And following that path can only result in progressively more stringent rationing, more conflict, and more impossible decisions in the SWRCB's lap. At the same time, failing to effectively address the most egregious past failure, the systemic failure to set aside adequate water to meet public trust responsibilities, leaves you all in a truly terrible situation. Terrible in the sense of terror-prone. Merely saving water without rebalancing where and how the water is allocated doesn't remove many of the conflicts that we face. It instead perpetuates them overall. I really, really sympathize with the situation you're all in. I really think you must press for the needed legal tools to make significant changes in direction. We simply cannot stay on the basic course we have always followed. Band-Aids or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. And then I think our last commenter is Tracy Quinn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Apologies, just trying to get my unmute button to work. My name is Tracy Quinn. I'm the president and CEO of Heal the Bay. I'd like to start by thanking the State Water Board staff for their detailed presentation. Like Heather Cooley mentioned earlier, I've also been engaging on most of the various working groups convened over the last few years and appreciate the tools that have been developed and made available so that we can start to see how all of these pieces are going to fit together. I also want to acknowledge the progress that the water suppliers in our state have made to advance water efficiency. And there, you know, we've throughout the state, we've made a lot of progress in the last few years, and there is so much more that we can do. As many of the speakers have said today, we are facing a hotter, drier climate, longer, more intense droughts, and significantly less reliability. In addition to working at Heal the Bay, I also sit on the board of the Metropolitan Water District. And although I am speaking on behalf of Heal the Bay today, I have some observations from my role in helping to govern the largest wholesale water provider in the country that provides water to over 19 million Californians. As a previous speaker noted, this year Met had to enact emergency measures for areas of the service district that are dependent on state water project. And had this been another dry year, those areas were at very real risk of running out of water. Now, these aren't rural areas of the state that are far away from major water supplies. We're talking about parts of Los Angeles, parts of Ventura County, very affluent areas of Southern California. We're also facing significant reductions on the Colorado River, maybe permanently. And so I'd like to make sure that, we're taking this time, and I've heard DWR Director Carla Naaman say this many times. We need to focus on how do we make this work in the time frame that's being proposed by State Water Board staff, because this is the most cost-effective strategy for us to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable water for all Californians. I'd also like to underscore that, while it's cost-effective, conservation and efficiency are not free. However, the benefits outweigh the costs. And importantly, benefits to the customer or to society are not adequately captured in this analysis. One of the things that I haven't heard today, and maybe it was when I was away from the meeting, but there are some additional benefits to permanently reducing outdoor water use. I've seen the challenges that outdoor water use poses in rate setting, for instance. Nearly all of the annual variability in water demand can be attributed to outdoor water use, which makes it incredibly challenging to forecast demand when you're setting your rates. In hot, dry years, which we know we will see more of, demand can skyrocket in the summer. Ensuring strong outdoor water use standards like those proposed in this framework can help us to limit the variability and improve the rate setting process for all of our water suppliers. There's so much more that can be said here, but has been mentioned by previous speakers. I would like to echo everything said by Heather Cooley at Pacific Institute and Martha Davis and others who have participated in this process, going back to when we first talked about making water conservation a California way of life, way back in probably 2014, 2015. And with that, I just want to thank the State Board members and staff for your continued work to make conservation the California way of life. I look forward to continuing to work with you and the water community at large to make sure that we can achieve and exceed these goals in the framework, because it is absolutely imperative that we do. So with that, I support this framework, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. All right, just want to double check with our clerk. Were there any individuals that we missed that came back? Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will wrap up this workshop by having a dialogue amongst ourselves here. And I just want to start by thanking all of the stakeholders for their participation. For those of you that are still here or are still tuning in, I know it's been a really long day, but we learned a lot. We had a lot of good questions and a good discussion and a great opportunity to hear different varying perspectives. I think that one thing is quite clear, and that is that we do need to do more in this state to conserve and really to shift from action only during dry periods and shift the mindset and get water suppliers the tools that they need in order to be more efficient all the time. And so just really appreciate our staff working with our sister agency, with the Department of Water Resources, and for all of the work that you've put into this with the multiple stakeholder discussions. And I know it didn't just start here, so you've been involved for years with the Department of Water Resources. So thank you very much for that. And I just have a few things to say just at the start here and want to turn it over to my fellow colleagues. But I've really struggled with this. And just because I happen to be chairing this meeting today, I want to be mindful of the fact that I think that we probably have some differing views here on the board, and just really regret that Chair Esquivel could not be here with us today, because I think that his input is obviously his leadership on this issue, and his input and perspective is extremely valuable. So I know that we'll get lots of opportunities either with individual briefings or with future dialogue, to hear more directly from him. And I'll just say that for me, even though staff is proposing a departure from the Department of Water Resources recommendation, and we have a number of stakeholders that also support that, I am not comfortable with that recommendation. And don't think, however, that going by the recommendation of the Department of Water Resources is a failure. That's a big step. It's a big step that also will be a heavy lift. And I'm just really mindful of the participation that we've received just in this workshop is really in large part, there's been a lot of focus by agencies that have been doing this for a long time. And it's just so exciting, when we hear from them, because we see how things have evolved through years and how they have a vision, for the future. Whether they have concerns or not, they're still thinking of what more they can do, and have the resources and have been able to access additional resources. And I'm thinking of that chart that has all the bubbles and sort of the pink and red bubbles and the blue bubbles. There's a lot of big circles on the blue. Those are larger agencies. Those are the agencies that we're hearing from. There's a few big on the pink, but mostly it's a lot of little dots. And that's where I'm really troubled. I'm really troubled about the little dots and the dots that are not here, whether it's the city of Lathrop or Atwater or Chino, Rialto. I'm really wanting us to engage more with those other smaller dots to better understand the impacts. And so, for me, I'm just, even with the Department of Water Resources recommendations, I'm wanting to better understand how this would be feasible. I'm looking at, the incorporation of MWELO, and the statute calls for us to incorporate the principles of MWELO, not necessarily to impose MWELO. And also the statute directs us to utilize the principles of MWELO with respect to existing landscapes. And so what I'm seeing here is this big shift, which I know we need to go through the shift. We definitely need to change our landscapes in California. But if the factor that we use is pushing us in that direction, then I think that we need to better understand how long it's going to take, whether or not that's feasible. And in the meantime, is there a standard where we can push further efficiencies in the short run with further analysis, on out into the future? And so those are just kind of my broad thoughts. I don't want to go through the whole list because I really want to, hear from my colleagues and kind of hear specific things that you all are thinking, and maybe you have some big picture thoughts as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to whoever wants to get started. Board Member Morgan.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. So first, just want to, huge thank you to staff for just a really thorough presentation and just really taking the time to reach out to stakeholders, gain an understanding, and, just all the work that you have put into this. And also thank you to stakeholders and also DWR. I know a lot of work has gone into getting us to this point today, and just really am appreciative of all the work that has occurred so far. Excuse me. And so, for me, a lot of it is just about the data, just understanding the data that has gone into, today, and just so that I understand the starting point, and then understanding of how then we move into the future. And I know some of those details, just haven't been quite yet worked out. And part of that understanding is just really, I want to get to the point where I understand, just pulling that data and into kind of that bigger picture of, we're hearing today some of the challenges and hurdles of, pushing conservation more. And I think it's important for us to continue to conserve. We're looking at a hotter and drier future. We're looking up to a 10% loss in our overall water supply. And so, it's we're not going to magically just come up with 10% more water. So where is that water going to come from? How do we, continue into the future? And so understanding those challenges and hurdles, but then as we're looking at whether it's staff's recommendation or DWR's recommendation, I believe it's important to understand the challenges and hurdles, those agencies that have done a lot, they've done a lot of investment, but then how do we go further? And then my computer wants to turn off, the unintended consequences. And so again, just so that as we're moving along, we understand that, because education and outreach, one of the commenters, one of our stakeholders, said this, really the people, Californians are going to determine whether or not this is successful. And so education and outreach is going to be huge. And also it was commented on, in the past, sometimes, when you say conserve and then it's noted, well, I conserve, this is, supposed to be good. I use less water, but my water bill went up. Again, to me, those are kind of the unintended consequences in understanding, and how do we work collaboratively as, whatever the decision of this board ends up being, that we understand so that we can work collaboratively to make sure this gets implemented in a way that it can be successful, because that is what we want. All of us want at the end of the day is for conservation to be a Californian way of life and for it to be successful, so that Californians conserve, that we continue to move forward, so that 10% of water loss, however it is made up for within the state, it is done so that those trends that you're projecting out, that those actually do happen, that we don't, we end up reaching this flat line, because it becomes this conversation where, I keep hearing it, it becomes kind of mute, it becomes background noise. And so that's where I'm at right now, is just really wanting to understand, and understand how do we really work with the suppliers to be, so that this can be successful, so that we can implement a reg that, when it does trickle down to the users of the water, we've done our best. So, again, I thank you guys. I know this is a lot of work. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot, there's a ton of data. There's a lot more to still yet be done. And, it's a lot of comments coming in. And I think, for me, the common theme is for this to be successful. And it's just, how do we get there? And what does that look like?
Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Great. Great. Yes. Thank you to everyone that participated and for staff and for the folks that have been participating for a really long time and helping us figure out how we transition from this cycle of, emergency, we need to conserve. Oh, it's an emergency, we need to conserve, to making conservation a way of life and looking at how we can really transition to what is a sustainable and California really a California way of life here, given the reality of our changing hydrology. This whole structure, I think, just starting with stepping back, the structure here is acknowledging that we want something that's flexible. We want something that is taking into account the unique circumstances of each water agency. We also need to be driving major change in some cases. Some cases, there's places that are already where they need to be, but there's a lot that aren't. And by and large, I would agree with you. What we're seeing is a lot of the same areas that are left behind on everything else, including a lot of the San Joaquin Valley or smaller low-income communities, are behind in conservation, and a lot of the conservation investments that and tools that wealthier areas have had. As we've seen, we are needing every water agency. There isn't one out there, as far as I can tell, that isn't seeing pressures on water supply, on water costs. They will continue to rise. And I do see conservation as one of our very best tools to address a lot of those sort of the cheapest, and in some cases, even cost savings in the long term, not in upfront, but in terms of addressing a lot of those, both reliability, supply concerns, as well as cost pressures. Now, it also, I think, has, as we've said, just a real opportunity to reduce greenhouse gases, which God knows right now we're looking at floods coming off of a drought and just seeing it's the same frontline communities. We need to be doing everything we can on that. And it's not, in the last drought, water conservation saved as much as any of the the energy efficiency programs on the energy side in terms of greenhouse gases. So it's like to me, that was a shockingly important benefit. And I think it provides a huge amount of opportunity to address some of the structural inequities in whether it's base costs, whether it's rate structures, whether it's water efficiency appliances or tree cover, California appropriate landscapes. There's just, I think, a lot of potential for this to be really helpful. But what is going to matter is in implementation, and also in making sure that whatever we do adopt is going to be, I think, both addressing, I think, really valid, important concerns around both administrative costs and sort of documentation costs. What's realistic for us to be able to, and efficient or effective for us to be able to get from agencies? What can we do as a state to help us get what we need to get? How can we make that? How can we find that right balance? I think we heard today about landscape areas. What can DWR do? What can they provide systems? What is there? There will be, as with everything, there'll be improvements in data over time. How are we working with agencies to make sure that that we're getting folks the tools that they need to save as much as possible? And then in terms of variances, I also think just the more that we can really, there's a lot to work through around how do we make it realistic for folks to document or demonstrate or request effectively what are important variances that need to be in there. There's also, I think, it's important for us to, as we look at implementation, we need to make sure that we're providing the right incentives and not having unintended consequences. I think it did resonate with me, that there's more I would love to understand about the indoor standards where there are some areas where it may impact TDS with water recycling. Obviously we all have talked about indoor isn't a standard on its own or an objective on its own, but we should make sure there aren't unintended consequences that way that can't be avoided efficiently without too much administrative burden. I think there's been a lot around making sure that we're understanding and providing the right incentives around trees and parks and addressing heat islands, and incentivizing reuse, stormwater capture. And so I see that in the staff's proposal. Would love to hear from stakeholders to make sure that we're getting that right and making it realistic to implement that without having having the right incentives, not unintended consequences. I think in order to do that, we're going to need tools. The state's going to have to provide more. Like you talked about DWR data, but I think technical assistance, especially for, we're not talking about the really small systems here, but we are talking about a lot of areas that don't have, big conservation programs. And so making sure we're providing those technical assistance, the data, and then resources. I mean, the amount of investment that we need to do as a state overall for the water supply strategy, for adapting to climate change is immense. This is one of the most cost-effective things we could do. We need to be putting funding towards it as a state, and we need to recognize that many of the areas that need it most can't do that upfront and are going to need at least advance funding, even if there's repayment over time as some of those costs are recouped. But we're going to have to do that. I think we should be looking. I know there's so much we want to be looking at with SRF, but I'll just say that's an area we have some. I think DWR has more specific programs related to turf replacement and different water use efficiency programs as well. And then I certainly do think we should be more aggressive than what DWR is estimating is about average now. I think it's incumbent on us to get there. I think we do need to be realistic on not everyone's going to be able to do that in the time schedule that we have. There are kind of outliers or disadvantaged communities where it's going to take more time, and I think we should look at where that's appropriate to be building that in. I think as we will continue to get better estimates. It sounds like there's work before we get to the next stage, or as we're going through this regulatory process. We'll get more data on estimates with more current data, understanding variances more, and how that plays out. I think Vice Chair, you had good questions on that, and I look forward to getting more of that as we go forward. Just because I think it's, as one of the board members said, we have sort of a partial picture now with as good as we have so far, but it sounds like there's a lot of work underway that will be ready pretty soon. Let's see. I don't think it makes sense personally to have a 20% buffer. Just kind of, to me, that seems arbitrary. And I also recognize that we shouldn't be putting too much burden on agencies to develop data if what we have isn't adequate. And so I think that's, to me, that's really a question putting some of the follow-up we discussed with DWR around what they can provide, and how we can make sure that we're not putting that burden on agencies. And I think on the other side, if folks have better data or they need more than 20%, they should have the appropriate amount and they should be able to show that. And we should provide the tools to allow them to get that right. And let's see, a couple other things. One is I do think as we move forward, it's any new, especially this is a really ambitious program. And any new program, there's a lot of learning. And so we're going to need check-ins. We're going to need, follow-ups to see what are we learning and what are we seeing, reflecting on that. So I would expect that we build that in as we are developing a program. I think nobody wants to adopt something that isn't feasible. We all want, as Board Member Morgan said, we all want to set this up for success. And so making sure that we're doing that in this process, and then even frankly, more importantly, as we implement it. And then I guess lastly, I've heard a lot from folks around, we've been implementing really impressive programs, and somebody said $5 per acre foot for a turf replacement or something like that, and people aren't doing it. And I do think there's, this is a case of what we're doing through regulations is driving behavioral change on a scale that doesn't happen just from a voluntary program. And so we should expect to see, as with any regulatory program, acceleration and larger scope in adoptions of change and progress, not just sort of continuing how programs have done through voluntary measures. We saw that with conservation over and over again within emergency, within our emergency conservation. There's, the combination of messaging from the state, from local agencies. There's, the data funding, technical assistance, assistance with direct install programs. And then also, I think, assistance with what are rate structures that can help, sort of best practices. Each agency is going to figure that out themselves, but there's definitely ways to build that in as well. So I just see this as necessary to drive that change on the scale that we need in the state, and in those communities that haven't been able to do this on their own. And I guess sort of last comment, because again, we don't get to talk other times, is, this past summer, we saw Coalinga have really severe water shortage. They ended up having to buy water at, I think, like 1,000 times of what they would normally have paid for water. And they're an urban water retailer that's on our list that has to reduce in order to comply with this, it's over 20% reduction. So there's a long way to go. And I think that's a great example of the kinds of, of a community that deserves and should have state assistance, and we did in that emergency, but we should be providing that assistance to make these sorts of transfer adaptations that really need to be there more permanently, rather than just having which ultimately are cheaper in the long run, rather than having to do that in emergency or temporarily. That's a comment.
Thank you. Great. Good list. Okay. Board Member McGuire.
Okay. Yes, that was a very comprehensive list. I don't think I can do justice to. So I'm going to try and keep my comments a little bit higher level, but more focused in terms of trying to provide what I, in my estimation, what are some areas that I'm more interested in seeing, maybe some movement on and from the staff proposal. Today was really informative. I mean, it's been 7 hours of discussion. It's been robust, comprehensive. There's a lot of information. It's going to take me some time to digest all of this, but I think just from the level of interest in this discussion, what we've heard today, all the folks who weren't able to engage, but I know care about this, it is making conservation a California way of life. I've heard that maybe 100 times today, and we all believe it, and we all want to see it, and we're all in on making that happen. The trick is, what does that look like at the end of this, right? What does it look like in 2030, or what does it look like in 2035 for us all and beyond, frankly? And for me, it does, the state does look different. It does need to evolve. We do need to do a lot more, and we can do a lot more than we've done. And I think, that is what the legislature charged us with. That is what is asked of us in the statute, and that's what we should be doing here. So I'm, supportive of certainly the recommendations from DWR. They, on their own, on their face, just thinking about the ET factor, it is ambitious for many systems. And so often it's like, the devil's in the details. When you take lots of averages, when you look at a big state, a big complicated state with all different, we have desert areas, we have all these coastal areas, we have the inland areas which fall somewhere in between. This year we've been seeing a lot of the rain, incredibly wet conditions in the San Joaquin Valley in Southern California, which is a little atypical, but that's what we see. California is incredibly variable. And so, when you look and you try and, look from the top down and say, what is it that California needs to do? That's a tough question to answer. And, but I tried to do that. And, I looked at it from the big picture, and I know, we're trying to evolve and move away from percentages and saying, this is an arbitrary number, but, you look at it and, earlier today, we talked about a little bit of gut checks. Do these things make sense? Do we feel like something maybe is right or on track or wrong? And I'm looked at your presentation earlier today, and I saw that, it's a 15% savings. And for me, the gut check is, whether it's DWR's recommended ET factor, which let's just say it's 10%. I don't know exactly where it falls, but versus the staff proposal for 2035, which is 15, that on a statewide level doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. That over the next 12 years, we as a state could, implement improved water use efficiency and reduce our water use by 15% in the urban sector. It sounds okay. I don't have a problem with that on its face. But when I start to drill down, that's where all these questions come up, right? That's where we've been hearing today about the data. We've been hearing a lot about the landscape area measurement data and how it's imperfect. It is what it is. I mean, we have this data set. Obviously, it's going to be updated over time. But right now, today, we're embarking on a rulemaking process over the next year where we're going to have to make decisions based on information that we have available to us. And maybe DWR can provide some clarifications and refinements on different aspects of it. But I think, by and large, we're going to find that we have what we have, plus those agencies that have been fortunate enough to invest in, the resources to invest in higher resolution data will be able to help inform, some of what we're doing here. So the data piece, just adds some question. When we look and we come up with these averages, we come up with these recommended numbers, and then we compare that with, theoretical MWELO type ambitious standards for very optimal conditions, like optimal irrigation, optimal plant pellets, trusting that the homeowner or the business owner is indeed going to follow MWELO in terms of applying water in an incredibly efficient way to keep those plants alive. It's a tall ask. It's a big ask when you look at it from that perspective. But again, so for me, when I'm drilling down and looking at, I heard a lot of concerns about MWELO, that standard on its own is infeasible. And in fact, a question I've been asking for a long time is, give me some examples. Give me some specific, newer subdivisions, newer developments that have been designed to the MWELO ordinance, and show me the data. Like, show me that it's not possible. And so we heard from a couple agencies today that they're finding that they're not able to get there with whatever they've implemented to date. Can they do more? I don't know, but they haven't. And so they're thus far. So their data is showing that. And that's concerning to me. It's concerning to me to sit here today and to say that I have confidence that if we then take that same standard, that same principle, and apply it on the state level, it's going to be meaningfully achievable. So I'm struggling, again, statewide level seems okay, maybe doable, but on an individual standard basis, doesn't seem feasible. And so the answer, of course, is gray, and it's somewhere in the middle, and that's why it's a policy decision. And that's why we've been talking about the water supply strategy and its goals. And I really appreciate the discussion and the conversation about water resilience. And what is water resilience? It's this balance of using water wisely, being efficient, and also having a resilient water supply, right? And I think some of this legislation too requires annual supply and demand assessments to really look at that comparison of supply and demand, and where do those areas meet. Coalinga had challenges this year. Maybe they can work on the supply side and build resilience there, and that will help in the future. But they certainly should try and meet somewhere in the middle and achieve, addressing those goals on the water use efficiency side. So I go through this long-winded discussion because it funnels in so much to where we need to go and what I'm looking for, which is a little bit of flexibility and just consideration for how these standards are enacted. So lots of concern and confusion about the variances and how they'll be deployed. The 5% threshold, for example, I brought that up earlier today. I'm not sure that I don't know. I'm not sure if that's right or not. I'd have to go back and look through DWR's recommendations and why they did that. Maybe it's to avoid so many different variances and requests. But on the other hand, if a system has many issues in those different areas and it does cumulatively add up, maybe it does make sense to provide some additional consideration for that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But this too speaks to the INI piece, and that really is it's a fudge factor, right? It's a buffer for uncertainty, and I think it represented DWR's recommendation at the time, and acknowledgement that they don't have the best data. It's imperfect. It goes to the residential landscape area measurements and all of that. It's not refined. It's getting refined. It's going to improve over time. But at the time they had to put pencils down and make those recommendations, that was what they came up with. Like Board Member Firestone, I don't know if 20% is the right number, but I'm very interested in some accommodation for and flexibility to incorporate that into the standard setting in some way. And I'll say that my biggest concern is it is the outliers, right? I mean, we hear this, that 28% of the systems are all, aren't going to have to do much of anything, are already going to comply with the standard. That's great. So really, it's the ones that have to do the big lift. And other board members have talked about this quite a bit already, so I don't think I need to go into it in great detail. But I think finding a way, whether it's some sort of carve out additional time or flexibility for those systems specifically, or including in the broader regulation some pathway irrespective of exactly if they fall into a certain bin of, having to save more than 30%, or I'm not sure where to draw lines here. There's a lot of data, a lot of details, a lot of information, and you're still going to be working through kind of assessing what this all means, what the variances might include, what those mean. So, I am mindful to prior regulations that we've adopted, including the water loss regulation. And I know that this is even more complicated than that. And that one on its own got pretty complicated when trying to incorporate an economic model and lots of, I'll call them variances and, exceptions and things. And so it's hard. I think we have a lot of work to do. You've come a long way. I'm looking at staff here, and I really appreciate the work that's been done. I think we're on the right track by and large, but some tweaking and some refinements can help, get us, across the finish line here. So I think I will leave it at that, and just thank you, and thank you to the stakeholders today for your engagement. And I look forward to the comment letters that are coming in, I know soon, as well as the briefings that will follow thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to go back to just a few items that I didn't go over, kind of looking at big picture. First of all, I'm really interested in, I know that individual water supplier tool is super helpful, but I think it's important to have, we in our briefings received some information, we Excel spreadsheet on where various agencies would be with and without incorporation of that trend line. And so I'd like to see that information being posted so that it might provide for some additional input on public comment. And then, looking at these smaller agencies, I'm really glad that the League of Cities, was here today, AUK was here. But what more can we do to get some of the smaller agencies to participate in a listening session so that we can kind of better understand? We're speaking, with regards to the concerns, but we don't really know what it's like, in those communities. I personally think, they're faced with a lot of budgetary constraints already, and technical assistance. I concur with Board Member Firestone, really looking for what could be done to provide them with the tools that they need to just even get started with the program. But we don't have funding, other than maybe some technical assistance dollars, but we don't, we're not the funding agency. So between now and the time that you come back again, could you have some dialogue with our sister agency on this specific point of, really looking for resources for these smaller communities that have the big heavy lift? Yes.
I'm going to say one of the things that we also will be sharing is a list of many different funding sources that we've compiled that could be used to help implement these kinds of conservation programs. And so that's also something we wanted to share and make public. Yes, we'll also work on your first ask about.
Great. Okay. And then the charts that Mr. Oppenheimer talked about earlier, I appreciate that, getting that information out. And then looking at some of there's already been the discussion about the variances and, that balance, Board Member McGuire, that you're talking about. What's the right balance in asking for information, and what documentation is required? I think we want these agencies to be taking action, not to be filling out reports. Fill out the reports, make it easy, but take action. And so, really counting on you to, when you meet with these agencies, to better determine what that balance might look like. That 5% threshold, I don't know what's appropriate, but I'm glad you flagged that issue. And I concur that, just looking at some of the multiple issues that might be going on. Wastewater and infrastructure, I had that on my list to request it, but then Martha Davis, she made some really good points. So that's just something that I'll want to, hear back from you on. As far as the 20% buffer and the INI adjustments, I think that gets to, so I would look at unless and until the department has a system to make it easy for water suppliers, I would favor making it easy for water suppliers with a buffer or something along those lines, or maybe giving staff or the executive director the delegated authority to make an adjustment once we see that that information is out there on a broad scale and readily available and affordable for agencies. So just a thought. On this issue of the bonus, not treating recycled water as potable, that just doesn't sit right with me. But new systems, maybe. So could you consider grandfathering in or something along those lines? And I know no one else has spoken to this, so it's just something that, I wanted to flag. Okay, and then on the issue of smaller communities, and I asked the individual, Pedro, the ability to go back and look at that analysis. I think mainly I concur with Board Member Morgan. We just want to make this work for agencies. I don't think anybody's out here to be punitive, but it does sort of feel that way if you're one of these smaller agencies. If we backing into that target of 500,000, and if you look at the agencies that have already hit that target, and then, depending on the analysis, if it's 20% of the agencies and 15% of the population that are going to have to do the lion's share of the work, if that's really where we end up, I would like to see more on an economic analysis. And again, I don't want to overburden you all because you have a lot to work on anyway with the structure of the reg. But if this is something that is impacting, if that is true, that these geographic areas, the Inland Empire and the San Joaquin Valley, or the Central Valley, I think is what you referred to, are having the lion's share of the impact, then I think it's incumbent upon us to better understand what that impact looks like. And then lastly, this is something that I appreciate the tree report and the wastewater report. But I was just taking a look at the legislation, and we are directed to look at the impacts on trees. And I know there are special provisions that you all have included. Thank you very much for climate appropriate trees, and to have, an additional allocation to make sure that they're watered. But we have a lot of trees that are out there right now providing shade cover, that are providing greenhouse gas emission benefits, in terms of carbon sequestration, allowing, less air conditioning and all that to be used, and just the quality of life. And so I'm still really struggling with this. I know that there's the tree report, and I know there's a way to water your trees with, less water, but I'm still concerned about that shift that's going to have to take place. And, in the meantime, how do we get there? Which gets back to, kind of my overarching concern. And that is, I think that, the three different analyses that the Department of Water Resources, they came to us in an information item, and they walked us through the approach that they used. Even with those approaches, there's some questions about, was that a correct assumption on just how efficient irrigation systems could be? Was that a correct assumption about plant factor? So even with those different analyses, there's some questions. And I just don't think that the burden of proof has been presented that would make me comfortable with going even further. And so just, not that I'm not open to it, I think that if I can be convinced that the science is there, but if I read through the report, the 14-page document, I'm not seeing the justification on the science. I'm really not seeing that you did your own analysis, and this is why the department was incorrect. This is why we need to go further. What I take it to mean is we just need to go further. because we should. A lot of water suppliers have already gone further, and we have the 500,000 that we should be backing into. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm open to it, but just need to be convinced as to the science as to how that 0.55 would be feasible. And if that's where we end up going, then I think that it's just going to create a situation where it's even more convoluted because we're going to be pushed into more variances, more off ramps, and that kind of thing. And then it just increases the complexity of the system. And so, is it one or the other? Or is there a middle ground? And I think of, my time at the Air Resources Board, and we did this a lot. We would put a standard that we knew was not achievable, but we really wanted to turn up the heat on the regulated community to get them there. And the way that we did it was by having, pushing things out into the future. I don't think that 2030, 2035, I'm talking way out into the future. And so is there something that we could look at, sort of a hybrid approach with check-ins where we signal that, we're looking for what's feasible now, and that we're signaling that the standard would change with ongoing reviews, or that it is the more stringent standard, but it is out into the future, and that it's going to come back to the board in the meantime for us to see how this plays out in communities. So those are just a couple of thoughts, and I look forward to further discussion. So unless there's anything else, we will adjourn. Nothing else? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Almost 8 hours.